Good morning everybody, welcome to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Day 3 of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire. Ball by ball commentary brought to you by the BBC. In this case, of course, BBC Radio's Nottingham and Leicester. Dave Bracegirdle and Richard Ray, your commentators today, with, we hope, at various stages, guests. Just to liven up proceedings up here in the commentary box from time to time. Nottinghamshire about to resume in their first innings on 373 for 5. That is in reply to Leicestershire's first innings score of 440. We've had 2 days which the batsmen have certainly enjoyed. We've seen some sparkling innings. We've seen 3 centuries. Yesterday, lovely knock from Ben Duckett in particular. On day 1, I should say, Lewis Hill and Colin Ackerman got into 3 figures for the Foxes. Joe Clark got pretty close, Ben Mike also, so it's been pretty much a run fest here on a very fast outfield and what has been a pretty good pitch. Callum Parkinson, Leicestershire's captain, is going to take up the attack for the Foxes from the Bennett end, so we're going to start with spin and start with a bit of Dave Bracegirdle if he's...
Yes, good morning, Richard. Good morning, everybody. First ball of the day is worked away by Stephen Mullaney, so a purposeful start by Nottinghamshire, and we're up and running to on the board already. 375 for 5, 473 runs scored yesterday, as Simon has just tweeted. Enjoyed that part of it, didn't really enjoy the over rate, so we had a 7 o'clock finish as Parkinson bowls to Mullaney, and this is fielded at backward point by Azad. Leicestershire's over rate is -3, so I wonder if that's a contributory factor to Callum Parkinson bowling this morning, although he did get a wicket. Well, he got a couple of wickets yesterday, but he got Joe Clark relatively late on with one that turned as Mullaney drives this through the offside. Richard signalling no ball.
No.
They
should have stopped that. Ben was cross with himself, diving to his right. He beating his
umpire Ray.
No.
Withdraws his no ball signal. Yes, it blazed a path through extra cover, but just touched the hands of the fielder. So a couple of 2s for Mullaney. He's on to 41, and this time it is safely fielded. Is that Ben Mike?
Yeah.
Stephen Mullaney was the first Notts player that I saw out there in the middle this morning. I popped a photo on Twitter of him out there shadow batting as he pushes this in the same direction towards Ben Mike. Had a look at the wicket. It looks an absolute dog's dinner, but Stephen Mullaney said it's brilliant, Dave. It really has played well. Both sides have bowled too many 4 balls, as Mullaney again is thwarted by the diving Mike. So Ben Mike had a very eventful over there. He's right in the firing line, makes a good stop at the end of the over. 4 runs came from it. Notts 377 for 5, but the Notts skipper certainly very happy with the wicket, and I think it's probably not telling too many secrets. He was very happy with the way yesterday went, and he'll be looking for more of the same this morning. Certainly wants to bat through this morning session, but said they've got to be wary of the second new ball, which is just 6 overs away.
And the deficit, which was 67 at the start of the day, then is now 63. Well, 11:01, and we've already had an over. If Leicestershire maintain that sort of rate, they really will improve their over rate. -3, a bit generous it seems to me. Round the wicket goes Will Davis and bowls to the left-handed Tom Moores, who defends the delivery on off stump out into the offside, and Ben Mike, who's been involved just about every delivery thus far in the day. We've had just 1 over of the day, 377 for 5 Nottinghamshire now. They've added 4 to their overnight score and therefore reduced their deficit to Leicestershire's first innings of 440 to 63. Still, of course, with 5 wickets in hand. The key for the Foxes is to get some of those wickets as early as possible. The new ball is due in 6 overs' time. That may hold the key to the day. If Nottinghamshire can establish a big first innings lead, they really will be able to put the Foxes under pressure. It's a glorious day down here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and Nottinghamshire are 377 for 5. In goes Davis and bowls. Moores walks forward into a careful defensive push. Back down the pitch it goes to Will Davis. None for 74, naught for 74. Davis's figures at the moment. Leicestershire looking to get through these 6 overs now that remain before the new ball as quickly and as cheaply, that's probably the key, as they can. In goes Davis and bowls. Moores drives expansively, crashes it to the covers for 4. Didn't get to the pitch of the ball, but there was width there, and he trusted the pitch, his eye, crashed it away. He was careful last night, Tom Moores. He made sure that he was still there at the close. That was his job. 4 off 24 balls, which by the scoring rate of yesterday was relatively pedestrian, but clearly intent on improving that this morning. Davis is in and bowls 2 Moores. It swings in a little bit, but he goes back and turns it around the corner. Should be 2 there that are a comfortable 2 in the end, as Sam Evans, or it's Lewis Hill, comes in. Evans shouldn't be on the field. Nick Welsh, who has taken over from Louis Kimber as the concussion substitute for the game, has arrived. He was there in the warm-up, and I'm just looking around to see where he is fielding. He should be out there. In goes Davis and bowls. Swings in a touch towards Midland leg, and there's a little bit of a misfield from Rishi Patel at mid-wicket, as a consequence of which Tom Moores, who was very alert, and Mullaney ditto, able to take the single. Shouldn't have been one, there was. So in the end, 5 off the over, 384 for 5. Mullaney and Moores busy, and we're only 2 overs into play.
At 11 off the 2 overs, so I think yesterday, much of the day, we ticked along at about 5.5 and over. Moores on to 11, boundary to get his juices flowing this morning. And he will now face Callum Parkinson. Graham Rowley, morning gents. Good day for watching cricket. Your good selves on the TV and the test match on the tablet. Nice to have you with us, Graham, at Brace Cricket. And that's Richard for his new means of communication in a second. This is worked round the corner. First ball by Moores, fielded by Hassan Azad.
At Fox's Cricket 22. Will
find
us as
that's simple.
Yeah.
Tom Moores on 11. Parkinson, slow left armour, bowls. This one's worked away onto the leg side. And a single by Moores, 12th run of the morning. Nottinghamshire 385 for 5. Just got my maths wrong on BBC Radio Nottingham. I said there were 69 behind, but there weren't, of course. There were 59 behind. And that's now been reduced to 55. Mullaney has 41. The Nottinghamshire contingent in good spirits during the warm-up this morning as Mullaney drives this into the offside. Little word with Joe Clark, and said that's unlike me. Said very rarely, he said, look at my career record, I get that close to 100, I usually convert, so I was a little disappointed. This one is chopped away by Mullaney, and this is going to be work for the fielder to do over there on the meat side of the ground. Can't get anywhere near it. Mullaney cutting it to the boundary. And, well, there's no let up in the run scoring, at least for the time being. We know that second new ball is just around the corner, and we wait to see what that will bring. But Mullaney and Moores have both already found the ropes and kept the board ticking along. 389 for 5. Parkinson bowls and Mullaney defends.
Yeah, they're not going to waste these overs, are they? Be easy to fritter them away with a very old ball. Going to pick up the runners that are available.
Next ball, push back to the bowler, no run.
Cross with himself, Parkinson. Picked up the ball right-handed and threw it, very annoyed, to Ben Mike with that wide one that gave Mullaney a chance to crack it away down to the meat behind square on the offside. He's already on 45 off 63. Moores 12 off 32. Partnership 29. That over 8 seems very generous to me, -3, given we finished at 5 to, well, 3 minutes to 7. I made it.
It was
finally
showing
off.
us -5, wasn't it, at the end, or -4?
It was, so quite how... Anyway,
Yeah.
it's beyond us. We've been doing the job for years and years, and it's still a mystery. Will Davis is in from the pavilion end, bowls to Tom Moores, takes his bottom hand off the bat as it swings in at a fairly gentle pace on towards Midland leg, and he... I'll look that up during the intervals. But they are linden trees down the Milligan Road, but all around the ground there's rowans, and they're all in full leaf, and it gives it a nice rural aspect, despite being in the middle of the city. In goes Davis and bowls outside off stump. Good leave from Moores as he stepped forward, realising it wasn't really swinging in that much.
And Richard knows this fact because on his walk from the car park to the commentary box, he saw a leaf on the ground, picked it up, brought it in here, photographed it, and then spent his first 20 minutes this morning looking through the various websites at all the different types of leaf there is. I'm sure this one said only found in the rainforests of Borneo, but there we go.
Davis is in. Moores is driving. Good work by Ben Mike, scrambling away to his right. He is an athletic fielder, and he managed to get across and probably save, well, Azad, a good chase round and save a couple of runs. It would have been at least 3, I would have thought, to Moores. Good work by Mike. Still wearing yesterday's white, so they're unwashed. We can tell that because the huge great red streak down the side. In goes Davis and bowls edged. Oh, and just wide of the diving Ackerman, who is at sort of second slip and might just have straightened a fraction off the pitch. Run down towards third man. Running round to his right is Vian Mulder. A single. In fact, 2 taken in the end by Tom Moores. He moves on to 14,391 for 5.
You can dock me pay because I'm going to leap out the commentary box for 10 minutes because you just said we love it when a guest pops up to see us unexpectedly, and not quite unexpectedly, but a little earlier than I was anticipating. I've got a guest for you, Rich, with a Leicestershire connection.
A quite brief Leicestershire connection, but a spectacularly successful one. I'm really pleased to say that Ben Slater's in the box. He's going to come in alongside us. In goes Callum Parkinson and bowls. Mullaney stretches forward, pushes the ball back up the pitch to the left arm spinner. 391 for 5, drawing in on that Leicestershire first innings of 440 as Parkinson is in. Mullaney goes back, just defends again, back down the pitch it goes. And a very good morning, Mr. Slater. How are you, sir?
Yeah, good morning. I'm okay, thank you. Yourself?
Yeah, very good indeed.
Good.
Looks like a good pitch out there still.
Yeah, I think it's a nice wicket.
Parkinson is in. Back goes Stephen Mullaney. Cuts nicely down towards wide third man. No chance for Azad or Mulder to get there. Mullaney continues to thrive. He moves on to 49,395 for 5.
Yeah, I think it's a nice wicket. I think we saw with both new balls that there was a little bit in it, but I think once these Duke balls that we've got this year get a little bit older and a bit softer, batting becomes a little bit easier. And yeah, and the wicket's nice to bat on, from what the lads have said.
Days like this, you wish you weren't an opener then, presumably. Going in about number 4 would be about right, I would imagine. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Mullaney is forward on one knee defending.
Yeah, I think so. It almost comes with the territory, doesn't it? Opening the bat in England. Doesn't really matter what the wickets are like sometimes. There's always a good ball there.
Parkinson is in. Mullaney is driving through the gap in the covers. Out to Mulder on the point boundary, and that is the single the Nott skipper needs for his 50. It's come off 68 deliveries, and it includes 8 fours. It's been a sort of typically Mullaney, busy, unfussy, workmanlike innings, and it continues to hold an awful lot of promise as far as Notts are concerned. Parkinson goes over the wicket to the left-handed Moores, drifts it onto leg stump. He just turns his wrist on it and pushes it to Azad at backwards square. End of the over, 396 for 5. How do you kind of look back on that brief period with Leicester? It was kind of useful for you, really, wasn't it? You know, you had that super innings at Worcester against Lancashire and sort of got you going a little bit in a way.
No, I've done a few interviews obviously since then, and I've been asked about it a lot, and I think looking back it's probably one of the best things that could have happened to me in my career, really. Obviously came to Notts, started well in when I came on loan really well in the 4 games I played. 2019 didn't go too well as a team, and personally for me in the Red Ball, and then sort of to be left out at the start of the COVID year, disappointed, but obviously pleased to get the opportunity to come here.
Davis is in over the wicket to Stephen Mullaney, who waits for a foolish delivery on off stump and just calmly guides it out into the off side. Nick Welsh coming into the game as the concussion substitute comes in off the point boundary and feels. Mullaney takes one, moves on to 51.
Yeah, to get the opportunity, I spoke to a couple of the lads that I know, and obviously knew Will Davis and Parky and Tommy Taylor was here at the time.
Davis is in, bowls on off stump. Moores defends, blocks it out into the offside.
And they said there might be an opportunity, and that sort of came about from there really. And yeah, it was obviously a good couple of weeks. Obviously the win at New Road against Lancs, memorable at the time, probably one of the best of my career as well. So even though it was a short stint, very grateful that I had the opportunity and loved my 2 weeks here.
Davis is in, drops a little bit short, cutting, it goes through Colin Ackerman, who seemed to lose the line of that one from Moores, down almost between his legs, maybe just to one side, ran down towards third man. He got a couple of hands on it, wasn't a chance, bounced short of him, and Mulder completed the fielding. Moores picks up 2, moves on to 16, and then went back to Notts with the confidence of that 100 and sort of a different feeling.
Yeah, I think so really. It's
Davis round the wicket again, bowls again a little bit short, again up on his toes. Moores again, he's cutting it down too wide third man to bring up the Notts 400, and another batting bonus point. Maximum bonus points have now been earned, and just 40 behind with 5 wickets in hand.
I think obviously scoring that 100 and then going back, and it was Lancs again. Obviously, yeah, you can take the confidence, and they obviously saw what I could do a couple of weeks before, and yeah, I didn't really think about it too much. It just sort of snowballed, really, I suppose.
Davis is in on off stump. Mullaney just guides it away through backward point. Big vacancy, runs off every delivery at the moment, coming very easily as far as these 2 Notts players are concerned. He moves on to 52 for a 1 for 5. Yeah, just one of those episodes that sort of happen. It's sort of a not fluke, but it's fortune, isn't it, I guess, as Davis goes in and bowls outside off stump round the wicket to Moores, who drops it down towards gully, and there's no run.
Yeah, especially how the sort of fixtures has fell really, with it both being Lancs in the space of a couple of weeks. Yeah, I don't think many people will have done that for 2 different clubs, but yeah, no, I played nicely. And it sort of got me ticking. I thought when I came back actually from COVID and we were training, I was playing nicely, and I was unlucky. I felt unlucky to miss out, but obviously that's sport and that's what happens. But yeah, it sort of kick-started me, and I scored a few runs that summer, even though we played six games or whatever it was.
Parkinson to continue from the Bennett end, tosses it up, a little paddle ramp, almost paddle sweep down to the fine leg boundary by Stephen Mullaney. Played exquisitely, really. Very safe, very sure. Picks up 4. He looks in good nick.
Yeah, he's in good nick. He's had a couple of good innings for us this year when we needed him. Sussex first game.
190.
192.
Yeah.
That was a proper captain's innings.
Parkinson is in. Mullaney is driving through the offside. Work to do out there for Vian Mulder, running across to the deep extra cover boundary. Gets his throw away, just a single on that occasion for Stephen Mullaney. Moves on to 57 for 06 for 5. But he's not the only one in form in the Notts lineup at the moment, judging by how the guys played yesterday. Parkinson bowls, and he's just calmly driven through the offside for 4 by Tom Moores. It was slightly over pitch, but punched away. Really nice piece of timing by Moores. He moves on to 21. The partnership is 50 already, and that is 2,000 runs. 2,000 first-class runs for Tom Moores. So another landmark, one of many that have been reached in this game. Did you actually play a game here? We were at home to Derbyshire. Yeah, of course it was. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I was going to say with the outfield. Maybe not.
We'll just talk about the one at Worcester.
Okay. In goes Parkinson and bowls, and he leans forward on that occasion. Tom Moore's back down the pitch. It goes to Callum Parkinson. But obviously you've played quite a few games here, one way or another, I guess now.
Yeah.
And the outfield here is brutally fast at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it's tough to field on really.
Parkinson is in leg side slightly and just worked around the corner by Moores. It's going to run down to fine leg with Azad in pursuit, puts in the slide, such as in as much as you can slide on the very dry outfield, and gets his throw away. Moores picks up 3. Run rate 5.2, 413 for 5. Making it look fairly straightforward out there, Ben.
Yeah.
Against the soft ball, as you say. In goes Parkinson, bowls, goes back. Stephen Mullaney strokes it into the gap in the covers, and that, I would suspect, is the end of that particular ball. I cannot imagine Leicestershire wanting to keep bowling with it.
Now, obviously, this morning they're behind on the over rate, so they've had to bowl Parky there. But now, obviously, new ball, so it's a different sort of challenge for the two guys out there. Try and get through the first initial burst of the two guys with the new ball, and yeah, and then obviously if they're a little bit tired, try and cash in a little bit later on, I think. So yeah, big time for us now, really, to make sure there's not too much damage with this new ball.
Ideally, from Nott's point of view, you'd be sort of looking at getting up towards a sort of 150 plus lead, and then getting less. I know it sounds daft, but the way the guys are playing at the moment, it's not so very far away, really.
No, yeah, it's
the run rate is very high.
We just said this morning we want to try and get level and try and get as far past them as we can. Obviously, them scoring 440, it's a big total. So if we can try and just get level, and then.
Mulder is in with the new ball from the pavilion end. A little bit of shape to it, a little bit of a loosener. It wasn't at full pelt, and it was straight enough. And Stephen Mullaney played it firmly back down the pitch on the onside to Callum Parkinson. And there's no run. Do you think the pitch will deteriorate a little bit? It's hard to tell.
Hard to tell. I think there's been a couple of balls that have sort of hit the dents where the grass has sat down when the ball's hit, little pitch marks, and a few of it and it has gone through. But
Mulder is in outside off stump. Mullaney goes for the big drive, big booming drive, and misses. Goes straight through to Harry Swindles behind the stumps.
Yeah, but I'm not sure it will. It looks like it's going to deteriorate too much. Maybe the odd little bit of an uneven bounce here and there. But yeah, it still looks like a good wicket, and I think Parky got a little bit of spin. But nothing too major at the minute. So yeah, I think it's a good wicket at the minute, and hopefully if we have to bat in the second innings, it's still all right then.
Mulder turns, runs in and bowls, comes back a little bit of bounce, as you would expect, or hope at least to see with the new ball. Came back in, and a little bit of extra bounce. Slightly discomforted Stephen Mullaney, hit him on the right thigh pad. Just flexes his leg a little bit, bounced out into the offside. I thought Liam bowled nicely and looked to turn 1 or 2 as well, perhaps, in the first inning.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, Liam's been brilliant for us this year. Typically in April and May, it's not for spinners, and he's been brilliant for us, really.
Mulder bowls. Fuller this time, nicely driven by Stephen Mullaney, and that is going to be another 4. Used the pace and the fullness of the delivery to good effect, stroked it past Davis in the covers, picks up another boundary. He moves on to 62 off 77 balls, 418 for 5. Now just does the maths, 22 behind. At the end of this over, we'll get Dave on to talk about how things are going at Notts at the moment, which is pretty well. Oh, okay. In 5 minutes' time, he points out that he has an update to do for BBC Radio Nottingham, and then we'll do the swap. Oh, could be an edge, little bit of swing, but no. First one that has just swung a little bit. A new ball pitch then.
Well,
perhaps.
I'll say that because I got out to the new ball, but yeah, I think like I said before, in England with the new ball, no matter what pitch you're on, there's always going to be a little bit, especially with these Dukes balls. Maybe not as much this year, but a lot of people complaining about them as soon as there's a few runs scored. But no, it's always difficult against the Dukes up front.
Mulder is in, bowls, and this time Mullaney has gone. He little twitch at an outswinger that he'll probably feel that he might have left because it started a touch wide. It went wider, it did swing, but Stephen Mullaney on the back foot was drawn into just having a little twitch at it, took the faint outside edge, and the catch is taken, and he is cross with himself, understandably so perhaps.
Yeah, I think he looks a little bit disappointed. I think it was a little bit wide. Obviously had a little bit of a fiddle outside off stump, but we were saying that's what the new ball can do, just a little bit of extra movement, and you sort of push at one that's wide, which you might not have done with the older ball really. So he'll be disappointed, but nice for Liam to get a little bit of time out in the middle now and score some runs.
Yeah, it was tough on Lyndon, wasn't it, really, when you're sitting and watching a long partnership, especially when the batters are playing as well as Joe Clark and, of course, Ben Duckett did yesterday, and to go out and try and pick it up.
Yeah, he was disappointed. I've travelled in with him the last 2 days, and yeah, he was quiet on the way home last night. Had to put some nice music on to make himself feel a bit better. So. No, well, obviously that's the game. As disappointing as it is, I suppose we're all human beings, and we make mistakes from time to time. Yeah, he's very disappointed, as we all are when we don't get any runs, I suppose.
But it has been going well for both you and for Notts as a whole so far this season. Is it difficult to come in to this sort of first-class fixture, having had a break, so to speak, and then, it's just one. I don't know. Do you have one next week as well, or?
I don't think we have one next week.
Is it just a one-off over the month?
The week after, is it something like that? I'm not sure. Yeah, it was actually weird fielding on the first day. It just felt like.
Chris Wright is in, bowls outside off stump. A good leave by Tom Moores, bounced and swung back in a little bit, missed off stump by a reasonable distance, but again there was a little bit of shape to the delivery.
Yeah, just not sort of match fit like footballers would say. Obviously it's different for us, but having been out of it and been in around the 2020 in a couple of squads and playing in the twos, the T20 and a bit of club cricket, the intensity of club cricket is obviously not the same as this, so it did feel a bit weird and felt a bit anxious until I did my first stop in the field, really. So
Wright is in. That one swings in a little bit as well from middle towards leg and on the back foot. Moores takes his bottom hand off the bat and makes sure the bat is out of the way. Thumps into the thigh pad, bounces out into the offside. No run.
Just about getting back up to speed with it, really.
Where do you play your club cricket?
Chesterfield.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I had a couple of weekends, the last 2 weekends playing. First
Actually on the Chesterfield ground?
Played, yeah, last weekend played there, yeah.
Wright is in from the Bennett end. Again, it's swinging in, but it's a little bit short and a little bit leg side from Wright's point of view, and Moores is able just to fend it away, push it on down towards fine leg or long leg, where Azad is the fielder. One is taken. Moores on to 25, 419 for 6. Because they're playing there at the moment.
Yeah, it's the festival this week. Yeah, my mum and dad are down there. I think my mum's doing the food, and my dad will be knocking around, trying to talk to someone. I assume trying to bore him with his words of wisdom, I suspect. But no, yeah, my grandma and granddad will be there as well, running the tea bar, I think. So yeah.
Right in to Patterson White, who's very solidly behind that. Another left-hander, one of many in the Nottinghamshire lineup. So the Slater family are the Chesterfield cricket family, I think.
No, I wouldn't go as far as that, but they're quite involved. My mum's, she's on the committee there, and my grandma and granddad help out as well, especially when it's a festival when they need extra hands. So yeah, they're quite involved, yeah, but I wouldn't say they run the show.
Right is in, outside off stump, nicely played by Patterson White, just stabbing it down wide of Ackerman in the, well, he's at second slip at the moment. There are 2 slips and down to third man it goes. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester, 419 for 6, no, it's 420 now, of course. Scoreboard a little bit late on that one, just 20 behind now, Notts, but now with the 4 wickets in hand. That wicket of Mullaney, of course, gave Leicestershire another bowling bonus point. Plenty of overs left to try and pick up the final 3 wickets and pick up the extra bowling bonus point. That is full from Chris Wright, swings in low to Tom Moores, played out into the onside, and there is no run. Here comes the update. That Notts are still going very nicely in their first innings reply to Leicestershire's 440. They've moved on to 420, so just 20 behind, but they have lost a wicket this morning, that of the skipper, Stephen Mullaney. He went to the new ball. Vian Mulder came on at the pavilion end, got one just to leave Mullaney a little bit. Little involuntary twitch at the ball, took the edge and was taken by Harry Swindles, having made a very good 62 off just 79 balls. That is another bowling bonus point for the Foxes. They've got 7 bonus points now. Notts have 8, but the key to the game now is for this new ball to pick up, as far as Leicestershire are concerned, another wicket or 2, and hopefully from their point of view finish the first innings in rough parity. They've got a lot of work to get to that stage. They're 420 for 6, Notts. That one is full again from Vian Mulder, played out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. What would you take from here? 540, something like that? 550?
I think anything above of what they get. I think
Oh,
from
really?
here with four wickets in
ball, I
hand,
guess.
if we could get to 500,
Yeah.
60 lead, I would take that, and then anything above 500, I'll be happy with, I think.
Vian Mulder is in, swings back in a little to Liam Patterson-White, who looks a little askance at the pitch, played it off the back foot out to Ben Mike at extra cover, and there's no run. So you're quite
That's
good
just
friends
me
with some of the Leicester boys still. You'll know them from old, I guess,
Yeah,
like
I
Parky
know.
and people.
I know Parky played in his debut game when he was at Derby. Obviously, Will Davis Derby as well. I lived with him for a few years when we were there.
He's a property magnate now as well, isn't he? Got houses over here as well. In goes Mulder, bowls outside off stump. Good leave from Liam Patterson-White. It's taken, or not taken. It's spilled actually to his right by Harry Swindles.
Yeah, so those two know quite well, and obviously Tommy Taylor when he was here when I came on loan. But yeah, every time I come now, and most of the lads have a nice chat too. Yeah, so I really enjoyed my time here. Great set of lads, nice lads really. So
Mulder turns in past umpire Watts and bowls. Good straight delivery, solidly played by Liam Patterson-White. Back down the pitch on the onside to Chris Wright, who practices his golf swing, it looked like. Don't know if he is a golfer really. He posts lots of Instagram pictures of his weights set up, but haven't seen any of him playing golf. Are you a golfer?
I go through stages, yeah, of playing and not playing. At the minute, I'm not playing. In the retirement again at the minute, but I'm sure they'll come out at some point throughout the summer.
Mulder is in. Good delivery on off stump, line and length. No great movement to that one. Patterson-White is forward. Thick outside part of the bat, pushes into the offside, picked up by Davis and pushed on to Ben Mike in the covers. 420 for 6. How do you relax away from the game then? Not that you get much chance really, do you? But
at the minute, playing a lot of Football Manager on the PC. So we've not had too many days off recently.
Mulder is in. Patterson-White is reaching for the full delivery on off stump. Thick inside edge. It's going a long way, almost to the boundary. It's just intercepted down there by Lewis Hill. I think it is down there, or maybe Sam Evans. And Hill does the relay work, gets his throw away. Patterson-White picks up 3. He moves on to 4. 423 for 6. It's the end of the over, and Ben, no doubt to his relief, will have somebody who knows a bit more about Notts cricket to talk to.
You on about Dave?
Yes, you stole my line. I was going to say, in the absence of anybody who knows anything about Notts cricket, I'll have a go. So we've now got one first-class wicket between us here on commentary at the moment. 4:23 for 6. As Chris Wright comes in from the far end, and this one's pulled away down towards long leg. It'll go for 4 for Liam Patterson-White. He'll enjoy that, getting it away down to long leg. He's had 1 or 2 LBW decisions this season, Liam, that have been marginal. I think has been not just his viewpoint, but I think the analysts and 1 or 2 others who've looked at the replays. I told him this morning, just keep your pads out of the way, and he'll be all right.
Yeah, he's had a couple of the dodgy ones, but yeah, it'd be nice to see him try and score a few runs here.
4:27 for 6. Chris Wright in, and this one's worked away. This one off the hips. It's the bread and butter shot for you boys. That one, isn't it? You'd really be disappointed if you missed out on that one. Off your hips, whip it away through square leg for 4. Back-to-back boundaries.
It's a lovely shot. You're disappointed if you miss them on your legs, but his balance was lovely there, and timed it to perfection through square leg for 4.
Get back to your wicket in a moment.
Yeah,
in all seriousness, I should congratulate you, because it has gone down as your wicket. I thought it was a run out, but
Dave.
Notts a 9 behind at 4:31 for 6. This one is edged, and that's going to be... No, it's not, because there's a fielder down here who just emerges down below us as I peer over the TV gantry. Lewis Hill down here. So 4-4-1, 4:32 for 6. Who was it? Who was the... See how easily I forget who was the unfortunate batsman?
Who it is.
I can't remember. I know it was a stumping or a run out.
Alex Thompson.
Be forever etched in. Have you got a photo of it? Did anybody snap the photo? Was he in the frame?
There's a photo. No, I don't think he was in the frame.
Chris Wright bowls past the outside edge, and it goes through to the keeper. Once or twice recently, Ben Slater's come on to bowl, and I've sort of popped the odd slightly sarcastic comment on Twitter about Ben Slater's bowling. This isn't a drill and that sort of stuff, and he's given me a little bit of pop, and 1 or 2 of the other players have stuck up for him, saying he spends an awful lot of time practicing his bowling. Came on against Derbyshire, and straight away he got a wicket.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it either, Dave, to be honest. So no, but in all seriousness, I've been trying working hard at it the last year or so. So
next ball is defended by Moores.
So to get that wicket, sort of a lot of reward for the hours that I've been putting in, really, in the nets. And yeah, like one of my tweets, I said getting hit out the ground in training and going to fetch my ball back out the top tier. So yeah, there's a bit of a reward for all those yards I've put in going to the top tier and getting my ball back. So
in all seriousness, there's an awful lot of top 4 batsmen, 1 to 4, up and down the country, who don't bowl, who never bowl. So having that extra string to your bow, very useful. This one squares Moores up a little bit, and I think he played it almost with the outside edge into the offside end of the over. 4:32 for 6. Remember when Alex Hales first started? I mean, he would come on with his gentle medium paces a little bit, but I don't think he's bowled something like 10 years or so now. But it does give the captain the other option, and of course, coming in off 2 or 3 paces, provided you're not being slapped here, there, and everywhere, you can do wonders for the over 8.
Yeah, I think obviously it's just an extra option, really, and little bit by default. I used to bowl leg spin a few years ago when Boats was with me at Derby. I was working hard on them, and then I just changed last pre-season and started bowling some off spin. And
there's Mulder bowling, and Liam Patterson-White pushes it back to him.
And it just sort of went from there, really, and said there were things, Pete and Boat said there were certain things that they liked about it, and I just kept going with it. And I think the progression that has been in the last year or so, you can see it in my action and how the ball's coming out, really. So I'm by no means a frontline spinner yet, but if I can get the odd over here and there, I'll take that rather than fielding on the boundary all day.
There's Vian Mulder bowling to Patterson-White, steers into the offside. And there's no run. Yeah, you do spend an awful lot of time. You're a long way away from everybody else. It's almost like you need a better deodorant. Have you ever been a slip fielder? Not since Notts, but I mean in the past. Have you ever been in there? I know you go in at short leg, which is a different kettle of fish altogether, but the slips, have you
not
have
really,
you ever done
no,
that?
not really. I've been in there a couple of times, not when I've been here, when I was at Derby, the extra man when they needed one.
Mulder bowls, Patterson White's hit on the pad. They're asking umpire Watts. I think it's going to be a leg by. I don't think he got a graze on it, but umpire Watts doesn't give a deal away, so he must have done. So Liam will be happy. He moves on to 14. Well, he obviously hit it because it wasn't given as a leg by. So 4:33 for 6. The bowler Vian Mulder's not too thrilled. Not so 7 behind.
I didn't even see him. I wasn't even paying attention then, Dave. Sorry.
There was a good appeal, but the umpire didn't signal. 4:33 for 6. So by definition, asking after this delivery, because Mulder's on his way in and bowls and Moores pushes it back to him, you're one that is always out there on the fence. You've got one of the best arms in the club then, or who has got the best arm in the club?
I don't know. I wouldn't say I've got the best arm. It's most of the time it's because we want to keep the bowlers in the ring. So when there's a right and left hander out in the batting, you'll probably see me and Haas doing fine leg at either fine leg off at either end, really, because
Mulder again bowls. Moores lets it go through to Swindle's no run.
Because we want the bowlers in the ring, really, rather than having, if there's a single and they have to run from fine leg to fine leg, sort of doing 100 yards.
I was going to ask what the reasoning
100
behind
yards
it.
sort of every time. So yeah, when the bowlers are sort of bowling, we try and keep them in the ring. So me and Haas will sort of do the run in, doing fine leg and point, and then the other guy will do it from the other side, really. So that's the sort of reasoning behind it.
We sort of said on commentary that you and Haas had almost put 50 on for the first wicket before you'd even batted, as this one's into the pads of Tom Moores. Saved a lot of runs between you out on that meat side of the ground. 4:33 for 6. Talking to Ben Slater, the Notts opener. What, 2 more overs, Ben, and then we'll release you back into the wild?
Yeah, so I'm all right to stay with you for a bit longer right? if you want. Yeah, as long as we're still 6-7 down, I'll have another 15-20 with you if you want.
Test going on at Trent Bridge, as I'm sure you'll have seen the news. Free, provided you booked your ticket in advance last night, and they were snapped up so quickly. So it'll be a cracking atmosphere there today. When you're not playing, are you a watcher? Would you sit and? I've
watched a lot of this test. I don't know whether it's at Trent Bridge or not, but I used to watch all the time. My girlfriend will probably tell you that I still do, but I'm not as avid as I probably used to be.
Chris Wright from the Bennett end bowls. Nice looking push into the offside by Patterson White. No run.
Yeah, I'm not as avid as I used to be, really. I don't know whether that's because you play so much of it. You don't try and get away from it a little bit, but if there's nothing on telly or I'm not doing anything and there's a T20 on or something like that in the evening, I'll put it on in the background. But to be honest, this test match and the first one, I've watched quite a bit of it, really.
4:33 for 6. Ben Slater with us, the Notts opening batsman, as Patterson White steers into the offside. And if you're just joining us, we've already had a chat with Richard about the brief period he spent behind closed doors, the COVID summer of 2020. Played a couple of games for Leicestershire. Bizarrely played against Lancashire at Worcester, and then played here against his former county Derbyshire. And at the time we sort of trawled through the record books, and I think we could only find yourself and Andrew Harris, who'd actually played for the 3 East Midlands sides, Notts, Derbyshire and Leicestershire, which is bizarre, as Patterson White clips it away on the leg side. You'd think with the close proximity there would be more movement, more interchanging between those 3 counties, but genuinely we could only find the 2 of you that had played for all 3.
I'm happy that I'm on that list with AJ then, 'cause he's a great man.
He'd have been one of your coaches
at Derby. Yeah, he's a great man, good coach, and I'm happy me and AJ on that list.
4:34 for 6. He's in the record books for a couple of things. This one's worked away on the leg side by Moores. No run, fielded by Will Davis. I think he's the last man in cricket because they don't have it now. What do you call it? Timed out.
I think I've heard this story.
I think he's the last man to be timed out. He'd got an injury at Trent Bridge, and it was one of the games against one of the university sides, an early season. It wasn't right, end of March, beginning of April, about 15, 16 years ago. This has worked on the leg side, and he wasn't going to bat because he'd got an injury, so he was physically in his training gear. And Chris Reed was getting close to 100. Whatever, it'll be there somewhere if you want to look it up. 95, 96, 97.
Yeah.
So Notts weren't going to bat him, and then the 8th wicket went down. Chris Reed at the non-striker's end, still 96, 97, not out. The 9th wicket went down, and he was still at the non-striker's end. So they quickly, apparently all the coaching staff and all the other players were ripping his training gear off and helping him put his kit on and his pads. Good delivery here from Chris Wright past the outside edge through to Swindles. 4:34 for 6, and they just got him basically shoved down the Trent Bridge steps out of the gate just as all the players were coming back. The umpire had said, "No, that's too long." So off he goes.
I bet Reedy wasn't happy.
No. So he was denied. It'll be there somewhere if you want to look it up. But and then the other one, I think he shared. I think it was with Chris Reed. He's in the record books for Nottinghamshire's record 10th wicket partnership in List A cricket. One match where he hung around forever. 4:34 for 6. Liam Patterson-White has 15. Tom Moore's 25 on this third morning of a match that's been high scoring so far, but you just wonder how it will pan out over the next couple of days. Mulder bowls and Patterson-White plays at this one outside the off stump. How much prep, don't give anything away that you don't want to give away, but how much prep would you have going into this game that you're going to be facing Will Davis and Vian Mulder and Chris Wright? You'll have played against most of them in the past, but does the analyst or do you sit down and specifically look at them bowling, or are you more concerned with playing your own game?
Just watch a few videos really. So sat down with Cunny the other day, day one.
He's the Notts analyst. Next ball from Mulder, dropped on the leg side. Notts are within 5 now of the Leicestershire score at 4:35 for 6.
Yeah, just sit down with him and watch sort of 6 balls of each bowler and to sort of see what they do really, whether that's they start over the wicket or round, or and what they generally try and do with the ball really. So it's not too much, but just enough so you've got it in your memory for when you go out there.
But I guess most of these guys you'll have. Vian Mulder, would you have played against?
Yeah, I played against him down at Kent, didn't we?
Yeah.
Tunbridge Wells,
Yeah.
when he was down there. So I think he got me out then as well, to be honest. So
you'll know
got me a
all
couple
about,
of times.
you'll know all about Will Davis, and I'm sure you've played against Chris Wright before. So
yeah,
they're the 3 front liners with, I suppose, next one through to the keeper. With due apologies to Ben Mike, who you've also played against, and Callum, you'll have come across him.
Yeah, so he played with Cal at Derby, and then obviously when I was here on loan, these guys were all in that side then, apart from Mulder. So yeah, seen them before.
There is Mulder. Picked up the wicket. I was going to say picked up the 1 wicket so far. 4:36 for 6. Who did he get? Yeah.
Thanks,
Sorry
Dave.
about that. Do a deal?
Sorry?
Did it do a deal?
I think it was a good ball.
Yeah.
You always look at it and think you can play it better. I think every dismissal you'd probably find things you probably could have done better, but all in all, sort of hit a nice area and I nicked it. So
Mulder to Patterson-White. Wide of the off stump, slashed away to point. Nicely fielded there by Will Davis. And there's no run, so Notts are still 4 runs behind. Patterson-White has 16, Moore's 26, and this partnership worth 18. You were ticking along nicely, weren't you? You and Haas, 47 for that first wicket. I think the last game was it 167 you put on together. Last time you were here, you put 200 on together. It's going to be one of those partnerships to rival the Robinson Broad one back in the day, past the outside edge here and through to the keeper. No, you must enjoy batting with him, and he's certainly batting with a great deal of freedom and fluency, which is something we normally associate with you.
Yeah, no, he's been playing really well this year, and a bit more positive, I think, is what the way he's going about it. And obviously we've seen him score nearly a run of ball on a few occasions this year. So yeah, he's good to bat with. I think we complement each other well, and at the minute he's playing really nicely, and he's very hard to bowl at, I think, 'cause he's got all the shots.
I'll ask you about Ducky in just a second, but an update from the Test, where New Zealand are now 249 for 9. Couple of wickets this morning to Stuart Broad. Here, not so far behind, and this one's cut to backward point. No run. Darryl Mitchell's still there on 44, just been joined by Trent Boult. So New Zealand lead by 263 with 1 wicket left. That could be an absolute cracker, couldn't it? And well worth the money if you've managed to get one of those free tickets. 437 for 6.
Yeah, looks like it's going to set up nicely there if they can get that wicket pretty quickly.
So 2 more before we let you go. Ben Duckett could scarcely have played much better than he played yesterday. You know, I had a natter to him, and he said early on there were 1 or 2. He inside edge 1 past the stumps, but after then, it really did look as if it was only going to be an error from him that was going to bring his downfall, and that's what happened. As Wright bowls to LPW and pushes it back to Chris Wright.
Yeah, he's been on fire this year, and yesterday was up there as good as I've seen him play. Really, it was some innings, and score so freely. We know how quickly he can score, and yeah, he sort of not took the game away from him really, because obviously we're still behind, but it's got a long way to getting us close to them, and
suddenly a deficit of
time,
440 didn't look so many, did it, with him out there. This is a glorious shot, stroke of the morning from Liam Patterson-White, punching it through mid-wicket, and that's the shot that gives Notts the overall lead. Takes him to 20, Notts 441 for 6. Just pinged that away nicely through mid-wicket. That's a big old boundary out there, as Ben would know, because he's covered most of the blades of grass out there, but that was a fabulous shot.
Yeah, Liam, when he hits the ball, it stays hit. He's a strong man, and yeah, he times the ball nicely through that leg side. We saw it last year at Somerset, that 100 that he got. Yeah, he kept finding the middle, and hopefully he can do that again today.
Best of 44 this season. That came in the opening game. Oh, this one's been spilled by Swindles. A little bit of a whoopsie-daisy there from the Leicestershire wicket-keeper, and it's a bye. I think that one was preventable. There were 1 or 2 that Tom Moores, I don't think, could have done an awful lot about in the Nottinghamshire innings. It must be so frustrating for a keeper when it swings wide and goes wider still, and it's debited as byes, even though you can't physically get within about 8 feet of it. It's a little harsh on the keepers.
Yeah, especially when he's full length as well.
Yeah,
and you can't get there.
442 for 6, and this one's defended. I've got one more for you, Ben. I see there's a young lad doing 12-man duties for Notts today who I don't recognise. Now, I've heard there's a young wonder kid in the second 11. Is this the young wonder kid?
Ben Martindale.
Is this who it is? Who's the sub today?
Yeah, Ben Martindale's here with us today. Yeah, he's 18, 19, left-hand batter, medium pace, fast bowler. I think he's been doing really well in the second team off the academy. So good in the field as well. So
Chris Wright bowls and Tom Moores.
Yeah, that's who we've got with us today.
Lovely. It's the first time I'd seen him with the first team. 442 for 6 as we get towards the end of the opening hour of the morning. Midday will have radio updates to do. We'll need to get Richard back in for Midday. I'll have to go and do one for Radio Nottingham, but we'll thank Ben at the top of the hour for his time. If you're just joining us, it's Ben Slater, the Notts opening batsman who played a couple of games for the Foxes in 2020. Here's Vian Mulder. The Leicestershire over 8 -2. Creeping down. It was -5 at one stage yesterday. Mulder balls to Liam Patterson-White. Another lovely shot from Liam Patterson-White into the offside. And that will go for 4. Just got enough on that one, didn't he? Just to beat the 2 chasing fielders. Looks in good touch, actually, which is normally the time he'll get out when I say that.
Don't say that, Dave.
Well, we have to say what we see, and he does. He's just played a couple of lovely shots.
Yeah, no, he looks in good nick here. He's got a few in the last game against Derby, and yeah, he's starting to find some form, I think, which is nice because we know how dangerous he can be down the order, but he scores so fluently. So
next ball is pushed onto the offside. If you're looking for something in the dressing room and you say to the captain, have you seen whatever it is, and he says Pato's got it, who would you go to?
What do you mean?
I mean, are they all, I've heard them all called Pato. Liam Patterson-White, James Pattinson, and Dane Patterson. So, is the one that you instantly think of as Pato, or do you have to say, can you be more specific? There's 3 of them, which is invariably where I have to end up.
Probably be Jimmy, I think.
446 for 6. Next ball is pushed into the offside because you call LPW Barrel and the other one Dane.
Dane, yeah. So I think it'd be Jimmy.
446 for 6. I've heard all sorts of things. At night we'll write a script for the newsreaders on BBC Radio Nottingham. I heard that Darren Patterson had taken 3 wickets in the last game, which no, it's either Dane or Pattinson. Mulder again, past umpire Watts to the thigh pad of Liam Patterson-White, who asked permission of the bowler if he can pick it up. Might just be tempted just to give that a little bit of a tap and knock some of that shine off it. We're in the 89th over. The second new ball brought the 1 wicket this morning, that of Stephen Mullaney, who was visibly disappointed. He'd have been desperately keen. I don't think for himself to go on and get a big score, but for the team, he leads from the front, and he'll have been absolutely determined, I think, to get Notts into a 3-figure lead if they could this morning. But now the 2 left-handers out there trying to do it. Patterson-White helps himself to another single, pushing this to backward point. And already they've added 29, and Notts a 447 for 6. We're talking about rule changes yesterday, myself and Richard, and one I'd like to see is staring us in the face right now. We're only in the 89th over, 447 for 6. I think if you get to 450, why shouldn't you get another batting point? It would promote attacking cricket. This is pushed into the offside. Yes, have that 110 over limit, but if you're good enough to get to 450 or even 500 inside the 110, why shouldn't you get another point?
Yeah, Dane was saying about this yesterday. Apparently in South Africa, that's what they do.
Oh. Was he listening to me?
Well, to be honest, I don't know if half the stuff he says is true. So it could be complete nonsense. But yeah, he was saying that that's what happens in South Africa. So yeah, maybe it's something we could look at here. But at the minute, it's 400.
Well, it makes a bit of sense, doesn't it? Notts could get the well, they're going to get the 450, you'd imagine, and then is the incentive there to push to get to the 500 and get an extra one? It can give you a real old boost. Thanks for your time, Ben. I'll just see this one delivery and play and a miss from Liam Patterson. I'm going to have to pop next door. Richard's got to come in here to speak to BBC Radio Leicester. I don't know if he wants to formally thank you for the time you've spent with him, but always enjoy it when the players pop up. Many thanks for your time. I'm sure Richard will just say hello, goodbye to you in just a second, but enjoy your time out in the field later on. And if you get a go in the second innings, make the most of it.
Thanks, Dave.
Was he on his hobby horse about points again?
Yeah, he was.
Driven out into the offside by Liam Patterson-White. Lovely shot, over-pitched on the off stump by Chris Wright, and Patterson-White picks up 4. I guess you've heard it before.
Yeah, he's a good man, is Dave. No, but yeah, he was talking about the point system again.
Yeah, something to be said for it. An extra, well, as many extra batting points as you can get, really. Good,
yeah.
It's a good incentive. Looks like Mr. Patterson-White has settled in nicely. He's hit a few lovely crisp shots already. 29 off 31.
He's looking in good touches here, is Liam. Ask him to kick on and get a big one.
The scoring rate still over 5 and over. Is that to do with the pitch in the outfield, or is it just the way that the approach of both sides, to be honest, or the way their sides are bowled as well? In goes Wright and bowls, goes past the outside edge. Did that stay a fraction low as it went past the outside edge of Patterson's white bat, swung back in a fraction?
Yeah, I think the outfield has played a little bit into how quickly the game's sort of progressed, really, with it running away so fast.
T20 mindset still a bit, maybe. I don't know.
I don't think so. I think obviously both sides might have thought they could bowl a little bit better, maybe. But yeah, I think the outfield definitely is a key factor why it's such a high-scoring game. Wright
is in, bowls a little bit short, swings in. Patterson-White looking to work it into the leg side. He's a fraction early on it as he turns his wrists on the ball. It loops up towards sort of short mid-wicket, then bounces out towards Mulder at mid-wicket. And there's no run for 51 for 6, so already 11 ahead. 500 plus, looking very much in reach now.
Yeah, hopefully we can get there and go past that now.
Wright is in and bowls on off stump, leaning forward very correctly. Liam Patterson-White defends it out into the offside, picked up by Ben Mike, and there is no run. Do you see yourself working in the media further on down the line, maybe? Or
I don't know, really. I'm not really giving it too much thought, to be
very
honest.
Very early days, isn't it?
I suppose it. How well I go down, really. No, I'm not really giving it much thought. So yeah, maybe something I'll look to do a bit more of in the future, maybe.
Plenty of cricket to be played before then.
Yeah, hopefully I've got a few more years left in me yet.
Wright is in and bowls a bouncer that soars miles over Harry Swindle's head and is, of course, signalled. No ball on height and 4 buys. Updates time for BBC Radio Leicester. 455 now for 6, so the lead should be 15. Actually, is that 6 for that? Dave's saying you're free to go, Ben, if you need to pop back downstairs. But we do appreciate you coming up. It's good to see you, mate. Always.
Thank you very much.
Again.
Thanks for having me.
If you want another couple of weeks here, you're always welcome.
Thank you very much.
Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. Well, the Foxes have picked up a wicket this morning, that of the Notts captain Stephen Mullaney, who was caught behind off the bowling of Vian Mulder for 62, but that's been their only success. Notts have moved on nicely from 373 for 5 at the start of play to 457 for 6. It means they now lead Leicestershire on first innings by 17 runs, but with 4 first innings wickets in hand, if they can extend that lead up towards around about 3 figures, the Foxes will feel they're going to be under pressure later on today, so they do need some more wickets before lunch. Notts, in their first innings, are 457 for 6. I'm back with you online. You haven't missed any cricket, because that update came nicely between overs. Good to talk to Ben and hear his views. Very pleasant young man indeed. In goes Will Davis and bowls down the leg side. That is more extras, more buys, which is tough indeed on Harry Swindles. First, that bouncer from Chris Wright cleared him by, well, what, 4 feet, 5 feet perhaps, and then that one speared down the leg side, swung further away, and he had no chance at all of getting there. But the byes signal is made. The score moves on to 461 for 6, and Leicestershire, well, at the moment, they're not making the breakthroughs they hoped for with the new ball.
Tough on the keepers in this game, isn't it?
That's awful, isn't it? Davis is in, bowls full and is driven for 4. Outside off stump. Tom Moore's tucked in nicely, and Will Davis may be the first Leicestershire player to reach the 3-figure mark in the innings. He says, just making sure that's right. It's not a landmark he'll want to, but there'll be a few getting close to that sort of figure now. More deliveries like that, and that's certainly the case. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. Well, actually, Chris Wright's already reached it as Davis goes round the wicket and bowls 2 more, swings in, and he defends it neatly. Chris Wright, 21 overs, 1 for 102. Mulder, 2 for 89 off 19. Mike, 1 for 80 off 14. Davis now none for 92 off 18 and a half. And Parkinson, 2 for 74 off 18.
Again, we're absolutely rattling along. We made 65 minutes and what's that? 92 runs.
The game is moving on apace. Davis kicking up his heel, bowls around the wicket again onto the legs of Moores. It's a fairly gentle pace, bounces up, and he is cross with himself for not managing to work it away. It bounces off the thigh pad towards square leg. Patel runs round to pick it up, and a single is taken anyway, even.
That's 39 extras in the innings.
Yeah.
Building up. Sometimes you can't do anything about it. Brushes the leg and races away for 4 leg byes. You can't do anything about it. But 1 or 2 of those that have gone for 4 byes have been harsh for the keepers.
Davis is into Liam Patterson-White, who stands up tall to that slightly short of a perfect length delivery. Swinging in again a little bit to the left-hander. Blocks it with all the time in the world.
Yes, it's a left-hander's game at the moment. 2 lefties out there batting, and James Pattinson due in next.
Might be interesting. He might have license to free his arms a little bit. In goes Davis and bowls. Again, Patterson-White is solidly walking into his sort of back foot defensive shot, if that isn't a contradiction in terms. End of the over, 466 for 6. The lead, 26. Patterson-White, 29. Moores, 31. The partnership already almost 50 again.
I would imagine whether he's got licence or not. I think James
Patterson
he will anyway.
May well... Okay. Okay.
He may well have a little bit of a go. So that lead 26. Notts are in a position, I guess, where with a little bit of application and obviously the runs continuing to flow as they are, they really can be in a position to put Leicestershire under a little bit of trouble later on as Wright bowls to Moores, and this is played up to mid-on. You don't really want to be starting the 3rd innings of the match 70, 80 or 100 behind. You're asking an awful lot of your top 2 or 3 or 4, aren't you? Because if there is a top order collapse, then the game's going to take some saving. But we're not at that stage yet, and it only takes 1 ball to once again potentially open the door. 466 for 6. Wright is in, and Moores stands tall, plays it to backward point. Fielded by number 67.
Nick Welch. The new man. Zimbabwe born, as you said. Made 71 for the Twos against Worcestershire at Barnt Green, a ground I don't know, near Birmingham.
No. I've heard of it, yes, it is a...
sounds like it should be a Warwickshire ground, shouldn't it?
It's supposed to be a decent club ground. But 466 for 6. Certainly there was no rush to get him here yesterday, was there? This one wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. So where will he bat in the Kimber position in the middle
I
order?
would, yes, yeah.
Because he has opened the batting in T20 against Notts.
Oh, he can hit a long ball. He's had a lot. He's had a couple of sort of major injury problems. He's been unlucky, Nick, in that respect. Each time he gets close to the first team, he seems to pick up an injury.
Was it Gareth Delaney, the Irishman he opened with? Yeah.
Correct.
Next one's guided by Moores down to Lewis Hill, third man down below us. Ground bathed in sunshine at the moment, very pleasant. Similar sort of crowd to yesterday.
50 partnership.
It is indeed, yeah. Good spot. 467. Well, it will become 468 if it goes on the board. Still saying 49. We'll get there in the end. Patterson White it is, back on strike. He's on 29. Moores has 32. Next ball, run away on the offside, no run.
Well, the scoreboard is correct because the wicket fell at 418, so I was premature. Apologies.
Well, there was a round of applause, which you can only presume is from the Notts balcony. They seem to be getting a little more and more boisterous, more and more animated about the lead that is being built up.
What's happening at the Test match? New Zealand are all out yet. I know they were 9 down, not so very long ago.
Here's Wright round the wicket bowls, still showing us 9 down, although I've learned it. There is the 50 partnership, by the way. Yeah, still 9 down. Darryl Mitchell 55 not out. Trent Bolt 16 not out from just 12 balls. So a little bit of fun at the lower end. 276 for 9, the Kiwis. So that's a lead of 288. I'm sure all the spectators that are in there are hoping for that last wicket, not for any English partiality, but you know they would like to see a run chase that is potentially on. You know, they don't want them to go on and on and on and on and on, and then suddenly it's perhaps a fairly dull 3 hours. Start of a new over. Davis bowling from this end, and it's gone down the leg side.
Ben Mike starting to warm up at extra cover. Concentrate, Richard. It's your end.
Yeah, we're out of kilter a little bit, but enjoyable to hear the thoughts.
No, it is.
On a range of subjects. From
always good.
Somebody playing in the match.
Good. Davis is in outside off stump, playing a miss from Patterson White. Don't think the ball really sort of straightened as it came in. Just played down the wrong line, essentially. Interesting. Fun to hear him talking about Chesterfield as well, and the extent to which the family Slater are involved in the festival, which is considerable. Leicestershire never seemed to play Derbyshire in Chesterfield.
You didn't talk about Chesterfield football team, did you?
We didn't.
No.
In goes Davis and bowls down the leg side, and Patterson White tries to help it on its way, and he's very irritated with himself for not getting anything on it.
Yes, in a dressing room predominantly containing Nottingham Forest supporters. He was the other end of the playoff final anguish with, they didn't get to the final, did they, Chesterfield? They lost in the semi-final of the conference playoffs or the National League playoffs. Poor old Ben's a fan.
Davis is in, slightly short of a length. Patterson White stands up tall, plays it firmly back down the pitch to Will Davis, who picks it up and sort of shows the ball, the stumps, at the non-striker's end. Tom Moores had gone nowhere. I've always a lot of admiration for supporters of the smaller clubs who, you know, if that's where you're from, that's your club, the nearest to the place you were born. Blocked back firmly, almost on the drive by Patterson White on that occasion. It was in the air for a foot or two, obviously, but bounced well short of Davis, who fielded, or stopped the ball at least in his follow-through.
I wouldn't have imagined that when he started supporting them that he dreamed that there'd be a non-league club one day, though. That's something that's befallen Chesterfield over the last 2 or 3
Yeah,
years.
I guess when he was young, they were almost the glory years of Dyche and people like that, wasn't it? And got to the... Well, in goes Davis and bowls again down the leg side. This time, Patterson White does help it on its way and picks up 4 down to fine leg. And as has so often been the case in this innings thus far, Leicestershire bowler concedes a boundary off the last ball of the over. It feels like it's often been the case so far this season. Was good up to that point.
It's almost like he was bowling for a leg side strangle. There's 2 went down there that Liam Patterson White had a nibble at and got nothing on it, and then on this occasion he did and deflected it away.
472 for 6, the lead then 32, climbing far too rapidly from Leicestershire's point of view, and very nicely indeed from Nottinghamshire's point of view.
I wonder if Callum Parkinson has had a word that, you know, the over rate is fine and it will be adjusted back to 0. You know, it is a danger, of course, if a side only bats once and suddenly you're in trouble. I'm not suggesting by any means that Notts are going to win by an innings and they won't get an opportunity in the second time to turn it round, but you don't want to run that risk, do you, of being -2. There's Mike from the Bennett end. Bowls right in the pad, right in the block hole of Tom Moores, who, of course, has got his back to us. Appeal not quite as animated as it might have been. Clearly had the bowler thought it was absolutely stone dead. Might have just been swinging down the leg side. So Moores survives. He's been overtaken by Liam Patterson White now. Tom Moores had a bit of a head start on him, but Patterson White has gone past him. He's on 34. The wicket keeper is on 32. Mike bowls delivery which is clipped to wideish mid-on, and there's no run. Is that Chris Wright doing the fielding? It is. He's sort of trying to fill 2 fielding positions there, isn't he? The wideish mid-on, almost trying to get round to mid-wicket. You just hope you've got the fielder in the right place. There is a big expanse, though, on that leg side that Tom Moores might be looking to whip the ball through. Maybe that's what Ben Mike's hoping. Try and push this outside the off stump. He doesn't. He bowls on his pads and it is tickled down behind square, and they will come back for a couple. So both batters on 34. Pint for the marker. 474 for 6. Umpire Chris Watts comes rushing in from square leg to replace a bail that had either gone crooked or been knocked off somehow, but as he gets there, Harry Swindles beats him to it. Mike bowls, playing a miss this time from Tom Moores. Went hard at it outside the off stump. Minimal foot movement, but the bat came through at a fairly quick velocity. Oh, hang on, we've got an official warning here for running on the wicket for Ben Mike, and it was almost like a boxing referee there, showing all the judges. Umpire at the far end, Russell Warren, has raised a finger to the umpire, to the captain, to the batsman, to the bowler, and points that he was running on the wicket once too often. He's obviously given him a few tickings off through the game. This is Ben Mike's first over back, isn't it?
It's first over today, certainly. Yeah.
So that's perhaps been festering overnight. That one. Next time he does it, I'll have him. Single taken here, and Moores goes ahead of his partner, 35 to 34, 475 for 6.
Can't help feeling that Notts would be delighted for Ben Mike to run up and down the wicket as much as he wants, to be quite honest.
Yeah. But Can he pop some extra long spikes on as well, please? Is this my water? We've got 2 or 3 bottles up. Or is it yours?
It's not mine, no. I haven't.
It's mine, yeah. I think I put
Must
it
be yours, yeah. No, there's
I
mine.
put it there when I was chatting to Ben. Yeah.
New Zealand still 9 down. They're all out. 284.
Round the wicket then comes Ben Mike bowling to Patterson White this time, who has 2 little ducks on his back, and it's the end of the over. 475 for 6. You run about bingo calling yesterday, weren't you? 2 little ducks, 22. So what do England need?
299.
299.
Call it 300. 299 to win. Well, under the new positive regime of Messrs McCullum and Stokes, I have no doubt at all that they will go for it.
You're 1-0 up though, Captain Ray. You're 1-0 up. Is it not more about let's make sure we leave Trent Bridge 1-0 up?
You've got a full Trent Bridge.
Who've paid precisely nothing to get in.
So can't complain. Will Davis is in and bowls and goes back. Tom Moores plays it carefully out through point, and then he sort of accelerates, decides to suddenly realises there's 2 to be had, and he makes his ground. He started to run quite slowly, then he realised Azad A had a lot of ground to make up to the ball running in from point. It wasn't travelling particularly quickly towards him, but B, I suspect that it was Azad, and although Azad is much quicker over the ground than he used to be, he still hasn't got the fastest throw around. Moores, therefore, having taken 3 fairly easy steps down the wicket, suddenly decided to accelerate and made it into 2. He moves on to 37. Davis is in, inviting the drive with a full delivery. The drive is played by Tom Moores very successfully, straight back past Davis, inside Callum Parkinson at mid-off, and it runs down to the long off boundary for 4, and that is Davis's century. His head is down, none for 102. He has now. Turns. Staying round the wicket, bowls to Moores, who whips him away off his legs down towards deep backward square stroke wide long leg. Work to do down there for Nick Welsh running in from the long leg boundary, but once again Moores picks up 2, and just having not played off the new ball but just been a little bit more careful against the new ball, these 2 beginning to accelerate again nicely.
1 or 2 people have got in touch. Apologies I've not read them out, obviously, while we're talking to Ben Slater. Give you a mention in a second.
Davis is in again down the leg side. Again, it's helped on its way, and I think that's going to go fine for 4. Oh, no, good work down there by Welsh. He sprinted around from long leg to fine leg, put in the dive, managed to make the stop and save 2 runs.
Chris Nash, who you'll all know, former Sussex batsman, of course, had a couple of years with Notts. Ben Slater on commentary, perfect. I was looking forward to having a nap. Thanks for that, Chris. Mandy Clark, morning, Dave and Richard. Sat listening to, enjoying the coverage as usual. I'm trying to work with my poorly daughter, Katie, who is off school today. Get well soon, Katie.
Davis is in. Moores is working the in-swinger again off his legs, picking up a single and not quite keeping the strike. There's 1 more to come in the over, but milking this over from Davis to considerable effect.
1 or 2 more with us, Charlie and Nigel and Mick and Christopher. Thanks very much for your messages, and hope you're enjoying the coverage as Notts build up a lead here.
Davis to finish his over, produces a good delivery that is starts to swing in, then does hold its own a little bit off the pitch, but he turns expressionless to umpire Watts and takes his cap and walks off as though the cares of the world are on his shoulders. He's looking at a scoreboard that shows him to have figures of none for 107 from 21. He's only just got back into the red ball side. He's been on the fringes of the T20 side as well without getting many games, and it's not really happening for Will Davis this season at all.
Tom Moores has gone on to his highest first-class score of the season. Strange as that may seem, 43, his previous best, averaging 28 and a half though. Got 43 against Sussex, 40 against Derbyshire, 36 against Middlesex, 30 against Glamorgan, 28 not out against Worcestershire, so an awful lot of starts there, but not yet had a half century this season. Of course, he's got a couple of first-class hundreds. Liam Patterson-White has 1, and the thing that I guess unites them is that they both got their maiden first-class 100 against Somerset at Taunton. Moores has had one since then against Yorkshire at Trent Bridge. 486 for 6 is the score. And from the far end, it's still Ben Mike. Again, he's going round the wicket. He made this switch after getting an official warning. If he gets another one, he'll be out of the attack. This one is chopped down to third man by Moores, goes on to 47. If he gets another one, he's out of the attack for this innings, or is it the match, Rich?
I think it's this innings, but
yeah,
I will check that.
That's what I thought. Yeah,
Parkinson's starting to warm up.
I'm sure it won't happen. Actually, he's already taken steps by going round the wicket. Liam Patterson-White back on strike on 34. Another one who's yet to get a half century this season. That's 13 away. This one's edged and caught. Ben Mike gets a wicket. Decent catch from Ackerman, his second catch of the innings at second slip. And Liam Patterson-White out for 34. Just held the bat out there, and it kissed the edge on its way through to Colin Ackerman. And the Foxes have their 7th wicket, because they'll be desperately keen to pick up that final bowling bonus point, so they still need a couple of wickets there. Liam Patterson-White out for 34, and Ben Mike has his 2nd wicket of the innings. Notts lead by 47, and now they've only got 3 wickets left.
Good partnership though, 69 for the 7th wicket. Again, at a good rate. Just a little bit of extra bounce it looked like there for Ben Mike. He found it outside off stump, and I think Patterson-White was actually trying to leave it.
Yeah.
And he lifting the bat over the line of the ball, and that extra little bit of bounce just clipped the blade, flew at a decent lick to Ackerman, who grabbed it gratefully to his right, two-handed, round about chest height, travelled to the former Leicestershire captain.
Here's James Pattinson on his way out there, another left-hander, of course. Still Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson to come. So Notts have still a little bit in the tank. Let's try and get up towards that 3-figure lead. That well, I don't know if the dressing room's been talking about it. I've been talking about it. You can imagine that would sort of be a psychologically damaging lead of 100. Mandy's come back. Thanks, Dave, for the shout out. That's made Katie feel and smile a little bit better. She's loving not scoring runs through the well, I was going to say Liam Patterson-White and tumbling Tom Moores, but Liam's just gone. But thanks, Mandy. 487 for 7 as we approach 12:30. There is James Pattinson, whose highest first-class score came on this ground in 2017. Ben Mike bowls to him wide of the off stump. That jacks back a long, long way. It's a good old leave. Just imagine the reaction had it clattered into the stumps. Came back an extraordinary amount. But on his debut for Notts in 2017, James Pattinson was left high and dry as the last couple of wickets went down. 89 not out. And at the time you thought, well, he's certainly somebody who's going to go on and get 2 or 3 or more first-class hundreds, but it's not happened for him. Although I guess most of his first-class matches since then have been in the Test arena. Another one that comes back from Ben Mike, bowling nicely here.
Well, what's an interesting leave?
I thought Tom Moores might just have gone down and said, "How about getting a bat on it, mate?"
I'm not sure that Pattinson is the sort of bloke
No.
you'd say that too, is it really?
The angry Aussie, we call him. A difficult one-ish for the bowlers, in that they're now going to have to bowl different lengths. Tom Moore's a lot shorter. Pattinson, quite a tall man. He's held the bat out there and angled this to a backward point. He's going to get the first run, or his first run, and it was a difficult one for Welsh to dive for. It bounced awkwardly on him.
It's horrible.
Yeah, I'm going to have to pop
bounced tight. Coming up to updates time, so Dave's going to nip next door to update BBC Radio Nottingham. Finish off this over, and we'll be doing an update, of course, for BBC Radio Leicester during, or hopefully between overs, you never know, 488 for 7, 48 the lead as Mike is in. Bowls outside off stump, has a little feel for that one. Tom Moore's on 47. Voluntary twitch at the ball, bounces past the outside edge, taken by Swindles, and Moores puts his bat on his shoulder, sighs with relief, and wanders down to talk to James Pattinson. They've taken Will Davis out of the attack. It has to be said it was a relatively undistinguished spell from Davis, but although Parkinson was warming up himself, the captain has turned back to Vian Mulder to come back on at the pavilion end. Strong young man, the South Africa international all-rounder, bearded, as so many of these young players are these days. And he's got a new batsman to bowl at in James Pattinson. 2 slips behind Pattinson as Mulder is in from the pavilion end. Bowls to the Australian, who leans forward into the defensive shot on middle and off. Plays it out to Ben Mike in the covers, and there is no run. 10 tests, I think, Vian Mulder has played now. I'll just check that. He's got himself fairly well established in the South Africa side. Runs away from us and bowls onto the legs this time, and clipped straight to mid-wicket, where Lewis Hill takes the catch, and Pattinson cannot believe what he's done. It was a foolish delivery, might just have swung back in a fraction to Pattinson. He clipped it away off his legs straight into the hands of Hill at mid-wicket, and another wicket has fallen in the space of 2 runs. Pattinson, his stay at the wicket is brief. 4 balls he faced for his one. And he walks off with head down, slightly disbelieving what he has done. The game moves on again. Foxes 1 more for the final bowling bonus point.
Catching practice, wasn't it, really? Just picked it up, clipped it straight to mid-wicket, and off he went. Tucked his bat under his arm, and it looks a fairly sorrowful figure, actually, as he makes his way off. James Pattinson gone for just 1, as I said when he came out on the ground, where he's got his career high. He has now gone for a season low, out for 1. New man is Brett Hutton.
Here comes the update. It is 10 tests for Mulder. 12 ODIs, 5 T20Is, and just 53 first-class games. That Leicestershire have just picked up 2 wickets in the space of 1 run being added. First, Liam Patterson-White having added 69 for the 7th wicket, with Tom Moores was caught at second slip by Colin Ackerman off the bowling of Ben Mike for 34. And just before you came to me, James Pattinson was caught by Lewis Hill at mid-wicket off the bowling of Vian Mulder for 1. Leaving Notts on 488 for 8. They still have a decent lead. They lead by 48 on first innings now, but 1 more wicket for the Foxes will give them maximum bowling bonus points, and indeed maximum bonus points for the game as a whole. It would be the first time they've achieved that so far this season. They'll want to get these 2 last Notts wickets quickly, though, certainly before lunch, which is just half an hour away. Notts 488 for 8. You missed just the 1 delivery, listening online, that Mulder bowled to Brett Hutton, and it was allowed to swing past outside off stump. Mulder is in. Bowls, that one is down the leg side. Mulder helps it very pleasantly. Oh, I thought I was going to say he helped it pleasantly on its way. It looked like he got something on it. It swung in. He didn't get anything on it, as it turned out, and it flies down to fine leg for 4 more byes. And, well, Harry Swindles, again, had absolutely no chance of getting anywhere near that. He sort of mops his brow and flicks his gauntlets up. Well, what can I do? He's having to learn philosophy fairly early in his young career.
That's why they have umpires, isn't it? Fairly close to the action, because from back here, I thought he'd hit it as well.
Mulder is in and bowls that one, swings down the leg side as well, thumps into the pads this time of Brett Hutton and trickles nice and slowly down to long leg, and this time is signalled a leg by umpire Watts.
So this season, Brett Hutton played in the first 2 matches for Notts, got 18 against Sussex, 8 and 17 against Glamorgan in the second game, and then told you earlier on in the match, recently, whilst everybody else has been playing T20, he went off and played in that first-class fixture, a 1-match loan for Surrey against the Sri Lankan 11, and he had 1 innings for them, scored 17.
Mulder is in, bowls down the leg side, gestured at rather than played at by Tom Moores, and taken cleanly by Swindles. Mulder cross with himself, having picked up that wicket, bowled 3 fairly ordinary deliveries at Messrs Hutton and Moores, really. Hutton, much the taller of the 2 men, as they converse in mid-pitch. The lead is now 53.
Still going to be Ben Mike. Stephen Mullaney did confide in me that he was certainly hoping that Notts would still be batting after lunch. You wonder now, 25 minutes before the interval, and there's also that impending period of doom and gloom for everybody who wants a prompt 1 o'clock lunch. What happens if Notts are 9 wickets down and we go on for a wee while for that last wicket? Generally, though,
I'm looking forward to seeing Dane Patterson.
I was going to say, generally, it doesn't delay things too long. 493 for 8. Ben Mike's going back over the wicket, and that's understandable because we've got a right-hander, but he just daren't run on the wicket. He veers away, having released it, and Hutton pushes it out to Davis in the covers.
I wonder whether he sort of just changes the way he falls through his action a little bit when he's bowling to left-handers, if he's trying to push it across them a bit, and therefore his sort of right foot as he runs through the crease tends to go across a little bit.
Bowling's hard enough when without having to sort of concentrate on something extra. Having had a warning, just mustn't run there. Bowls to Brett Hutton, who plays the most inelegant off-balance push up to mid-off. It's almost as if he was batting on ice there, as his back leg nearly gave way underneath him.
It looked like he was expecting the bouncer or something.
Can play Brett, and I'm a little surprised that at this stage of his career he hasn't, I suppose, going in as low as he does in the order. He's not really had too many opportunities. He's got this away down to 3rd man. Sanazad is down here. I'm actually looking at the wrong line. Let's go back to Brett Hutton. For some reason, I'm looking at Ben Duckett's stats, so I was just going to tell you that his score was 282 not out. It isn't.
He'd take it, I'm sure.
He would. 74 for Brett Hutton. Just had the 5 half centuries in his first-class career. I heard Rita yesterday just going through his stats, saying, he made his first-class debut in Abu Dhabi. He did in 2011 in the Champion County game. Both him and Jake Ball made their first-class debuts for Notts. Pink ball game, of course, as Moores can't get this one away, just angled in towards him. Mike again going back round the wicket. So he's been in the first-class scene for quite a time, and he always was the player that would be omitted from the Nottinghamshire starting 11 whenever Stuart Broad sort of came back for games, and wasn't selected for white ball cricket at all. And I think by the end of 2017 he wanted to play more cricket, be more of a permanent fixture, so got a chance to go and play for Northants. Had 3 years with them, but when his contract ended he came back to Trentbridge a couple of years ago. Next ball run away behind square by Moores. We'll have to settle for 1 to taking him to 48, 495 for 8.
74 made against Durham to Trent Bridge back in 2016. If he could turn back time, he'd take golf lessons as a kid.
Yes, I think he talked to any of them. You know, how's your golf going? Ooh, I wish I was Brett Hutton. All the other players sort of say that he's the one in the Notts team. Like Slater.
He's an honest man. What makes him worry? Money, he says.
495 for 8. Digs this one out up to mid-on. That's the end of Ben Mike's over. 17 overs, 2 for 87 for Ben Mike. Board says 495 for 8. I think it probably beat me to it when I said it had gone to 496. It's probably already changed by the time I looked up. So I think it's right. Tom Moores is on 48. 20 minutes before lunch, unless we have the one wicket to go down just before.
We talked yesterday about Callum Parkinson leaving the field with a very bloody sock. His heel, absolutely, the heel of the sock, that is, glistening with blood. And we speculated at the time as Mulder runs in and bowls to Tom Moores, squares him up a little bit with a delivery that bounces and swings back in to him, bounces and strikes him in a slightly painful inner thigh area. It is inner thigh. But he's immediately taking his trousers down and inspecting the damage. So we're going to have a little bit of a delay.
Wardrobe malfunction, I think.
And well, England have already lost their first wicket. Zach Crawley, without scoring, dismissed, caught Southey bolt. But Alex Lees, 16 off 11. He's hit 4 boundaries already. So it looks to me, well, you never know, but the score suggests that England might be going for it. In goes Mulder, and Moores one-handed works him away down towards long leg off his legs, and it sort of jog limps down to the non-striker's end. He moves on to 49, 496 for 8. Sorry, go on, Dave.
Sounds like something Mickey Flanagan would be describing on stage, doing the jog limp.
Just to finish that, what I was telling you about Callum Parkinson, we found out. Well, I found out last night when he came down to have a chat to us that he wasn't a sort of burst blister or blood vista or anything like that. In goes Mulder and bowls outside off stump, out swinger, but started wide, went wider and was ignored by Hutton. It turned out that Ben Mike in the pre-play sort of football knockabout had managed to put a little bit of a spike on him. Why they're playing in? I can't believe they're actually playing in spikes and those. So you'd think they'd be in sort of trainers, wouldn't you, or something on the outfield, with it being as hard as it is. Anyway, if that's where it happened, or it may have been that they sort of crossed in the outfield or something, both chasing the same ball. Mulder is in and bowls, delivery on off stump. Hutton equal to it on the back foot, blocks it out to mid off, and there is no run. He said he barely noticed it at the time, and he said, but just sort of early afternoon, one of his teammates said, "What's going on with your heel?" And he looked down and saw that great red stain on the back of his whites, took off the boot, and suddenly, for some reason, the mark had sort of opened up and blood everywhere was pumping. As he said, he came in and had a couple of butterfly stitches in it. In goes Mulder and bowls to Hutton, who takes his bottom hand off the bat as he sort of shovels it out to mid-wicket off stump. One has to say that Hutton isn't so far proving the most elegant of batters, but he's still there.
Looks a little rusty, I think it's fair to say.
But anyway, Parkinson is fine as a consequence, and that was the reason for all the blood. But even he was quite startled when he took his boot off and there it all was. In goes Mulder and bowls on off stump. Little bit of shape to the delivery, but Hutton, with minimal foot movement, just angles his bat and plays it down through the vacant gully area down to third man for a single. Keeps a strike, which might frustrate Moores slightly, who is on 49 off 90.
Has that gone on the board now? Is it 497 or 498?
If you the manual is usually is usually bang on, and 497 is the manual. So I always check if I'm not sure with the manual, because it's actually often ahead.
So we've had 99 overs in the innings. So 497 for 8. I think if they get 3 in this over, even I can work out the exact run rate, even though it says it on the board. It's currently round about 5. It's pretty good going over 100 overs, isn't it?
It is.
Next delivery is wide of the off stump, and the golfer in Brett Hutton tries to drive that one down the fairway but misses it comfortably. Tom Moores has seen something that he's drawn his attention, or drawn the attention of the umpire to, whether there's a reflection of a pane of glass or something. The sun is out, it is fairly shiny and bright out there. Maybe there was something that was just catching his eye, a glint off an open window. Anyway, we play on. That's hit him on the pad, and that might be close, Ben Mike asks, but not really with any great confidence. And as a result, it's turned down. 497 for 8.
Going down leg, looking at the replay.
Now Tom Moores has come down a little further, and he's shouting a message to either to teammates or to.
Oh, it was the box, the box of balls. The lid was open. It is a sort of metal box, the nuclear codes box, and Alfonso Thomas closes the lid.
Next delivery.
Oh.
Wide of the off stump, and Brett Hutton is missing that by many a mile. He was trying to heave. Well, the bat was swished through in the direction of mid wicket, and the ball was 6 inches outside off stump. Nowhere near it. Alfonso Thomas, one of the coaching staff. Claude Henderson, also one of the coaching staff. And
he's the director of cricket, Claude. So whether, I don't know, I presume that qualifies as. Occasionally has a word with Callum Parkinson, being a former left-arm spinner himself. But I don't think he actually does much coaching.
Big day today for Claude, isn't it?
It is. It is.
There's Mike in again, and Hutton gets bat on this one, and we'll get probably a couple of runs. Work for Lewis Hill to do. Yeah, they come back for that second run. 499 for 8. Yeah, milestone birthday for Claude today.
And also, well, not a milestone birthday, but also fond memories for Leicestershire supporters. Mark Cosgrove's birthday today as well. Cosy.
Is he still playing, or is he packed up?
I think he plays the odd game of club cricket.
Hutton on to 499 for 8, so the lead is 59. With 2 wickets left for Leicestershire to get. They'll be anxious to get the first of them within the next 10 overs. As Hutton steers this into the offside, they'll be anxious to get it quicker than that. And now,
again, he's being told, make sure you get off the pitch.
Having got a final warning, what was that one then? You know, he's either running on the wicket or he's not. So to tell him to get off again just seems like you've got a very, very, very final chance. Ben Mike in bowls, and Brett Hutton swishes the bat and misses it. It's they always talk about the orange card, don't they? Something between the yellow card and the red card offence in football. Give him an orange card. It must be on an orange.
You're getting close again.
Keep the umpire sweet, Ben. He's gone over there talking to him. How's the wife and kids, Russ?
2 for 89 from 18, I think, now for Mike. Mulder has 3 for. If he picks up another wicket, he'll have his best bowling figures for Leicestershire. He did pick up 4 at Worcester in the last game. 4 for a lot, 4 for 125. He could yet get a 5 for. In he goes over the wicket to Tom Moores on 49, and there's Moores 50 as he works the delivery off his legs, calmly out through the vacant leg side. Vacant in terms of close fielders or single saving fielders, out to Hill on the boundary. Jogs one, and it's a polite round of applause. And a few approving shouts from the Nottinghamshire balcony, and brings up the 500. as well.
91 deliveries.
91 deliveries. Indeed. So by the standards of the game, relatively sedate, but important nonetheless. In goes Mulder, and bowls go straight through Brett Hutton and somehow misses everything. Not quite sure how, might even have bounced over the top of the stumps. But it moved, it wobbled through the air, it swung, and Hutton groped at thin air. 18 balls faced by Brett Hutton. He struggled with a few of them, none more so than that one. Mulder in bowls a bouncer, and that swings a little bit as well, but it was far too short, and Hutton, a tall man anyway, just sort of nodded his head. It flew high past him.
The Test match, England 25 for 1, all 25 to Alex Lees.
Sounds to be building up to a very interesting day's cricket, as it may well be here as well.
Second time this season, Notts have scored 500 in their first innings, got 534 at Hove.
Mulder is in, bowls down the leg side. Good take, diving away to his left by Swindles. And if Dave had his way, it would be 7 batting bonus points. No.
I don't see what's wrong with that. I'd be saying this.
It's a context thing, I suppose. If you know, a side theoretically then could go on and sort of, you know, get 9 if they got 600, couldn't they? But you know, compared to 16 for the win, it's well. If you're saying if you get it within 110 as Mulder bowls and turned nicely out towards mid-wicket by Hutton.
No, keep it at 110 overs.
Okay.
I'm not saying they can bat on and on and on and on and on. You know, encourage a side to score quickly in those 110 overs.
Okay.
In this particular instance, we're only in the 101st, and Notts have got 500 on yet. They didn't get anything for reaching 450 or 500. I'm not just saying that's for Notts. I do think that should be brought in for all sides as a regulation. I know you can't do anything about the extra wickets, but.
Round the wicket goes Mulder, 2 moves, bows very wide, and well, he gets away with it, shall we say. Umpire Watts, perhaps his tummy's telling him it's not too far from lunch, decides not to signal wide. 501 for 8.
Are you suggesting that 2 minutes to 1 there won't be an LBW decision? Because they might have to go on for potentially another half an hour.
Over 8, they've actually got it down 1, Leicestershire, slightly to my surprise.
Bet as they come out after lunch, it's all fine and dandy. What were we on? We were on 73 overs, weren't we? So at the start of play, so we've had 28. This will be the 29th of the session, and there's still time for a couple more. We can get 30 overs in this session.
Parkinson's again swinging his arm, so he might be bowling one of them.
There's Ben Mike. Stay off the danger area. This one's wide of the off stump. Get off my land. Told him 2 slips. Patel and Ackerman, who's pouched a couple of catches in this innings.
So every session of the game has yielded at least 100 runs, hasn't it, so far?
Well, what have we had today then? 128. Crikey. Mike into bowl. Short, pulled away for 4 by Brett Hutton. Set off running then, as if I sort of doubted myself. The crack off the bat, and I saw it leave the bat and go screaming away towards mid-wicket. But it's a sure sign of a lower order batsman who's not used to hitting that many boundaries. Because Brett Hutton set off running as if you've got to go hard to get 3. It was always going to the ropes, Brett. Always. 505 for 8. The lead is 65.
Well worth having, you would have thought. But as you say, Mullaney would have preferred it to go in go into mid-afternoon or later.
Next ball on its way, and he's pulled this one away, and this one will be cut off by Lewis Hill. Good stop, good work down there at long leg? When does fine leg become long leg? When does long leg become deep backward point? Anyway, it's a good sliding stop right on the rope. Brett Hutton into double figures. 506 for 8. As we knock on the door of 5 to 1. You're getting some communications through. Mike round the wicket now to the left-handed Moores, who has a little bit of a lazy dab at that one down the leg side. Good take by Swindles. Six for 8.
Good afternoon to Richie Collins, who's watching and listening via YouTube on Fox's TV.
Got a slip and a golly now. Next one deflected by Moores. Work down here for Azad to do. Tom Moores has slipped over as he turned at the far end. I don't think probably would have come back for 2 anyway, but in slipping over, that certainly put paid to it. 507 for 8. Lead is 67. I think at the start of the day they were 67 behind, weren't they? How about that for symmetry? I like a bit of symmetry. 67 behind at the start of the day, 67 in front now. Edged, another single to Hutton, down to third man. 508 for 8. We've got a Leicestershire 12th man running on with a helmet at the end of the over, so we're going to have some twirly-whirly stuff to perhaps finish the session, perhaps not.
Parkinson, the skipper, is bringing himself on at the pavilion end to replace Vian Mulder. He's going to be bowling to Tom Moores, so I'm guessing he's going to go over the wicket. The helmet for Harry Swindles, of course. Suggesting, I think it's going to be just the one, so no short leg or other close fielder other than Ackerman, who's going to, in fact, he's going to be bowling to Hutton, so Ackerman goes in at slip. Rishi Patel, shortish extra cover. Davis ditto at mid-wicket. Fairly conventional single saving field otherwise, with a cover on the offside. Azad's being brought round to backward square from the 45. Round the wicket goes Parkinson and bowls. Hutton is forward. Of course, it goes off the inside edge to exactly where Azad had been. He has to run back there, and as a consequence, Hutton can pick up 1.
Is this his first bowl from this end, Parkinson?
Today. I think he bowled yesterday from this end.
I must have been dozing through that passage of play. What's new?
Bowl as much perhaps as Leicestershire fans would suggest he should have done yesterday, and he goes over the wicket to Moores, who is leaning forward and turning the delivery off midland leg down towards Mike at backward square. Parkinson jogs to the wicket and bowls again down the leg side, and Mike sprawls to his left to make the stop needed to do so. Moores didn't try and hit it too hard, a little bit of extra power, and that would have run away to the long leg boundary for 4. Parkinson is in again, tossing it up, but again it's just drifting towards midland leg, so it's fuller this time, so Moores can work it away square instead of behind square. On the leg side down towards deep backward square. Nick Welsh is out there, and the single is taken.
In front of the linden trees.
Yes. Parkinson round the wicket to Hutton, who leans forward. Bat in front of pads, turns his wrists and pushes it out towards Davis at mid-wicket. Back goes Mulder from mid-off to almost long off. Parkinson is in on off stump. He's bowling, but Hutton, perhaps conscious of the proximity of lunch, just leans forward and blocks it out into the offside end of the over. The outfield shining almost, literally shining in the bright sunshine.
The lead is 70. This will be the final over of the session, unless a wicket goes down in which case we'll play on. Might only play on for another delivery or so, but we will play on if the batting side are 9 wickets down at the scheduled luncheon interval. Can go on for an extra half an hour. Here's Ben Mike coming round the wicket to Tom Moores, who's on 52. That was very full. Long way outside the off stump. Moores played over the top of it. A puff of dust as the ball pitched there at the side of the wicket on its way through to Swindles. Tom Moores was 4 not out overnight. He's ground his way through these 2 hours. Saw Stephen Mullaney dominate the strike and the scoring in the early stages. Mullaney adding a quick 25 to his overnight 37. Moores defends here. Then Liam Patterson-White, he fell for 34. James Pattinson, the other wicket to fall, he only made 1. So 3 scalps this morning for the home side. Last ball was just played up to mid-on. It's already been returned to Ben Mike. 510 for 8. Moores has 52. Mike steadies himself at the end of his mark, comes in, bowls, and Tom Moores just works this away. A little flick of the wrists towards Lewis Hill, number 23, with the sliding stop to deny Nottinghamshire's number 23 a boundary. They take a couple of runs. 512 for 8. So the output this morning is 139 runs and 3 wickets with 3 balls left. It is now 1 o'clock. 512 for 8. Mike bowls. Slightly edgy into the gully, fielded by Rishi Patel. It went quickly but along the ground. 2 balls left in the session. Never entirely sure when the BBC Radio Nottingham news starts.
Not at 1 on the dot.
Well,
theoretically.
All right, yes, they will start right on the dot at 1 o'clock, but never entirely
but when they need
sure
you,
whether it's my phones, my watch and my laptop and the phones on the clocks on the ground here are in sync with Radio Nottingham's at 1 o'clock. I'm not entirely sure. We'll see 1 more delivery. 512 for 8 as Ben Mike bowls, and won't be an addition to the total off the pad. So perhaps, almost certainly 1 ball left. 512 for 8. I'll be back after lunch. In the meantime, I'll leave you with Richard.
Mike scrapes at the crease. I don't know whether he has any genuine concerns or whether his genuine concern is about lunch, but it is after 1 now, so unless there's a wicket with this ball, this is the final delivery of the session. Gully has gone in. Patel for Moores. So Ackerman at first slip, Patel in the gully. Round the wicket goes Mike. He's driven out into the offside by Tom Moores, but only as far as Nick Welch at backward point, and that is indeed lunch. 512 for 8. Nottinghamshire. They have lost 3 wickets this morning, but they have added a lot of runs. They began on 373, moved on to 512. So they lead by 72. Here comes an update for BBC Radio Leicester, and then we'll leave you to have your lunch in peace. It's lunch at Grace Road, and Notts will certainly be the happier of the two teams. They are taking lunch on 512 for 8. They've lost 3 wickets this morning. Those are the captain Stephen Mullaney for 62, Liam Patterson-White for 34, and James Pattinson for 1. The wicket takers, 2 for Vian Mulder and 1 for Ben Mike. But 512 for 8 with Tom Moore's 54 not out means that Notts now lead by 72 on first innings. If they can extend that first innings lead to round about 100 and start attacking Leicestershire with the ball, they'll feel that they're very much in with a chance of horsing victory sometime tomorrow. Lunch on the third day, Notts 512 for 8. Good afternoon from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. The afternoon session on this third day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire. BBC Radio's Nottingham and Leicester, bringing you ball-by-ball commentary. Dave Bracegirdle and Richard Ray, your commentators for those respective stations. 512 for 8 is the Nottinghamshire first innings score, which means that they lead Leicestershire already on first innings by 72 runs, with power to add. Tom Moores is 54 not out. Brett Hutton has 12 to his name. A lead of 72, well worth having already, and I'm sure the Notts skipper Stephen Mullaney will be hoping to see it extended well into 3 figures. Leicestershire skipper Callum Parkinson is going to open the bowling for the Foxes this afternoon from the pavilion end, and he's going to be bowling to Brett Hutton, who takes what looks to be a middle guard to me. He has a slip behind him. Otherwise, there's shortish extra cover in Rishi Patel, ditto at mid-wicket in Will Davis. And Dave Bracegirdle will tell you all about it.
Oh, hello. Here's Callum Parkinson bowling, and the first ball after lunch is pushed into the offside by Brett Hutton for a single. 513 for 8. Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to... what is it, the start of the 8th session of a potential 12 in this County Championship Division 2 match. East Midlands rivals slugging it out here as Moores plays his first ball fairly gently defensively out on the offside after lunch. I can tell you that Leicestershire's over 8, courtesy of banging through 30 overs during the morning session, is now level. Thought it would be. 513 for 8. Next delivery is whipped away by T. Moores for a single. At Lyndon James with us on commentary a game or two back, and Tom was batting, and he always T. Moores. That's what he called him all the time. Anyway, T. Moores under 55, 514 for 8. Richard's been tucking into his sandwiches and crisps. I've been hard
sandwiches
at it.
and a banana, healthy.
And a health drink. This is pushed into the offside, no run. I've been poring through old scorecards, saddo that I am. I think, and that's always the caveat, because somebody will immediately tell me I'm wrong, but I think this is Nottinghamshire's highest score in Leicestershire. This is defended, the 5th ball of the over by Brett Hutton. I can find a 509 for 7 declared at Ayleston Road in 1925, so 97 years ago, if that is the highest score since then. It's a lengthy one they've broken. Hutton clips this on the leg side for a single. 515 for 8. So yeah, 509 for 7 at Ayleston Road. It's the end of the first over, by the way. Arthur Carr got a double 100 in that one. Notts won by an innings. They've had a 700 and a couple of 600s at Trent Bridge, but in Leicestershire, this is the highest. And I can't find, basically, I'd only gone back about 60, 70 years, but in that time, I hadn't found a single scorecard where Notts had got over 364 on this ground. So, this one it's completely at odds with everything else they've ever done at Grace Road, coming here getting 515. It is a different sort of surface. We saw Leicestershire rack up 440, but Notts have gone way beyond anything they've done here in the last 60 or 70 years, if not ever, but it's certainly the highest score in Leicestershire that I can find.
Chris Wright from the Bennett end is in 2. Hutton has bowled him. The off stump goes a long way back, tumbles back. A lovely sight as far as Wright is concerned. Well, Hutton lived a little dangerously before lunch and just got a good one there from Wright. Pitched around middle and off and hit the top of off, swung past the outside edge of Hutton's proffered defensive shot, and the off stump is rolling back, and that is the 9th wicket of the innings, and therefore Leicestershire join Nottinghamshire in picking up maximum bonus points from the game. Hutton is bowled for 14 knots, 515 for 9.
Great sight for a fast bowler. You don't see it all that often these days. The stump actually going cartwheeling out of the ground, tumbling over and over towards the wicket keeper. Good delivery from Chris Wright. He's tidied his figures up a little bit. 2 for 104, much better than 1 for 104, and he's got 5 balls now at Dane Patterson to maybe improve it even more. Dane Patterson coming out at his rightful place in the batting order, 515 for 9.
First 7 sessions of the match have yielded 953 runs, so average 136 runs per session we've had in the game so far. Will this session maintain that average? It's an unlikely prospect, given that it may not be too long before Leicestershire's openers are having to battle against a new ball, but you never quite know. Perhaps this will be the match that Dane Patterson hangs around and Tom Moores cuts loose.
Well, how many did Leicestershire's last wicket partnership put on? 80 odd, wasn't it?
They put on 89, a 10th wicket record against Notts, beating the 87 Gibson and Dakin in 2004.
Speaking of big partnerships, had to smile at the Glamorgan scorecard, where Colin Ingram and Eddie Byram have both got huge hundreds.
Right is in to Patterson, who is defending, and he's going to pick up a run. Thick outside edge as it zeroed in towards his legs, and it ran out towards backward point. Davis had a bit of ground to make up to the ball. Patterson picks up 1.
Batted together, 330 runs they put on, batted together for 6 hours. Sam Northeast came out at the fall of the wicket and was bowled first ball. You wait 6 hours for a wicket and 2 in 2. I mean, it is almost the law. We said it when Lyndon James was out following that partnership here between Hamid and Duckett. But 6 hours, 330 runs, and Northeast out first ball.
Right, around the wicket to Moores, who turns it calmly into the vacant square leg area, but rather bearing out what you've been saying about Dane Patterson, Dave, he turns down the single.
Or maybe Tom Moore said go back, yeah.
That is something that wasn't happening during that last wicket partnership for Leicestershire between Ben Mike and Will Davis. Davis acquitted himself fairly solidly, didn't he, in that partnership? He made 32 not out. Right into Moores, who's dancing down the wicket, having a huge swing. It's outside off stump, and he misses it. It's a little bit too wide. Rehearses the dance down and swing.
Some breaking news from BBC Radio Nottingham Sport. I don't know if there's any Magpies supporters listening. Notts County have just named their new head coach, manager, call them what you like. They call them their new head coach. Former Swindon boss Luke Williams has taken over this lunchtime. New man in at Meadow Lane.
Chris Wright round the wicket, bowls, and he's just tucked by Moores out towards mid-wicket, and this time, it being the 5th ball of the over, he takes the single. He moves on to 56, 517 for 9. I thought he must admit, not a massively familiar name to me.
No.
I saw that Burnley had appointed Vincent Kompany as their new manager this morning. Indeed.
I missed that.
But not quite such a stellar name then in at Meadow Lane with respect to him. In goes Wright over the wicket and bowls. Patterson manages to come down on it. Played that one all right. He looks determined to get into line at the very least and managed to keep it out and give Moores at least another few swings at the deliveries from this pavilion end.
Now there's a few scary things that pop into your mind when you're walking towards your car in a car park. One is perhaps that it's been damaged in your absence. 2 is that you've parked somewhere that you shouldn't and you've been clamped. And 3 is that you've picked up a ticket. Now, as I was walking towards my car in the car park
Oh,
last
dear.
night, I thought,
Yeah.
oh, I've got a ticket, even though the steward told me where to park, and I had parked. But when I got there, Leicestershire Cricket Society, know your target audience. Leicestershire Cricket Society had popped a leaflet on the under the old windscreen wiper there, wanting me to join the Leicestershire Cricket Society. Next ball down the leg side, and there's no run. I've had a good read of it. Obviously, I'm not their target audience, but if anybody is interested, they are obviously touting for members, or would very much welcome any Leicestershire supporters to join. This one's floated up, and Tom Moores gives it a little bit of the old long handle for 6 over deep mid wicket. It's landed just shy of the advertising hoardings, away to our left on the Milligan Road side of the ground. Big blow from T. Moores, and he goes on to 62. Picked that one up, and lots of elevation, and also a little bit of horizontal as well, clearing the ropes. Nice shot. Will Parkinson give this one some air as well? Moores has gone again, but this one skews off the outside edge, and he's got 4 almost diametrically opposite from where the last one went. If you just saw those 2 shots on a wagon wheel, one is over deep mid wicket and one is down to third man, but similar looking shot to them both. So the Leicestershire Cricket Society, the membership form, adult membership £20. They're now recruiting. Membership secretary Mike Siddle. I'm sure if you get in touch with the club, as the next one cut away by Moores, and he says no, they could have taken a single. Meetings held on Thursday evenings in the Charles Palmer Suite here at the ground. Nice. I didn't want to throw it away or tear it up or whatever, Rich. We'll leave it in here in case anybody's interested, or you might want to pass it on to anybody you know who might want to become a member. Parkinson bowls. Moores again goes after him, and again he lifts it up and over the rope. Rishi Patel backpedaling and backpedaled over the rope. An absolutely identical advertising board that the previous one just bounced once and into the board. That one bounced just short of the board and hopped over it into the red plastic seats away to our left. So very profitable over so far. 2 6s and a 4 takes Notts to a lead of 93, and Moores on to 72, and he'll be licking his chops at the prospect of a little bit more of this. Here comes Parkinson. Bowls flatter, cut away for 4 more. Good over for Notts, good over for Tom Moores, and that 100 lead is now very, very much in sight. They are 97 in front. The only problem is that Dane Patterson will face the next over, but Tom Moores has gone to 76. All of a hurry there in that over. 6-4, 6-4.
Well, this could be a very interesting partnership. I suspect it won't be quite as equal in terms of the run scoring as Leicestershire's 10th wicket partnership against Nottinghamshire, but, well, they don't have a huge target to beat, actually, for the 10th wicket record for Nottinghamshire against Leicestershire. Fair bit to go yet, of course, but if Moores can get a bit of the strike, well, you never know. It's actually 77, and that was also set, you mentioned the ground earlier, at Ayleston Road, which isn't so very far away
from
here. Is that
the electrical company's ground?
Electricity, they call it the electricity ground on Ayleston Road, only about maybe half a mile from here. In goes right, and bowls outside off stump. Patterson cannot resist having a little sort of horizontal bat dab at the ball, and then he sort of leaps around in self-admonition and flicks the bat around.
If you're out there on the field, you say, well left, Dane. He threw everything at that and missed it.
Loved his reaction.
Rich told me actually in the luncheon period that Ayleston Road was the electric company?
Electricity ground, yeah, they call it the electricity ground.
As you can imagine, I didn't have a clue.
It being near the old power station. In goes right and bowls, tucks Patterson up. Somehow he sort of, as he jumps into the air, works it out towards mid-on. Not quite sure how, but it got there.
It's not exactly either playing for his partner or the team at the moment here. He's doing everything he can to try and locate the ball and give it a bit of a biff, but as we often see with him, normally what's the phrase? He's playing down the Jubilee line and the ball's coming down the Metropolitan, or whatever your favourite tube line is.
Right is in, bowls to him. He is edging down to third man. There is a third man. So the single is taken after 3 balls in the over, so it makes sense. And he got away with that one. He picks up one.
Tom was going one, only one.
He did start to run the first quite quickly on the basis there might be a second, but it did go fairly quickly and straight to Hassan Azad. So there certainly was only one. Well, Moores, 76, his best first-class score of the season now by a distance.
Yep.
And he will fancy his chances of adding to that. Now, what sort of field are Leicestershire and Parkinson going to set? Ackerman is told to come out of slip and go into, imagine, a conventional mid-wicket. Mike is deepish at mid-on. No, he's not really. He's walking back in now to a fairly conventional single-saving position. Right, around the wicket. Bowles. Moores whips him away down off his hip, but only as far as deep backward square where Davis is the fielder, and consequently there are no runs to be taken, according to Moores. He's content to stay on strike for at least one more delivery.
You sort of mentioned Ackerman and there his fielding position. I think a couple of times you said the word orthodox. I think it's one of those scenarios now where you probably don't want them in orthodox positions, because as we saw in the previous over, the one that skewed up high towards third man, there might be one or two that land in very unorthodox positions.
They brought in the point from the boundary to point, and right bowls, it swings in. Moores works it out too deep mid-wicket. There are 2 there if they want them. They don't, of course. Moores is content with the single, which means that Patterson will have 1 ball left of the over to face from Chris Wright.
Lead is 99. Considering there were 67 behind at the start of the day, you'd imagine they've achieved most of their objectives. Because the next one will be trying to
make inroads.
Yeah, to work their way through the top order before that deficit is wiped out.
Right, back over the wicket, of course, to the right-handed Dane. Patterson is in. Patterson leaves very elegantly indeed. It's cat on a hot tin roof out there, sort of feet everywhere, but then quite an elegant sort of lift of the bat over the line of the ball. He is determined to give Moores his chance. Theoretically, he could go on in this over if it's going to be Parkinson again, which I suspect it isn't. It might go to Mulder. Yes, it is going to go to Mulder. But he could have been targeting his 100 in the next over. He may yet. Who knows?
I'm going to take my watch off and squeeze it, because I'll have to get up and pop next door in 2 minutes' time, and the cricket just suddenly becomes very thrilling, very exciting. Not that it hasn't been already. I might just miss my Radio Nottingham cue, so we'll try and remember to do that. Vian Mulder, squad number 24 there, the green name and number on the back of his white Fox's shirt. He's going to bowl round the wicket past the right shoulder of umpire Watson. Bowls and Moores cuts this away, and they've run the first one. Oh, it's gone for 4. Tell you what, there's a lot of pace on that one. He cut it away, just angled the bat, guided it down with the open face towards third man, and I was a little surprised initially that they were setting off to run for 2, because I thought the fielder down there, is it a Sanazad?
It's
a million miles away.
So,
I thought he was going to get to it, but no blame on him. It just went so quickly to his left, and I think he was perhaps taken a little bit by surprise how quickly it went to them. He dived on the rope, got a hand to it, but couldn't stop it going over the rope. So the lead is over 100.
Yeah, it feels like sort of rough glass at the moment, isn't it?
Moore's on to 81.
Lovely shot. Beautifully timed.
Went so quickly. A lot of that, of course, imparted by Mulder, who bowls again quickly, and again it's run down there to Sanazad, and unless he makes a right Horlicks of the long barrier and lets it go through him, there won't be a run taken, and he doesn't. 5:43 for 9.
What we should have spoken to Ben Slater about, which I didn't, you may well have done, was that he's a record holder against Leicestershire for Nottinghamshire. A record dating from 2020.
He's sharing a lengthy partnership with somebody. 5:43 for 9. Next.
Oh,
crikey! It's 5 wides, it might as well be 8 wides. Crikey me, it went, I mean, it doesn't do it justice to say it went between the keeper and the slip, but Ackerman, I think, was probably about 2.5 or third slip, and it was closer to him than it was the keeper. The widest of wide wides, and it's called a wide by umpire Watson. I think that's justice for Harry Swindles and all wicket keepers that it wasn't called a wide. That was horrible. What's his record, Rich? And I'll do this ball and then I'll have to disappear.
It's the record for Nottinghamshire's opening partnership against Leicestershire.
Next ball is that one. Oh, it's crikey! It's got big and it's hit Tom Moores, I think, on the glove, and he's immediately thrown his helmet to the ground. And there's going to be a little.
I think it bounced up onto. Yeah.
There's going to be a little break here whilst the physio comes out and treats him. I
thought
it was glove.
It sounded so wooden, didn't it? It sounded.
Yeah. I'm going to have to pop next door, Rich. I'll be back with you shortly.
Right, you are. I don't think you're going to miss any cricket. There's going to be a fairly lengthy delay here. It may have bounced up off the glove or wherever it hit Moores up onto his chin. Anyway, there's physio is running out. He's sitting down now, and he's in some discomfort. He's got his head between his arms as he leans forward in that sort of sitting position. The physio's come out to check. It might just have bounced up and sort of hit him on the chin, sort of may have got underneath the grill. He's indicating with his right hand, but he does look in a fair bit of bother out there at the moment. I think it from where it hit, it sort of shot up and may have got underneath the visor. We'll be updating BBC Radio Leicester shortly. But as I say, you're not going to be missing any cricket. There will be a decent delay now. Physio taking his time to examine Moores. Yeah, it sort of leapt up and off maybe the top of the bat. It sounded incredibly wooden, and then up onto his chin essentially, so sort of like an uppercut in a way. And he's rubbing his eyes in particular. It really may have shaken him up a little bit, and may not be the wisest thing in the circumstances given the lead is already 108 to carry on. That would have to be that, of course, for the Nottinghamshire first innings if he does not carry on. But he certainly doesn't look too ready to pick himself up and get going there. Here comes the update. They're within 1 wicket of doing that. They did pick up a wicket very quickly after lunch. Brett Hutton had his off stump uprooted by Chris Wright for 14, 515 for 9 knots at that stage. They've moved on to 548 for 9. Tom Moores has 81. Dane Patterson has 2. But there's a delay here at the moment because Moores just received a delivery from Vian Mulder that hit the top of the bat, then jumped up and hit him under the chin like a swift uppercut. So he was down on the ground for some time, and whether he'll be able to continue remains to be seen. 548 for 9 means that Nottinghamshire's lead is now 108. It's a substantial lead. The pitch is still playing pretty well though, and when Leicestershire come to start their second innings, they will hope to reduce that fairly swiftly. 548 for 9, Nottinghamshire. Delay goes on. Moores is happily now up on his feet talking to the Nottinghamshire physio. The umpires have wandered across and having given Moores a decent amount of sort of time, and the physio a decent amount of time to reach a decision. The physio's explaining to them what the particular issue is. I assume it's essentially potentially a concussion issue. But everybody's waiting now. For a decision from Moores. He's up on his feet and looking fairly lively. A lot of sort of gestures. He keeps feeling his chin. His right hand is up there at his chin. He's having a drink. But I would guess from the fact that the umpire Watts has gone back to his position behind the stumps that Moores has indicated that he has every intention of continuing. Dave's completed his update and is back with us.
Yeah, got the binoculars out, and it obviously, I think you'll have had a look at the replays. I think off the glove and under the chin, it seemed to be the left side of his jawline where they were checking, and the physio out there, Bansal, just checking him over. Umpire Watts has now gone down to
marched
say,
back to him.
Are you okay to go on? Of course, this is all now down to the physio. He will do all his concussion checks and welfare checks just to make sure that Tom Moores is okay. Irrespective of the fact he's on 81, it would be a real shame if he had to come off and the innings was ended, because it would be a sign that perhaps he had got a little bit of concussion. But it was a nasty rising delivery, and it just suddenly took off, didn't it?
Lots of gestures from umpire Watts saying you've got to make your mind up. There has to be a sort of time limit, doesn't there? And it looks like he's going to come off.
Yeah.
So he's going to retire Hurd. I think it makes sense from a safety point of view. So the innings comes to an end, 548 for 9, and the unfortunate Tom Moores, batting so well, is going to retire Hurd on 81 from 100. And who's going to keep wicket then?
Well,
presumably
I was just going
Moores.
to say there are
Plenty of options
because they've got Ben Duckett and Joe Clark. I would suggest it would be Ben Duckett. But the other thing is, we've had a concussion replacement in the Leicestershire innings.
Can summon up the keeper from the twos, or?
Well, we'll have to see who. We don't know if he's concussed, because a replacement, a full proper substitute.
It can only be for concussion.
Can only be for concussion. If it's perhaps
not for an injury incurred during the game.
For a wobbly or a sore, or heaven forbid a broken jaw or whatever, you couldn't. But he's walking off under his own steam. He's got a bottle of fluid in one hand, bat tucked under his arm, and his helmet in the other. Physio alongside him, Dane Patterson.
Sympathetic round of applause, understandably.
With him on 2, so Notts lead by 108, and a real shame the innings ended the way it did. So the men out today: Mullaney for 62, Patterson White 34, Pattinson for 1, Brett Hutton for 14, and the final wicket was ended by Tom Moores having to retire Hurt on 81. Real old shame for him.
So there will be now a 10-minute break. Out comes the heavy roller. Callum Parkinson spoke about this yesterday. He thought the heavy roller did take a fair bit out of the wicket when it went on between innings yesterday, and it may do so again. That said, or if it does, it's played pretty well today. So we'll see what happens. But we'll be back with you in around about 8 minute or so's time for part 2 of this very interesting game of County Championship cricket here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Good afternoon again from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. The resumption of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire. Leicestershire about to start their second innings, facing a deficit of 108. The news that Dave Bracegirdle and myself, Richard Ray, can bring you is that, fortunately for Nottinghamshire, the enforced absence of Tom Moores, who was hit under the chin, we believe, by a lifting delivery that came either off the top of the bat or the glove from Vian Mulder and struck Moores under the chin when he was on 81, going very nicely, and therefore he had to. It was decided he should retire hurt. But Dane Schardendorf is on the ground. He was here anyway, the Nottinghamshire 2's keeper, and so the Zimbabwe-born teenager will take the gloves up, Dave.
Yeah, Notts had other options. Of course, Ben Duckett and Joe Clark are both fully paid up members of the Wicket Keepers Union, but Schardendorf, or Shady as the other lads call him, has been around the group and acting here as one of 2 or 3 12th men. We saw him on the field a little bit during the Leicestershire first innings, came on a couple of occasions to do a little bit of relief work as the players popped off for loo breaks and what have you. But his patience, I guess, because it is a bit of a patience role when you're 12th or 13th man, has been rewarded, and he's got the gloves on. Came on last year for his full first-class debut when Ben Duckett was called away into an England squad. You may remember there was a COVID scare, wasn't there, amongst the original England ODI party. They selected another party, and Duckett was pulled out of a game.
Hutton is into Azad. It swings, and he's half forward, takes a thick outside edge, bounces well short and to the left of Lyndon James at third slip and runs on down towards third man. Azad takes one and is off the mark. There are still 58 overs less that delivery to be bowled today. So, what does it? Golfers call the third day of the tournament's moving day, don't they? And we could yet be a long way towards some sort of conclusion by the end of today. Plenty of cricket left to be played. Hutton, 3 slips behind Rishi Patel, bowls on off stump, foolish delivery. Patel is cautiously forward, getting to the pitch of the ball, defending it out towards Stephen Mullaney, trying to fill both mid-off and sort of extra cover. Mullaney.
Yes, Leicestershire, I think, at the time of the retirement, the over rate was 0, so they certainly won't have been affected by it, but it seems an awful long time since we had the last ball. Must be about 20-25 minutes.
Hutton is in, outside off stump, out swinger, left by Patel, swings through into the gloves of Schardendorf.
Lots of love and concern for Tom Moores. Karen's been on, and Julie, and Mandy, Nigel. Lots of people sending their best for Tom Moores. And a nasty delivery. I can see you peering at the replays, Rich, and you can only sort of get so close with these replays and see, but seem to pop up.
Hutton is in, goes past the outside edge, swings past as Patel leans forward, looking to defend in case it's going to come back. Might have left it, didn't.
Don't know if it was
edged it.
An effort ball from Vian Mulder, or it hit a spot, but it just seemed to pop a little more extravagantly than previous deliveries from this end had done. Maybe, as you say, clipped either the glove or the very top of the bat and struck him somewhere under the chin, we think.
Hutton is in, slightly squares up Patel with a straighter delivery. The shape is essentially still across the batsman, across the right-handed batsman. But he's solidly enough behind that one, Patel, and he wanders off towards square leg. Batted well in the first innings, and the time he was there, it was a tough old period. Faced 45 deliveries, hit 5 fours, made 26, but it was an important partnership that he put on for the second wicket with Lewis Hill. In goes Hutton, bowls to him. He's forward again, head right over the ball. Grunt of effort from Hutton. Blocked out into the offside end of the over. Just the single to Azad from the very first ball. Leicestershire therefore trail now by 107.
I don't know if you saw the puff of dust as well from that, particularly from that final delivery that Brett Hutton bowled. Dry wicket and
from his footmarks.
Yeah, I was going to say, and particularly from around about the footmarks at each end. They're very dry now, maybe crumbling a little bit.
I asked Ben Slater whether he thought it would deteriorate, and his feeling was it probably wouldn't. The general feeling was that there's enough in there for it to hold it together, but that obviously both Parkinson and Patterson-White had turned 1 or 2. So there should be, theoretically, a little bit more turn, obviously, as the game goes on.
That was before Ben Mike started running on the wicket, of course. He got a ticking off from the umpire and a warning for running on the wicket. Here's James Pattinson from the Bennett end. First one down the leg side, tickled away, and the man who was up here in the commentary box with us this morning for, well, he said, I'll come and do 10 minutes with you and Rich Dave. He ended up probably doing the best part of an hour. Ben Slater makes the sliding stop, and there's only a single. Yes, I was sort of talking to him, Rich, about the loneliness of the job that he's given, away from all the other players on the boundary, and sort of made the point, we don't want the quick bowlers out in the deep running round, which is not how cricket used to be played. You used to send your fast bowlers to third man and final leg, go down there and graze. But he said, no, me and Haas do the boundary work. Seabermead, of course. There's Patel on strike. Pattinson bowls to him, and this one's dug out by the right-hander. Like Knott's a right-hand, left-hand opening combination. Batted for only 10 deliveries in the first innings before Azad was removed by Pattinson, but he'd already had 2 scares, believe it or not, before nicking one to Hutton. There was a run-out mix-up, an opportunity in the first over. Hamid shying at the stumps with the batsman not in the frame, and then he nicked one wide of the slip cordon. Next one is played down on the leg side, and there's no run. I'm just getting some. Bear with me, Rich. I'm just getting an update from someone in the know. Tom was hit. It hit the top of the bat and then ricocheted onto his neck, which is what we thought. And then onto the neck and the chin. He's okay, but he's being checked out now for signs of concussion, which is what we thought. As Pattinson comes in and bowls this one wide of the off stump and goes through to the keeper.
It's sounding very wooden. Not his chin. Yeah, but once he picked himself up, having sensibly sat down for a while, once he picked himself up, he kind of looked just about okay. So precautionary.
Couldn't see any blood. I'd got the binoculars and couldn't see any when he walked off either. And right on that jaw line, it can sometimes nick it open, can't it? Down the leg side, this one. Nice footwork by Shady. Dane Schardendorf. Who'll, as I say, be absolutely loving the opportunity. Right place at the right time for him. And I don't want to put the mockers on him, but I'm sure he'll do a good job. He's a very good young keeper. Approaching his 20th birthday. He's got plenty of advice at hand with Joe Clark and Ben Duckett next to him. Either of those, I'm sure, would have been happy to take the gloves. Both do it for franchises in the winter. This one left alone by Patel, and it was of sufficient strength to climb over the top of the middle stump and through to the keeper. End of the second over. So Leicestershire lasted a little longer with their opening pairing than they did in the first innings. That's not a pop, it's just statistically correct. They'd been parted by the end of the second over first time round. This time they've Each got a bit of a foothold, although Patel waiting for his first run.
He's a genuine Zimbabwean, isn't he? Not just born there, but educated there as
skipper,
well.
I believe.
Plays for the Caythorpe Cricket Club in Nottingham. In goes Hutton and bowls to Azad. The delivery, of course, shaping back into the left-hander from just outside off stump. Azad plays it off the back foot, drops it out into the offside, and there is no run. One of the Nottinghamshire coaching staff running along the boundary.
That's the fitness and conditioning coach, Liam Price.
Inside the ropes.
I think he's just taking a bottle of water down to James Pattinson at the far end of the ground.
Manages to get round. In goes Hutton and bowls. Fuller delivery. Nice shape to it. A tempter, but at this stage of his innings and the Leicestershire second innings, Azad not to be tempted. Let it go through.
That would have been, I guess, Schardendorf's duty when this innings started, to take the water around the boundary edge. Notts have still got Ben Martindale here. Should they need just to spell anybody else on the field. Saw Matt Montgomery and Sol Buddinger here earlier in the game. Luke Fletcher on the first morning as well.
Hutton is in, bowls. Azad is defending solidly, everything behind it on the off stump. Out into the offside it goes. Glorious afternoon here now. I think we can say summer has finally arrived in the East Midlands. We have. I mean, we've lost very little cricket so far this season. It's been dry, but it's rarely been warm, but it is now. Hutton is in outside off stump, just going away this time from Azad, but his line was slightly awry. So it started 6 inches, 8 inches outside off stump and went on.
Patterson White's the ball polisher, and 2 or 3 times he's already held it up just to make sure
it's going early.
Yeah.
Make sure it's staying spherical. Hutton runs away from us and bowls. Nice shape again to the delivery that's swinging back in to Azad, but he blocks it on off stump. Upper part of the bat, slightly outside edgy along the ground towards backward point, where our friend Mr. Slater is fielding at the moment, so at least he's almost within conversational distance of 1 or 2 of his teammates.
Of course, the umpires have changed over now as we begin the second innings of each side. So Warren's at this end.
Hutton is in and bowls. Fuller blocked, punch driven by Azad, back past the bowler, inside mid-off. No chance at all for Patterson White. Nice shot from Azad. He picks up 4, didn't really bother running either. Nice piece of timing. It was just over pitched from Hutton. Looking for that swing. It began to shape back in, but Azad right out of the middle punched it away for 4. He moves on to 6. All Leicestershire's runs thus far.
It's an interesting one, isn't it, with Dane Schardendorf? Because Notts might just wait and wait. And in that case, it wouldn't count as a first-class appearance for Schardendorf. We'll have to see how the day progresses. It's Pattinson from the Bennett end, and he's driven for runs by Rishi Patel, who's off the mark. Stephen Mullaney, the captain, has to chase this one out towards the long off boundary, puts a slide in. They come back for 3. I think there was always going to be 3 there. Just not quite enough strength to reach the rope, but it's always going to be one of those that made Stephen Mullaney run hard for it, otherwise they'd have gone through for 4.
Dave's going to pop next door update to BBC Radio Nottingham. Pattinson, Jimmy as his teammates clearly call him, comes down the slope and bowls to Azad, who is solidly behind it. A straight, fullish delivery. And there's no run. comes the update. Hello, Leicestershire have begun their second innings. Nottinghamshire's first innings ended with them on 548, but not all out. They were just 9 down when Tom Moores, who was on 81 not out, was hit under the chin. The ball hit the top of his bat and bounced up, sort of like a swift uppercut from a boxer, and he had to retire hurt on that score of 81, ending the Notts innings. It did give them a lead of 108. Leicestershire have begun their reply. Hassan Azad has hit a very nice straight 4 off Brett Hutton. He is 6 not out. Rishi Patel is 3 not out, and the Foxes have reduced the deficit by 9. They're 9 without loss. Peel for leg before turned down there. Did look as though it had pitched outside leg. Pattinson bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Azad, who's up on his toes, blocking that slight short of a length delivery. Down to his feet, then having asked permission, politely picks it up and hands it to Liam Patterson-White, who comes in to pick it up, take it away from him. Pattinson is in and bowling to Azad, who's looking to turn one down the leg side. Looks like it came off the pad. It's running fairly fine, but not very quickly, suggesting it hit pad, and indeed umpire Watts raises his right knee as Ben Slater throws it in, completes the fielding. A leg bye is taken. Brings Patel down on strike. Tall, almost willowy young right-hander. Very lean as in goes Patterson and bowls to him. He's up on his toes as it rises up, manages to get on top of the bounce. It edges, but just short, well short really. 1.5 feet, 2 feet short of Hutton. At third slip, he dived to his right, couldn't get there. Slater at third man made the stop. Patel picks up a single, moves on to 4. End of the over. Leicestershire 11 without loss after 4. I've just been looking for a little bit of information about the electricity ground where Nottinghamshire's previous highest score in Leicestershire was made, which as I mentioned isn't very far from here. Hutton is in and bowling outside off stump. That rises a little bit. Wasn't particularly quick, the delivery, but Patel, who was up on his toes ready to crack it away through the offside, or hoping to crack it away through the offside, had to adjust a little bit as it rose rather more than he expected, and ended up blocking it out towards Mullaney. And now Dave's come back, I'll be able to tell you a little bit more about the electricity ground. So named because of the electricity works which were built next door. In goes Hutton and bowls outside off stump, going for the drive, thick inside edge, sees the ball squirt away through straight mid-wicket. Mullaney, who'd gone across to mid-on, runs back and slides to field. Patel picks up 2. But there's a description of the ground by J.M. Kilburn, the famous cricket writer, journalist, Yorkshire Post journalist, wasn't he, at the time. In the interwar years, says the writer, spectators and players alike were less fussy about comfort and facilities than they are these days. All the same, he says, they developed a problem at Aylestone Road. In goes Hutton, and he's clipped off his toes in the air by Rishi Patel, a flamboyant pickup. In the old days, you'd sort of almost describe that as a Caribbean shot. Really nice pickup by Patel, and a fairly safe one as well, because Mullaney was at mid-on, mid-wicket, fairly conventionally positioned, but not that far from the bat, and as long as he got plenty of it, although it was in the air, it was safe enough, and it ran down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Rishi Patel into double figures. And the He's whipping through his overs, Hutton, at the moment. Goes in and bowls very full and is driven for 4. It was over-pitched. He was looking for the outswinger, and Rishi Patel tucked in consecutive boundaries for the young Foxes opener. This time driven straight through the off-side. He did rather put it in the slot there. Hutton. There was one, however, an inescapable discomfort after the adjoining electricity works had been built. The cooling towers dominated the cricket scene and insisted upon catching the eye, and clouds of fine ash spread over the field and into buildings and clothes and food. As in goes Hutton and bowls. That's a better line. Has he taken the edge? There's an appeal. He's gone. He has taken the edge. He dragged his length back. It was a lovely delivery from Hutton. Bounced and it left Patel by just enough to take the edge, and having hit those consecutive boundaries in some style, Rishi Patel wasn't trying to hit a third. It was in a perfectly conventional defensive shot, but it was a good ball from Brett Hutton, and it has made the breakthrough for Nottinghamshire. The Foxes in their second innings are 21 for 1.
Yeah, well bowled, Brett Hutton. Schardendorf getting his name on the scorecard at the moment. I'm sure it'll say caught sub brackets Schardendorf, but it was a routine offering provided by just a feather through. Nice swinging delivery from Brett Hutton. I think we both thought he didn't get necessarily all that he deserved in the first innings with the first new ball at the start of the match. There was any number of playing and missing. But it's a funny old game, Saint, as somebody once said. A couple of boundaries punched away there. Rishi Patel looking $1 million, and then pushed at that one and just feathered it through to the wicketkeeper. 21 for 1. It's interesting that Ben Martindale was on the field as a sub. As a sub fielder. As soon as the wicket went down, he had to race off and get the
drinks. So
get all the drinks.
Yeah.
What do they call it? It's like the milkman used to carry with all the drinks for everybody. I don't know if he's still on the field. Yeah, he is. He's still on the field. Look, so he's brought the empties back to go back to the dairy, and now he's trotting on to do his fielding.
Oh, one more injury, and would it be Kevin Shine out there, or Peter Moores, or Dave Bracegirdle?
Well,
you've got the girdlers warming up, folks.
I think they might be sending for somebody from a long way away.
So Lewis Hill, first innings centurion, comes out to replace Rishi Patel. Takes his guard from umpire Warren. Leicestershire need the sort of partnerships that they put together in the first innings, because they are still well behind at the moment. 108 the deficit. Now then 87 as Hutton is in to Hill, who is forward, playing for outswing, and it hits the inside part of his bat as he presses forward and defends that out into the onside. Just to finish that story about the electricity ground.
Is it still there, Rich?
It is, yep. And I mentioned the ash and the clouds, indeed, of fine ash, buildings, clothes and food. Sandwiches were egg, tomato and grit, it says here. Egg, tomato and grit.
I've had that a few times.
And it was impossible for players or spectators to keep fresh and clean throughout the day, so it was seriously clouds of ash. In the press box, pens and pencils scraped their way across the paper.
Well, it was like here the first day when the bonfire was raging.
Yes, no doubt, it says, to the detriment of smooth and kindly criticism. And in the end, it was not the smut, but building works by the Electricity Board which ended the Ayleston Road era. And in 1946, Leicestershire returned to Grace Road after an absence of nearly 50 years.
Oh, it was the principal ground then, was it?
Oh, yes, yeah. For a while,
ran,
yes, indeed.
I thought it ran alongside this one. 21 for 1, James Pattinson to bowl to the left-handed Azad. 2 overs, none for 5 for Pattinson, and he's down on one knee, imploring umpire Watts to give an LBW decision in his favour. Looked to me like it was going down from the very start. Could be interesting if if the fiery Australian and the no-nonsense umpire have a little bit of a coming together this afternoon. 1 or 2 disagreements.
Splendid appeal.
He was almost proposing to the umpire, wasn't he? He was down on one knee.
Yeah. He was.
disappears.
Proposal
into the
that
distance.
brooks no refusal either. Be a brave man to turn it down.
Here he comes again. Sanazan has 6 runs, and now he's got one more. Angling this with the open face down to third man. Moves on to 7. 22 for 1.
Yeah, he pitched outside leg was swinging down, but it really wasn't going to hit the stumps. Jimmy, as his teammates call him.
2 slips only now. Not so very quickly dispense with the services of Brett Hutton at 3rd slips. They've just got Clark, who's wearing his own shirt today, and Ben Duckett, who lent him a spare in the 1st innings, at 2nd slip. There comes Jimmy down the slope from the Bennett end. Bowls, oh crikey, banged in short. And Lewis Hill bobs underneath it. Busy man in the field, Lewis Hill, down for a good portion of today and a lot of yesterday, down at a long leg, and he had to make plenty of sliding stops on the boundary. 22 for 1.
Question for you, Dave.
Can I phone a friend?
You may not need to.
Here's the next delivery on its way. Oh, that one takes off, and Lewis Hill has to arch his neck back out of the firing line of that one. Pacey delivery from Pattinson.
He meant that, didn't he? Reminded me of the Pattinson of 2017,
Yes,
did we say?
Yeah.
When he made such a big impact. No, it was just about George Parr's tree.
Right.
Is it still there?
No.
Trent
Oh,
Bridge?
no.
Is it?
No,
It's long
no,
since
no. Struck by lightning in the 80s, and that
80s.
and that killed it off. Pretty sure it's in the 80s. 22 for 1. The next ball on its way, chopped down to 3rd man, and that's where Ben Martindale is fielding. In comes the throw into the gloves of Schardendorf.
It was an elm, so I'm told. So it may have suffered the fate of so many elms
Yeah, it was struck
in
by
the country.
lightning. And,
Okay.
that did for it.
So disease and lightning probably didn't have much chance then, really, did it? Bless it.
Thunderbolt and lightning, very, very frightening.
That's a big picture. This book about old grounds. A big picture of the plaque that was placed upon the tree.
But I can remember it from my younger day. Oh, Sanazad has backed away and gone for a little walk. And
Well, leg slip's gone in, so he was entitled to have a look at the...
James Pattinson was just starting his approach and wasn't happy at having to go back, and fires this down the leg side as a consequence. End of the over, 23 for 1. And he's having a bit of a snarl. There we are. He's never happier than when he's having a bit of a snarl at a batsman, and particularly an English batsman, as on the field again comes Liam Price. Well, it's almost like a tennis ball boy. He's brought the towel out and lobbed it to James Pattinson. It's like Rafa Nadal's ball boy.
He's being sent off.
Get off
Umpire
my
Watts,
land.
now Umpire Watts is
Yeah.
summoning him.
Yeah,
He's going to
quite
give
right.
He's going to give him a lecture here.
Yeah, get off.
Do not do that again.
Get off.
Because he came running on with the towel essentially for
James Pattinson.
for
He could
Pattinson.
have just left it on the boundary rope, couldn't he?
He could.
Get
I'm not
off.
quite sure. What, Umpire Watts was
The
most
proper
miffed.
ticking off, yeah. And to be fair,
Kind of rightly so, really.
yeah. Poor old Liam. Probably only doing what he's been told to do.
Brett Hutton, 1 wicket already to his name, is in from the pavilion end. Bowls and beats Hill with a bouncing, swinging delivery. And this is better stuff than the first innings from the Notts opening bowlers. They didn't necessarily bowl badly in the first innings, but there were a fair few loose balls to be put away, and there have been far fewer so far.
I think collectively
this
the
innings.
feeling was they didn't bowl very well.
They bowled plenty of good balls, but by their standards, too many loose ones. As in goes Hutton and bowls and goes past the outside edge, and there's half an appeal. Everybody started to go up behind the stumps, but not noticeably Dane Schardendorf or Brett Hutton. It was first and second slip, Messrs Clark and Duckett, who started to leap into the air. But it's happening. Things are going on out there at the moment. They are doing their very best knots to make maximum use of the new ball. They know how important it is. 6.2 overs, 23 for 1. Hutton in past umpire Warren. Bowls, again it's swinging and trying to get forward. Hill does so, looks to play fairly forcefully into the offside. Thick inside part of the bat, sees the ball run out to Mullaney at mid-on, and there's no run.
Got best part of 20 overs to go until tea. So that's going to be 4 o'clock, 10 past 4-ish again, you'd imagine.
The only other Nottinghamshire ground that features in this book is in goes Hutton and bowls, bounces, and Hill may just have dropped his hands there, but again he's just finding a little bit of something extra, Hutton, at the moment to go with the swing. There's that little bit of extra lift with the new ball.
What is the book, Rich?
It's just Homes of Cricket,
Okay.
the first-class grounds of England and Wales, but because of the date of it, it isn't completely up to date, but of course features many grounds like here at Grace Road and of course Trent Bridge. But the other Nottinghamshire ground to feature is Worksop.
Okay, town ground at Worksop, yeah.
Yep.
Don't play there, not played there since early to mid-90s.
In goes Hutton and bowls on off stump. Fuller delivery. Hill gets forward, and you heard that cry of no from Hill. Wasn't quite as shrill as usual. Slightly lower key as he blocked it out towards Hasib Hamid at backward point. It does say Trent Bridge has dominated Nottinghamshire's history to such an extent that the ground at Central Avenue in Worksop, the only other in the county to have been granted any number of county games,
Well,
has seen less than 40 since the first in 1921. This is a book from the mid-80s. Outside off stump, this time Hutton does give Hill plenty of sort of leeway in terms of leaving it, and he does. Again, there was a nice carry through to Shardendorf behind the stumps, but Hill could leave and did so safely.
well, they were still playing at Elm Avenue in Newark through well into the 80s.
Maybe then it's the 90s, but it says today Worksop is the only place Nottinghamshire visit away from their headquarters.
Right.
This is pre-Welbeck Colliery then,
Well,
where we've been a couple of times.
Of course, they had Cleethorpes before then, outside Nottinghamshire, of course, but they did play
Oh, that would be fun.
number of games on
That would be fun.
on the North Lincolnshire coast. 23 for 1.
Can they do that again? Can we have an RL 50 game there or something?
There's Pattinson. Azad has 7. Works this away. He'll get at least 2, maybe 3 here. No, probably just a couple. As Liam Patterson mites after it, they have run 2. Yeah. Oh, I think they would have had 3, but Lewis Hill dropped his bat and sort of lost his balance as well in doing so. As he completed his second run, went to turn quickly for the third, dropped his bat and almost toppled over. So 2 more to the total. 25 for 1. So the deficit, now what was it? It was 108. Here we go. 83, I think, is the difference between the two sides.
It says Worksop being only a few miles from the county boundary. The traditional opponents for Nottinghamshire there were, of course, Yorkshire.
Yeah, Jeff Boycott had a good time of things there.
Which used to annoy Yorkshire, apparently, the players who wanted to play at Trent Bridge. But as you say, some Yorkshiremen, particularly Boycott, remember Worksop with considerable affection.
25 for 1. Pattinson round the wicket to the left-handed Azad. He'll take a single. And goes on to 26 for 1. Viv Richards, when he left Somerset, went to Glamorgan. He had a huge innings at Worksop.
It says Truman took 8 for 84 there in 62, but Geoffrey Boycott scored over 900 runs on the ground at an average of well over 100. His highest being 214 not out in 1983.
Yeah, I think I might even have seen that one, but I certainly saw him get a couple of tons at least at Worksop.
Does say his last visit to the ground in 86 was overshadowed by the first 3 Nottinghamshire batsmen, all scored 100. And they were?
This one banged in short, goes through to the keeper. The top 3 probably Robinson, Broad and Randall.
Robinson and Broad, correct, but not Randall.
McNewell?
Not McNewell.
So 86. Oh my word.
They declared on 404 for 3. Declared. I bet your listeners know. I bet the Nottinghamshire listeners are shouting at the radio. Or the laptop.
Radio. Pattinson. Bowles edged over the second slipper. Ben Duckett is not the tallest in the world, but he had to been standing on Joel Garner's shoulders, I think, to reach it. It went fairly high over Ben Duckett and away for 4, down to third man. An involuntary nick, which gets the nasty Aussie with the full teapot on.
He's now connected with Leicestershire, the third.
Is it Paul Johnson?
It was Paul Johnson.
Often went in at 4 or 5 even.
But the book ends by saying, in characteristic style, Boycott batted out 3.5 defiant hours to save the game for 56.
30 for 1. So boundary to Lewis Hill. His first moves on to 5. A little bit of good fortune, but comfortably went over the top of Duckett. This one's a bounce, goes over the top of Hill. And Pattinson turns and stomps back. 1 for the over, says the umpire.
He does good stomp, doesn't he?
Not sure where we are with the test match. Not had a look for a while. England were 3 down. Joe Root came and went very quickly in that one. They're still 3 down. England need a further 218 to win. They've got Alex Lees and Johnny Bairstow at the crease. Pattinson from the Bennett end. Again Bowles and Lewis Hill. Oh, there was a shall we, shan't we interlude there, but they get the run. It went to the right of the left-handed Liam Patterson wide, and there was no opportunity really to throw at the stumps, and end of the over. Interesting that the bibbed Ben Martindale comes on this time with sunglasses for the not skipper, and he goes nowhere near umpire Watts, who's at the far end. I think they might cut him a wide berth, umpire Watts.
He likes to be involved, doesn't he, as an umpire? He's
as you say, I think he was quite right. But a member of the coaching staff, it was Liam Price, but whoever it was, just running on with a towel out to the middle with a towel. Get off, clear off, get off my land. Bowling change.
Indeed. Dane Patterson, with a nice little blob to his name at the end of the Nottinghamshire innings. He was just preparing for a long one. Is in from the pavilion end and bowls outside off stump, just outside off stump, but doesn't really do too much the delivery, other than bounce through uninterrupted on its way to Dane Schardendorf. He'll let it go. 6 he remains off 15 deliveries, 10 to Azad off 17.
He might go for 60 runs in his opening spell. I mean, you never know, but I'd be very surprised if he bowls as many 4 balls as he did in the first innings.
Turns, just the 2 slips. Runs in and bowls, bang on off stump, line and length. Hill stretches forward, blocks it back down the pitch, and then wanders off towards short leg, rehearsing a forward defensive. Long leg and third man both posted for Patterson.
What did we have in the morning session? 139 or something of that order? 137, 139 runs.
It was 512 for 8 at lunch, having been 373. In goes Patterson and Bowles, slightly shorter of length this time. Hill is up on his toes on off stump, defending out into the offside. In comes Hasib Hamid and fields.
You're asking me
and
to do
there is no run.
373 to 512. Yeah, 139 then in the morning session.
As I say, average runs per session 136 before this session. So I think that will be dragged down a little bit
This one's always the longest, isn't it? The afternoon one.
In goes Patterson, bowls outside off stump, looking for a little bit of outswing, but again not quite getting it right at the moment. Foot also wide of off stump and went on. Again, Hill, nothing to do with it. Hill batting in a short-sleeved sweater and short-sleeved shirt. Azad in just a long-sleeve Leicestershire shirt. Hasten to add, they've both got trousers on.
Now, are they trousers or are they flannels?
Flannel is a material, isn't it, really, rather than a type of trouser. In goes Patterson, bowls fuller, sort of almost half volley length, but fairly straight on off stump, and Hill is careful. Plays it firmly, but made sure there's plenty behind it, pushing it out to mid-off, where Patterson white fields.
I think in the modern world they are always referred to now as cricket trousers, aren't they? But certainly when I was growing up and what have you, they were always known as cricket flannels.
Yeah. Flannel, is it a sort of cotton, I think? A bit like denim, isn't it? Patterson is in. Again, it's slightly short of a good length, so Hill can stay on the back foot. There was a whisper of shape, a bit of out shape to it, but nothing like as much as Hutton was getting, and Hill, again, fairly comfortable in defending it on the back foot. End of an accurate over from Dane Patterson. 31 for 1. A maiden to start with from him. But at the moment, doesn't look quite as threatening as Hutton did.
Still going to be James Pattinson, so we've got two of the Patos bowling in tandem.
Flags are almost limp now. It was a bit windy this morning still, but completely dropped. If we're in the vicinity, come on down.
As Leslie Crowther might say. It's going to go round the wicket, Pattinson, and before then there's a little bit of long distance communication between bowler and skip and one or two fielders that he wants moving a pace or two. Just going to come back to the word you just used, maiden, as this one's dropped on the leg side. There were just 6 maidens bowled by Leicestershire in the 109 overs or thereabouts that Notts batted for. Chris Wright didn't bowl any. 24 overs, no maidens. He got 2 in the end column, but clearly no build-up of pressure, always a release ball. Mulder bowled 2, Parkinson bowled 2, and 1 apiece for Mike and Davis, just the 5 bowlers used. But Chris Wright, 24 overs, no maidens. Next ball, it's a quick one. Effort ball from Pattinson, and the stare and the glare towards Azadu. Wisely got out of the way of that one. On its way through to Schardendorf. 1 wicket to go down. Rishi Patel made 21. Made 14, I beg your pardon, out of the opening partnership of 21.
83 mph.
Looked quicker. Bone hard surface. Bowls again, and Azad plays it nicely down into the ground. This one was out there this morning, and Stephen Mullaney just tapping his bat in the crease. You could hear it, and although they sometimes do use almost a little bit of cement to fill some of the holes in the crease, it really did sound like concrete as he was tapping his bat. 31 for 1. Got a short leg in now, Ben Slater. He's a respectful distance away there at short leg. And this one's worked in that direction, but wide of him and through to Brett Hutton, who's leg gully sort of position, deepish.
He has had problems against the short ball in the past, Hassan Azad, but just not sort of intensing up in the way he plays it, and has been sort of caught in that sort of area. But it's been a fair while since he has been. He's worked very hard on methods to combat the sort of ball into the body. Little short-armed pull that he plays. But Pattinson reckons he's still vulnerable.
Here is James Pattinson. And ball to Azad down the leg side. Well taken, Schardendorf. That is terrific wicket keeping. Really good stop. 31 for 1. Time to nip next door.
Yeah, Shady gets lots of congratulations and low fives from his teammates for that lovely take diving away to his right. Pattinson, none for 15 from almost 5. 1 ball to go in his 5th over. And that deepish leg gully. Slater at short leg, Clark and Duckett at 1st and 2nd slip. Pattinson is in, bouncer, and he doesn't really even bother ducking almost. Azad there just sort of leans slightly to the offside, plays it very well. It bounces over his right shoulder and taken reaching high to his right, two-handed by Dane Schardendorf. Brings James Pattinson's over to an end, 31 for 1. A maiden. He sort of walks off aggressively into the distance towards the indoor centre and then towards the one of the massive floodlight pylons here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Sits between the Turner Indoor Centre and the electronic scoreboard. Dane Patterson to continue from the pavilion end is in. Edges caught at 2nd slip. He has the first innings Centurion Lewis Hill, little bit short of a good length, but it gathered a little bit of pace off the pitch, swung, took the edge of the bat, comfortable catch, two-handed for Ben Duckett at 2nd slip. And Notts getting the reward, the Notts bowlers, for their increased accuracy of their bowling. They're using this new ball well, and they have picked up their 2nd wicket, and it is a big one. The in-form Hill goes for just 6. Leicestershire are 31 for 2. They still trail by 77 runs with now just 8 second wickets in hand. Comfortable catch for Duckett. Took just below the sort of shoulder of the bat. Thick outside edge. Flew at a comfortable height, as I say, for Duckett. And never looked like making a mistake. Azad, 10 off 23. It brings the other first innings Centurion to the wicket, Colin Ackerman. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Will he bring in an extra slip for Ackerman? No, Mullaney's happy with the way things are. And I'm afraid they're already under pressure. They've lost 2 wickets. Rishi Patel was caught by the wicketkeeper Dane Schardendorf off the bowling of Brett Hutton for 14. And just before you came to me, Lewis Hill, first innings Centurion, couldn't repeat the feat this time round. He was caught off the edge by Ben Duckett at 2nd slip, this time off the bowling of Dane Patterson for 6. It leaves Leicestershire in peril. They're on 31 for 2. They still trail by 77 runs. Nottinghamshire having scored 548 for 9 in their first innings. 31 for 2, the Foxes. Just outside off stump, that one from Patterson to Ackerman. Just brought his bat inside the line. Patterson is in and bowls to Ackerman on towards middle leg this time. Ackerman on the back foot, looks to work it into the leg side, doesn't sort of time it and blocks it out towards mid-on. It's Asim Hamid who comes running in from mid-wicket to field before throwing it on to his skipper, Mullaney. Dave's back with us. No extra slip for the new man, keeping the field as it is. Would you maybe think about that? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Patterson is in and bowls outside off stump, and an awful shot from Ackerman, who looks to drive it away with minimal foot movement, almost sort of helicopter style drive. Bat almost finished above his head in the end. It was, by Ackerman's style, very wild, and he was fortunate to get away with not edging it. 31 for 2 remains the score. That was most un-Ackerman-like.
Game's moved forward quite a lot, hasn't it? And we're only just about at the halfway stage now of the third day.
Patterson is in and bowls. Perfect line and length on off stump. Ackerman is carefully leaning forward, blocking that back down the pitch to Patterson, who just sort of puts out his left hand. Ball drops to his feet, and then he walks away, leaving it for someone else to do the work of picking it up.
He's in a little earlier this time. Colin Ackerman came in the 15th over in the first innings, just in the 10th over this time round. Well, the start of the 11th.
Patterson is in, bowls to him. He's a nice high left elbow as he defends that one off middle and leg out into the onside, picked up by Mullaney at the end of a successful over for Dane Patterson. He has yet to concede a run. He has a wicket to his name, and he's bowled 2 overs.
Leicestershire have got probably an hour to go until the tea break. 15 overs, and not putting too fine a point on it. I don't think they can really afford to lose another wicket before the tea break. They need a partnership now, and the double A's are out there, Azad and Ackerman.
Well, these are the two most likely, you feel, to put together a big innings / partnership. If these two are broken, then Notts will be really confident of enforcing victory.
Notts bowling to plans here. Pattinson into Azad, who gets behind this one and defends it. They've got that short leg in there, which we didn't see much in the first innings, as we said in the previous over. Brett Hutton in there at leg gully, a couple of slips. That one went sharply to Ben Duckett, but he pouched it nicely. It was at a fairly comfortable height, wasn't it? But it went quickly to him, would have absolutely thudded into his chest had he not got the hands there. Very much in the game, the Nottinghamshire grabbers. As this one's just too short from Pattinson, but his job certainly is to ruffle them up a little bit and bowl quickly, bowl with plenty of menace and aggression. It's going to knock you out your stride, isn't it, if you get rattled once or twice by him and continually having to bob and weave and just avoid being struck by the ball. It's going to affect how you play at the other end as well. Just wonder if that truck that's pulled up at the side of the far end, just almost at the side of the sight screen, will affect the batsman. This one again banged in short, and Azad just rocks his head back. Would have made a nice photograph then if somebody had got it. I'm pretty sure he'd have been off the ground there as well, as he was arching his back and moving out of the way.
Chunching away, Pattinson. Not by what?
There are cricketers, and you mentioned Paul Johnson just before I went off to do the news. He wouldn't be at all happy about that
van.
That van. It is wide of the sight screen, but very much in the eye line of Azad.
You'd have thought so, but he's a very focused young man.
Yes, I say it takes somebody like Paul Johnson, who again goes past the shoulder of the bat through to Schardendorf. Paul would have noticed that certainly, and there'd have been all sorts of commotion. Can we wait until that's gone? No, we can't. Get on with it.
It's sort of like one of those laundry vans, isn't it? But he's got his orange hazard lights flashing at the back, and I'm conscious of them from up here. So maybe that Azad is sort of that much nearer that the angle is such that he can't quite see it. I'm not sure. But he doesn't seem bothered anyway.
He's got plenty to concentrate on right now as Pattinson in again. This one nicely played, in fact. It was full from James Pattinson, and Azad solidly behind it and defence. Wonder if it's in any of the batsmen's minds what happened to Tom Moores. I know that was at the other end, but just wonder if it was just a freakish delivery. Or
Wasn't the pitch though, really,
no.
was it? Sort of top of the bat and then leapt up off the bat as much as anything. Zad has been pretty consistent, but his last 3 innings, 118 and 5 in the first innings here.
There's Pattinson in once more, roars in quickly, and Zad just walking forward, nudges it to mid-on.
I thought that had got through.
I did actually.
I thought that had got through. Was it a slightly slower ball?
I don't know.
Did he hold it back a fraction? He looked like he was. I thought he'd gone too soon. Goodness me.
6 overs been completed by Pattinson. 0 for 15.
Looking forward to seeing the replay on that. See if we misread it. But another fine over. Testing, aggressive, good fast bowling from James Pattinson.
England are 4 down in the Test match. Alex Lees has gone for 44. England 101 for 4.
Oh, do you think they'll shut up shop?
100.
Patterson goes in, bowls outside off stump, and there's a nice bit of lift. No great swing, but Ackerman brings his bat inside the line.
198 more required. Is it unpatriotic of me to suggest it might be good for the series if it was 1-1 going to Headingley?
I don't
yes,
think
it
so.
is.
It's well, no, it's not.
Well, it would be good for the series. I thought New Zealand were a little unlucky to lose at Lords. Had Stokes not been bowled by a no ball, or put it the other way, had de Grandhomme not overstepped, I think New Zealand would have won that one.
Patterson is in, middle stump, middle and leg, middle stump really delivery. Looks as though it's starting to go to leg, and then somehow with his delivery straightens up, pushed by Ackerman out towards mid-on, and there's no run. Lovely stuff from Dane Patterson.
Third day, of course, this. You tend to start to get 1 or 2 matches finishing. I wonder if the first one...
Are you struggling with the light over there or something?
Just, yeah.
Dave turns away and lifts his laptop right up to his eyes. In goes Patterson and bowls. That one has drifted onto leg stump, and Ackerman has put it away to the mid-wicket boundary very nicely. Nice piece of timing. A momentary release of the pressure that Pattinson and Patterson have been exerting in the last, well, almost 5 overs.
Yes, you might note I'm now angling my laptop at the same direction as you've got yours, because anywhere else I've got a reflection on the screen. Yeah, I'm just wondering if the first finish might come at Chesterfield, where Derbyshire are 53 for 2 in their second innings, needing 166 more.
Patterson is in, outside off stump, looking to drive it away, and is driving it away. Ackerman this time through point. Lyndon James dived across to his right. He's on a used pitch over there, but I don't think, even if he'd been on a perfectly new pitch, he'd been able to stop that one. It just, it didn't really bobble. It was just too far away from him. So consecutive boundaries for Ackerman. Just overcompensated on that occasion, Dane Patterson. And Ackerman, those are his runs. 8 runs, 2 fours off the last 2 balls. His first 7 having yielded 0. 39 for 2.
Would have been interesting to see how Tom Moores would have gone. It was just an interesting little passage of play right at the very end of the Nottinghamshire innings, wasn't it?
Patterson is in to Ackerman, who's pushing out towards wide mid-on, and then calling immediately for the single, seeing that Mullaney has a fair distance to make up to his right to get to the ball.
I know all
40 up.
All Leicestershire fans are saying no, we'd had enough by the time they'd got to 548, but he took 18, didn't he, off a Parkinson over, and he'd got to 81. He was with a genuine number 11. Would have been very interesting to see how he'd played it and whether he was able to manufacture the extra 19 runs, but we'll never know. Let's just hope there's some good news coming from him and that he's okay. Walked off under his own steam, but then again we saw Louis Kimber on the first day made another 32 runs, didn't he, after he was struck.
Patterson is in to Azad. The left-hander is up on his toes defending that one off middle, or above middle, really. And Patterson himself takes his cap from umpire Warren, now down here at the pavilion end, having conceded the first runs of his spell. First two overs were maidens, but that one slightly looser, 9 runs from it. Leicestershire 40 for 2.
We're going to get a bowling change. So James Pattinson out of the attack, 6 overs, none for 15. And he's going to be replaced by Brett Hutton, who comes back, but this time from the Bennett end. And Ben Slater has just discarded all his protective equipment, the pads and the helmet and all the other paraphernalia he needs for fielding at short leg. So he is free of all that cumbersome gear and can run about freely as Hutton comes down the slope to bowl to Ackerman. And first ball is a leave by Ackerman. It continued its line, which was a fifth slip line, and Ackerman left it. Just for a moment you wondered if he'd made a poor miscalculation, but he hadn't.
A lovely line though from Hutton.
Good start, wasn't it? First ball, you'd be delighted with that. Something to build on, as they say. Comes in again, Brett Hutton, and bowls. Oh, now then, that must be out. It is all day long. Ackerman just thought it was going to swing away, and it didn't. That one continued its line, and for the second time in the match, we have a batsman who is given out with his bat pointing towards the sky. Asib Hamid, he actually lost his off bail not playing a shot, but Ackerman has gone. LBW to Brett Hutton, and that's a huge moment, I think, in the contest, because they're still 68 behind Leicestershire as they're reduced to 40 for 3. Ackerman, LBW, Hutton for 9.
A misjudgment, as they say. He was given out leg before leaving in his very first innings of the season, facing the bowling of Joe Leach of Worcestershire. I've got to note that one would have missed off stump, but that one wouldn't. Does that make sense? That one of his first innings against Leach, his leave, he was a bit unlucky, but I'm afraid there was nothing unlucky from his point of view about that one. It was an awful misjudgment, and umpire Watts immediately raised the finger.
Just got to be a little careful now, Leicestershire. Still 68 behind. Huge miscalculation. This game just, I wouldn't say starting to run away from them, but the momentum is increasing, isn't it?
Well, Fox's supporters have seen it before. Here's the replay, if you want to have a look on this one. In slow motion as well, there you go.
I'd be surprised if it's missing off or...
I suppose the only question was sort of above the knee roll, but he was right back on his stumps, wasn't he? And
I think if you're not playing a shot,
you're asking for
always,
it.
Yeah, you're always vulnerable.
I think he knew. He didn't look up at umpire Watts or look disappointed.
New man is Vian Mulder. In at 5, keeps this one out. Where did he come in at in the first?
I think it was 5 as well, wasn't it?
It was, yes, he came in before Kimber. So there's still the official concussion replacement, Nick Welsh, to come.
Yeah, there's not a lot of experience to come, though, that's for sure, after these two. I mean, these two aren't that experienced, relatively speaking, but Welch, Swindles, Mike.
Hutton in again to Mulder, goes deep into his crease, forces it back to Brett Hutton. So the two first innings centurions have gone for just 15 runs between them in the second innings, and Brett Hutton with 2 of the 3 wickets to fall, 1 from each end.
Well, you said they can't afford to be 3 down at tea, and there are still 12 overs and 2 deliveries until tea.
There's Hutton in again, bowls Mulder, defends nicely. Strange old game in that I gave Leicestershire, well, 2.5, if not all 3 sessions on the first day, and the first session yesterday, and then Notts have come back and undoubtedly they've won sessions 2 and 3 yesterday and this morning. So we sort of almost parity on number of sessions won, yet Notts have, over the last half an hour, very much seized the advantage. Hutton to bowl to Mulder. Again, plays it nice and straight back towards the bowler, and a wicket maiden for Brett Hutton. Stephen Mullaney bringing the changes, and straight away Brett Hutton delivering the goods.
I mean, that in itself sort of tells a story. That depth of quality is that Leicestershire, with so few relatively experienced players in the squad this year, although there was a lot of improvement last year. Key players, the overseas players, Ackerman did it in the first innings, but Hill's injury, things like that, have gone against them, and there just isn't the depth to compensate if key players aren't performing at the moment, and that is the case. In goes Patterson, and pushed by Azad off, just outside off stump perhaps, out towards backward point. Not too much foot movement from Azad, but got something behind it. He seems to have been on 10 for a long old time. 31 balls he's faced now.
There's a lot of players in this game that have made significant contributions. They really have, but Duckett yesterday's 140, which occupied only 150 balls. The speed at which he scored, it was a phenomenal game changer.
Patterson is in, outside off stump. Azad is up on his toes, lifting his bat over the line of the ball.
Thought I'd only just come back in the room. I've got another update to do in 6 or 7 minutes time. Absolutely flying by this afternoon.
Things are happening out there. It's fascinating, intense cricket. Notts have pushed the door open and they're intent on charging through. Patterson turns, runs in and bowls to Zad, who is struck on the thigh pad, I think, in the end, or maybe even somewhere slightly more painful, but there's no real reaction from Leicestershire's opener. He looks okay. Just dropped his hands, made sure the bat was not going to take the edge. The ball was not going to take the edge of the bat. Almost let it hit him. 40 for 3. A long way to go to get in any sort of position where they can think about putting Nottinghamshire under pressure. Beautiful delivery from Patterson that pitches and just accelerates off the pitch, kisses the pitch and moves away and beats the outside edge and the off stump, in both cases by not very much at all. He wasn't sure whether to go forward or back. It was a lovely delivery, the right line, the right length. I suppose you could say it didn't, because it didn't hit anything, it wasn't perfect, but it wasn't far off.
Tell you what, did you see the wicket keeping as well? Terrific take from Schardendorf there with minimum amount of fuss.
Yeah, he looks a good young prospect.
It does. It's got a lot of supporters.
Patterson is in. That one is wider, and Azad steps forward and leaves the bat behind his pads as that one fizzes through to Schardendorf outside off stump.
Played in all the Royal London games last year with Tom Moore's away with 100.
Is that going to be the case again?
I suspect so, yeah.
This year he's got a 100 deal, has he?
Yeah, Tom has, yeah.
At Trent Bridge, or?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. What are you called? What are they called? The rock
Let's say, what are
Rivers,
you called?
Rockets?
Your lot's part of it as well, the East Midlands 11.
In goes Patterson and bowls just outside off stump. It's slightly shorter, but again there's nice lift and carry, and Azad, despite himself, is drawn into jabbing at the ball, trying to sort of cut it away through the offside in an entirely unconvincing manner. He's fortunate not to take the edge. End of the over. Another maiden, I believe, from Dane Patterson. Yes, 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9. 40 for 3 remains the score. 68.
40 for 3. Mulder's on strike. Hutton bowls to him, and Vian Mulder just eases it into the offside, and Ben Slater comes from backward point to field.
The thought occurs you might have been able to convince Rita that was the case.
Rita was with us the first 2 days. She'll be mixing with the hoi polloi and the ne'er-do-wells at Royal Ascot today, and looking out for the Royals. Be a nice old day to spend down there at Royal Ascot, I guess, if that's your thing. This one's bounced down into the ground, and this goes back towards Brett Hutton, who makes a little bit of a Horlicks of fielding it cleanly, and it ends up rolling back towards the batsman. It's different horses for different courses, or whatever the thing is. There's a lot of people will have a fabulous day at the Test match, but ask me, would I rather be here or there? I'd rather be here anyway, whether I was commentating on it or whether I was sat in one of the many seats around the ground. Next ball is in and bowls, and a little push and run by Mulder gets him off the mark. James Pattinson does the fielding, and praising Shardendorf. He couldn't take that cleanly, but I don't know if he was obscured by the...
But hit the stumps.
Oh, right. So he didn't take it at all. That's
why
it ran away from him.
Hit the bottom of the stumps.
I thought it was a little unusual that it came into the gloves and he dropped it, but it didn't.
No.
It didn't.
He's been flawless thus far.
41 for 3. A change for Sanazad to come down to this end to face Brett Hutton. Of course, he faced him at the start of the innings from the other end. 2 slips, Duckett at second, Clark at first. 5 on the ring. Wide of the off stump, goes through to the keeper. Went out Patel for 14, Hill for 6, and Ackerman for 9. 2 wickets to Brett Hutton and 1 to Dane Patterson. Just the 3 bowlers used so far. Nice to see again from the Notts angle. I appreciate the Leicestershire supporters won't want me saying this, as this is pushed to mid-off. Nice to see Lyndon James get a wicket or 2 in this innings whenever it becomes his turn. Not got many wickets this season. Didn't get any again in the first innings. On occasions bowled a lovely line and length, got a little bit of movement without reward, and of course when he came out to bat yesterday he got a 3rd ball duck, and as we heard from Ben Slater this morning, he has been driving Lyndon in and out for this match and had to give him a bit of a lift last night. This goes through to the keeper. Some wise old words from the old pro Slater that you just have to take the rough with the smooth, don't you? Some days it's your day and you can be absolutely on top of the world, and then on another day you'll pull a shortish one straight to mid-wicket, and that's what Lyndon did.
Updates time coming up, so Dave's going to pop next door. 10 overs to go until tea, which once again therefore will be considerably delayed, probably around about 4 o'clock, maybe even a bit later. Dane Patterson to continue from the pavilion end. Very straight run. Bowls to Vian Mulder, who drives pleasantly, a full delivery out into the offside, but Liam Patterson-White dives across to his left and makes a good clean stop in the covers. Notts fielders supporting their bowlers well. Breeze, which had died completely, has come back, but only to the extent just stirring the leaves of the trees around the ground. Patterson is in, left by Mulder, safely enough, didn't come back. But as Dave has been saying, one of the main weapons that Patterson employs is the delivery that does come back a little bit late. Mulder may not be too familiar with Patterson. I'm wondering if they've faced each other in South Africa a few times. As I say, he hasn't played that many first-class games, Vian Mulder, 50-odd. In goes Patterson and bowls to him, straightish, fullish delivery. Not quite there to drive as far as Mulder was concerned. Played it firmly, but only as far as mid-off. Didn't put his full weight into the shot, and Mullaney made the stop. Burst of music in my headphones indicates that BBC Radio Leicester with us. Sam Smith. Hello, I don't know how long that duration is going to be, I'm afraid, because the Foxes are struggling all of a sudden. They have lost 3 wickets in their second innings. Those of Rishi Patel, caught behind off the bowling of Brett Hutton for 14. Lewis Hill caught at second slip off the bowling of Dane Patterson for 6. And Colin Ackerman, last man to go, leaving a delivery from Brett Hutton that came back and was palpably leg before wicket. 40 for 3. It's only gone on to 41 for 3. Hassan Azad, the durable left-handed opener, is still there. He is 10 not out off 39 balls. Vian Mulder, Leicestershire South Africa overseas player, is 1 not out. It all means that they still trail Nottinghamshire by 67 runs. That's the score that they need simply to make Nottinghamshire bat again. They can't afford to lose another wicket before tea. It's a relatively inexperienced batting lineup to come. They are very much under the pump against a very good Nottinghamshire attack. The Foxes in their second innings are 41 for 3. I'm afraid it does end back to that, but it is lovely to be down here watching the cricket anyway. It's a massive battle between 2 very good sides. And that one is pushed by Mulder out towards mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. Used to having a question at the end of it. I'm okay with questions away from home when you're not on commentary, but a little repartee. End of the over, 41 for 3.
This morning when I did a Radio Nottingham update, the song leading into them saying now over to Dave Bracegirdle for the cricket was Islands in the Stream, Kenny Rogers and Dolly Parton. Of course, I was singing along, and he caught me at it and embarrassed me on air about it. I said I'm a little bit more like Ruth Jones and Rob Brydon singing it than those two. This one goes through to the keeper from Brett Hutton, starting a fresh over from the Bennett end.
I think he played at that.
Yeah, it was Gavin and Stacey, wasn't it, where Ruth Jones and Rob Brydon sang their version of it. Just quickly round the country, Division 1 Yorkshire 9 without loss, leading Hampshire by 27 runs. That's at the Aegeus Bowl. Kent 457 for 4. They've now got the lead over Gloucestershire by 19 runs with 6 wickets remaining. High scoring game down there. 41 for 3 here as Azad solidly behind it defends it. A couple of Centurions there at Canterbury. Jack Leaning and Jordan Cox also in Division 1. Somerset second innings 173 for 4. They still trail Surrey by 29. And at Edgbaston, Warwickshire in their second innings 163 for 5 lead Lancashire by 169. Give you Division 2 in a second. Brett Hutton just turns the far end short of the sponsor's logo, and then in he comes, bustling approach. 2 wickets all ready to him, and this is forced into the offside, fielded by Lyndon James on a nice looking strip. I don't know if it's ready for the Friday evening game or
I was just
thinking
thinking
practicing on, but it really does look the most manicured of all the strips out there, including the one we're playing on.
Yeah, there's a couple on the west side of the square, but I suspect you're right. I suspect that's the Friday versus Worcester at home in the T20 strip.
Hutton again, past the umpire. Bowles pulled away over Liam Patterson-White for 4. Patterson-White at square leg. Cries of catch as it left the bat. Fielder obviously nowhere near it, and seems like the Foxes have been on 41 for 3 or 4 overs, but they break the shackles. 45 for 3 as add on to 14. Division 2 then quickly at Chesterfield, Derbyshire 65 for 2, needing a further 154 Durham made about 1,000 runs at Chesterley Street. Worcestershire replying in kind, 337 for 5. They actually trail still by 305. And Glamorgan in another high scorer at Cardiff of 467 for 8. Hutton bowls to Azad. Falling forward there, he plays it down into the ground, and Slater does the fielding. Glamorgan 467 for 8. Sussex made 376. You're up to date with the county scores.
Patterson White is warming up.
England still need 166 with 6 wickets left.
They still sound like they're being aggressive then. They're still scoring at a good rate, England. It sounds like they haven't given up the chase.
Stokes and Bairstow, I think, at the crease. 45 for 8. Beg your pardon. 45 for 3. Wasn't intentional, obviously. This one goes through to Schardendorf. End of the over. The wheels really would have come off if it was 45 for 8, but it's not.
Hasib Hamid runs down to the boundary, picks up a helmet. He's got the pads on already, which is good to see. We're not going to have a delay while he gets himself strapped up. That said, he throws the helmet to Ben Slater, who has... I thought he took off the pads, Slater. Oh, no, it's a relay. He's throwing the helmet on to... It's for the next over, isn't it?
Yeah, Slater goes in there for the quicks and Hamid for the spinner.
Because it is still to be Dane Patterson from the pavilion end. Bowls to Vian Mulder, outside off stump, swings away. Mulder just raises his bat, not above the line of the ball, because the line of the ball is well wide of him. But he raises his bat anyway. Just a single to Vian Mulder off 14 deliveries. A disappointing season so far for the South Africa international all-rounder, not for want of trying. You could never say he looks as though he doesn't care. As in goes Patterson and bowls to him, takes a thick outside edge, runs down through the gully, and third man has to field. One is taken. He's got in on numerous occasions, but hasn't really gone on. He did make 58 in the second innings at Lord's. And he was pulling Shaheen Shah Afridi all over the place. And then he picked out deep square leg. 39 at home to Derbyshire, 36 home to Sussex, 24 at Worcester. As I say, he's got in, but has yet to really go on and make it count. This would be a good time to do that. Not playing in the T20s. Until last time anyway. In goes Patterson, bowls a lovely delivery that leaves Azad, goes past his outside edge, just swings away just enough, or I suppose you could say just too much, because it didn't flick the outside edge on its way through to Dane Schardendorf.
Did say, didn't I, that I expected Dane Patterson to bowl a more economical spell this time than he did in the first innings. 1 for 10. This is his 6th over.
Certainly done that. Well, 9 of those runs off 1 over.
Yeah.
In goes Patterson and bowls outside off stump, slightly short and up on his toes Azad, and he's cut him away, possibly to the boundary. Yes, it is going to get there. And long before it actually reached the boundary at deep backward point, Patterson was punching one palm, feeling he'd given away some runs to extent he had. It was well played by Azad, who got on the top of the bounce and cut it away. It is one of his favourite shots. He moves on to 18 of 47. Has been a tough innings for Azad so far, but there are a few better equipped to play those sort of innings than Hassan Azad. And he's fighting through it at the moment. Brings up the Foxes 50. Reduces the deficit to 58. In goes Patterson, bowls around the wicket to Azad on off stump. Shapes back in to him. Blocks it out towards point. Picked up there by Slater, and there's no run. Pleasant breeze behind me tells me the back door of the commentary box, or through the commentary box. Dave has been in and out, but it is glorious out there now, really is.
I was looking for an ice cream man.
You'll hear one. You'll hear one come down. Yeah, they did. Well, not up here, but they come down Milligan Road. So, Mr. Softy may be around before too long. In goes Dane Patterson outside off stump. Length delivery, but it's too wide again, and it rather dies into the gloves of Dane Schardendorf behind the stumps, left to do so.
Yes,
by Azad, 50 for 3 after 19.
We're not going to get one up here, I know that, but it'd be a real shame if there wasn't one on the ground somewhere. It's very much ice cream weather.
There is a little ice cream sort of shack, but it's all shut up at the moment. Teas and ice cream at the bottom of the meet. I don't know whether ice creams are available in the meet. The cakes are, of course, 2:30 to 4:30. Friends of Grace Road purveying their excellent offerings. Talking of which, is Liam Patterson White. Not cake, excellent offerings.
Just a little issue there with the Sanazad's helmet. The 12th man has come on with some sort of tool to try and fix it. It's obviously, in fact, no, it's Schardendorf, beg your pardon. It's Schardendorf having a little bit of an issue with his helmet, but he's going to be standing up to the spin of Liam Patterson White, who got 3 wickets in the first innings, a couple late on the first evening, just to try and restore the balance just that little bit. He's going to be bowling to Vian Mulder. Round the wicket then, first ball, Schardendorf standing up. Got rid of Ackerman, Kimber and Parkinson in the first innings. Patterson White, 50 for 3. So the Foxes 58 behind. There's a nice looking flow of the bat from Mulder out into the offside. Ben Slater, he went to ground then. I don't think he dived. I almost think he stumbled over something and it led to him diving to stop a ball that had almost stopped. And he gets up and scuffs away at the turf. Single taken, so a little bit of a reorganisation in the field for the left-hander. We both just suddenly stood up as if
it's that sort of time of day, isn't it? Old and stiff.
Old and creaky. Here is Patterson White, left armour to left-hander, and Azad pushes it back to the bowler. That's his 50th delivery faced now by Azad. 18 runs. Seen 3 partners come and go. Can he be the glue that will hold this innings together? Again, rocks forward and pushes it back to Liam Patterson White. Played enough cricket in and around the Nottingham area, Sanazad. Probably run into Liam at some stage before if they've not played together. They'll have played against each other, I'm sure. This one's hit back to the bowler. 24 wickets this season for Liam Patterson White. A couple of 5-wicket hauls. Comes in again off a couple of paces, and that one definitely turned a little bit, but nicely played by Azad. And it's the end of the over, just the 1 run from it. Nice way to begin your spell, right on the spot. 51 for 3. Leicestershire trail by 57.
Ben Duckett's making a few suggestions or contributions to the tactical discussions out there. Mullaney tells, who's he told to warm up there? Looked like he was sort of telling Pattinson to warm up, but I don't think so. I don't think we'll see him. I'd be surprised if we saw him before tea for another burst. He had a good burst, didn't he? And
I've seen Lyndon James a couple of times whirl his arms around. I don't know if I told him on that occasion.
Dane Patterson is in, continuing his spell from the pavilion end. It's turned by Vian Mulder off middle towards mid-wicket. This is Patterson's 7th over, 1 for 14 his figures at the moment. So it might be his last. 7 is a reasonable spell. He doesn't sort of overexert himself.
No.
It's not an explosive action, so he's probably perfectly capable of bowling 8 or 10 on the bounce.
Done a good job here. He's just kept things nice and quiet from this end by and large.
In he goes and bowls to Mulder. Edges caught at second slip. Off stump line, just left him a fraction, just enough. Took the outside edge. Wasn't sure it was going to carry, but it did. Duck it. Small man got down, picked it up two-handed to his right. 4th wicket before tea. Another key one, and a possibility of a 3-day win looms on the horizon for the visitors.
Tell you what, that was a good catch, wasn't it, by Ben Duckett? Low down, it went very quickly indeed. Saw the umpires start walking towards each other and just wondered if they were going to have a bit of a conflab. But
well, had it carried conflab, but
yeah.
I wasn't sure at first, but then it looked clearly as though he got his hands underneath it.
Mulder was disappointed. Didn't have to be sent on his weight by the umpires. He obviously knew it carried, and he almost needs to be dragged off. He really does look bitterly disappointed, which is a good thing to see. You don't want them walking off happy and whistling a tune, but he's had a relatively modest contest. Here is Nick Welsh passing him on the way.
He's had a relatively modest season. And I think that's what, as I say, not for want of trying. He's tried his guts out. It just hasn't happened for him. Not the situation Nick Welsh would have liked to arrive in. The substitute fielder, the concussion substitute for Louis Kimber, has played a first-class innings this season. He was selected for the game up at Durham. Wasn't required in the second innings there. In the first innings, he made 2 off 9 balls before being leg before wicket. I think to Matty Potts, actually. One of 5 victims for Potts in that first innings.
Yes. I think he got a 6 for against Notts. He looked the business, yeah.
He did, and you could understand why he's figuring for England at the moment. So Nick Welsh, fresh from 71 against Worcestershire seconds for Leicestershire seconds at Barnt Green, Birmingham. This is a different sort of situation and different quality of bowling. Patterson is in, bowls to Welsh, who steps forward, I think, with his bat tucked behind his front pad. Either way, the ball went through to the wicketkeeper, Dane Schardendorf. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. I think just about. It looked to be behind his front pad.
Tea at the Test match. England 139 for 4. Still require 160. Now that's quite a chunk of runs in the last session, isn't it? 160.
But Stokes is there and Bairstow, both fast scorers. In goes Patterson, bowls to Welsh, who is solidly forward, leaning into his defensive press, picked up by Patterson White to his left in the covers. Bet nobody's going anywhere though.
No. Notts will have, obviously all eyes on the contest here, but they'll be interested to follow proceedings when they can at Chesterfield, where Derbyshire are 77 for 2, needing a further 142 to beat Middlesex, because of course Middlesex are the leaders, Notts are second. And Notts denied the chance of beating Middlesex when the rain came.
Patterson is in to Welsh, who's again pressing forward. Outside part of the bat, guides it to Lyndon James at a point. 51 for 4, the Foxes. They still trail by 57. It feels like a lot of runs at the moment, and that's simply the runs that they need to make Nottinghamshire bat again. Ben Slater is being sent back from sort of conventional square leg to deep backward square. Haven't seen enough of Nick Welsh to know whether he likes a hook, to be quite honest. I've only ever seen him play sort of T20 and that one first-class innings. In he goes, Patterson, and bowls line and length on off stump to Welsh, who is again solidly enough forward, back down the pitch on the offside. Patterson White picks up, and it is the end of another successful over for Dane Patterson, his 7th. speculating at the start it might be the last of his spell. I suspect now it may not be. 7 overs, 2 for 14, his figures. I'm hesitating just in case it ticks up to 5 maidens as well, because it's still showing 6.6 on the board. I like the new layout on the electronic scoreboard, by the way. What do you think of it? It was designed sort of to look like a proper score. It's completely changed from last season.
I like it very much, yeah. It'll do for me, although it took me best part of a day and 3/4 to see Remain on the board. Did a lot of maths on the first day, how many overs were left. This one's pushed into the offside. Start of a new Patterson White over. 51 for 4. Just looking back at this game in 2017, the first game of the season, James Pattinson's debut match for Nottinghamshire. There's Liam Patterson White bowling. Dancing down the track comes Azad. He's going to get a couple of runs there, partially stopped by Dane Patterson. In fact, they only get one. 52 for 4. Second innings, Leicestershire were bowled out for 81 in 31 overs, and that left Notts with just a modest 9 to win. And remember, Greg Smith, the winning blow was indeed a 6, which smashed the window in the pavilion.
Yeah, absolutely. Greg Smith, formerly, of course, of Leicestershire.
This Patterson White bowls one that just turns away from Welsh, goes through to Schardendorf.
Went off to work in the city.
Yes, yeah.
Probably multi-millionaire by now.
Well, yeah, maybe. Maybe. Batsman and keeper, both of Zimbabwean heritage. That's a nice looking shot from Welsh. Out into the offside, but Benjamin Slater, the Chesterfield churner, does the fielding. 53 for 4. Welsh off the mark. That has 19. So Harry Swindles will be padded up to come in next at 7. Ben Mike, Callum Parkinson, another single here, worked away by Azad behind square. Chris Wright and Will Davis. Lots of runs for the lower order in the Leicestershire first innings. The last wicket pairing put on, was it 89?
Yeah. Mike Jelfs has been in touch on Twitter.
Patterson White, LPW bowls to Welsh, no run.
To ask, how many times has a team that has scored 400 plus in the first innings gone on to lose a game in 3 days? Hashtag just asking. I don't know where we'd find that from.
Who's that? Who's your correspondent? Mike.
Mike,
there you go, Mike. There you are. You've given yourself an hour or two's homework. We'd love to know if you can find it.
Length of time, other than in overs, actually literal time isn't often necessarily always recorded in the sort of record books.
It'll have happened a lot of times in 3-day cricket, of course.
What, scored 400 plus? Yeah, yes, it must have done, mustn't it? Many times.
Bowling change, and it is going to be.
Yeah, the word
the
has
angry
gone.
Aussie.
Yeah.
Hasn't bowled, I don't think, from this end in the match.
It'll just be 2 overs until tea for him.
This could be good for us to watch. We're right behind the arm here of James Pattinson, who's going to have his first run out. Oh,
that won't help, will it? Oh, gesture. Azad stepped away.
He knows exactly how to get under his skin because he did it earlier.
I'm not sure it will have been kind of deliberate, but knowing Azad,
it'll have the same effect. Here's Pattinson to bowl to the left-hander, bowls him a bouncer, a predictable bouncer, which is left alone as it goes through to Schardendorf. And he set off running in 2 or 3 steps, looked up as bowlers tend to do after 2 or 3 steps. And then saw that Azad was backing away. Last wicket was that of Mulder. Went down when the score was on 51. 2 wickets to Hutton, 2 to Patterson. There's Pattinson bowling. Cut away nicely on the offside for 4. It's a good looking shot from Hassan Azad. Got over the bounce and cut it away onto the meat side of the ground, square of the wicket. Lovely looking shot.
It is his favourite shot, as I say. I don't know if it's favourite, I've never asked him, but it's the one he plays really nicely and well and frequently.
So 58 for 4 means the difference between the two sides now is 50. Not vibrant and noisy in the field at the moment. A lot of support for each other and for James Pattinson round the wicket to Azad. Past umpire Warren, bowls a lovely delivery that Shardnoff takes down by his ankles and falls forward, topples forward, making sure it goes gloves underneath it. I have to say that last catch by Duckett was an absolute screamer. Went very, very quickly to him from the bat of Mulder. It's not the tallest, Ben Duckett, so yeah, I accept he's not got to go dropping to the ground as far as some of his taller colleagues up and down the country, but he got down there very quickly, didn't he, and pouched it. Azad on 24. Pattinson bowls to him, and Azad again happy to defend. Got 3.5 overs to go until the tea break.
Yeah, not quite as quick as he was earlier. He's sort of 79-80. He's just maybe just warming up again. Interesting to see that the likes of Anderson in particular, sort of 83 always, and he doesn't look it, does he, necessarily? But
no. Next ball worked away onto the onside. Nicely fielded by Patterson, but they will take a single. Batters rotate. 59 for 4. So Nick Welsh back on strike.
But I think instructive, really. See very little of him in, well, we see very little of him in county cricket, obviously, someone like Anderson, but you know, 83 is very sharp, as well as all that control and swing and movement that he gets.
There's Pattinson to bowl to Welsh. Oh, wants come back, and Welsh had dropped his hands, no intention of playing the shot, and his reward is one thudding into his chest, the breastbone somewhere.
Must be padded because he didn't stagger at all under there, so he just wonders. He's tough.
Didn't flinch at all.
I think he played a fair bit of rugby as many Southern African schools play rugby union. Patterson White to continue from the far end, the Bennett end, as you look out across the Ayleston ground. He is in, tosses it up outside off stump, and pleasantly driven for 4 by Azad. Tossed it up, just tossed it up a little bit too far. Half volley area, and Azad stepped out and calmly, without fuss, but pleasantly drove it away through the covers for 4.
Stephen Mullaney in there at first slip, as he normally is when Patterson White's bowling. Pouched a couple of catches in the first innings from the spinners bowling, but they were both right-handed batsmen, weren't they?
Azad plays that one off the back foot, forced out into the offside. James is the field. I was just looking at the close fielders on the leg side there. The short leg, Hamid, short-ish. There's a short mid-wicket.
Stuck it in there.
As Patterson White is in, Azad is carefully prodding it rather than playing it almost back down the wicket. Duckett steps across from that position. It's an interesting field, obviously. Patterson White looking to turn it in for the most part to Azad. Bowls, and Azad is forward. Back down the pitch it goes to The Notts left arm spinner, with Mullaney there for the sort of arm ball that is potentially edged to slip. And he goes and bowls, tosses it up. It's left by Azad. It's not taken cleanly by Schardendorf. Bounces off the wicketkeeper's sort of right thigh up into the air. Hamid and Mullaney from their various directions converge on the ball. It's the top of the hour. Updates time as Patterson White is in thick inside edge as he stretches forward to that one. Azad taken on the bounce by Hamid, reaching to his left at short leg. End of the over. A probing over from Liam Patterson White. Did get hit for 1-4 off the very first ball. Just overdid it. Tossed one up outside off stump, but a little bit too far. 2 overs to go until tea. 63 for 4. If Notts were to pick up one more wicket before the interval, they really would be confident of going on to enforce victory today. Arguably these two the last of Leicestershire's front line specialist batsmen left. Then you're into the all-rounders. Pattinson is in, bowls full toss almost to Nick Welsh that is hit hard but down into the ground, and it loops in the gentlest of parabolas to Hasib Hamid in the covers. No run. 9 deliveries faced by Nick Welch now for his single. Has to see this as an opportunity. Come absolutely out of the blue, with Louis Kimber having failed presumably a concussion test outside off stump from Pattinson. Grunt of effort, but swings away, lifts the bat over the line of the ball, Nick Welsh, and lets it go through, then marches purposefully off towards square leg. Head down, walks slowly back. Update coming. As Pattinson is in, squares up Welsh, but he's going to pick up a run. Thick outside edge down towards third man. They are 4 down, I'm afraid, in their second innings. Now, Vian Mulder, the latest to join Colin Ackerman, Lewis Hill and Rishi Patel in the pavilion. Mulder was caught at second slip by Ben Duckett off the bowling of Dane Patterson for 3. Patterson's second wicket of Leicestershire's second innings. That made the score 51 for 4. It's moved on to 64 for 4. Hassan Azad, who has been there from the start, he is still battling away. He's 29 not out of 67 balls. He's been joined by Nick Welsh, who's been brought into the game as a concussion substitute. Louis Kimber having been hit on the helmet in the first innings. 64 for 4 means that the Foxes still trail by 46 runs. That is the number of runs they need simply to make Nottinghamshire bat again. We are 1.5 overs away from tea. If they lose another wicket before then the prospect of a 3-day defeat looms large. Leicestershire in their second innings, 65 for 4. Azad pushed that delivery delivered from Pattinson around the wicket down to long leg, took 1, moved on to 30, brings Welsh back down on strike. 2 balls to go in the over. Bowls. Welsh gets a delivery onto his hip that he just drops out into the leg side. Azad and Pattinson almost get in each other's way as Pattinson runs towards the ball, then tries to kick the ball towards the stumps. Takes off his left boot, having done so, having failed to kick the ball anywhere near the stumps, in fact, and takes off his left boot and examines it, thinking, I suspect, that that was over, but it isn't. And he's taken the boot and he's tossed it to Stephen Mullaney. So presumably he has lost a spike or 2, perhaps. Mullaney is walking towards the 12th man. And Patterson at the moment just has 1 boot on, and out comes a spare boot from where he's been keeping all his stuff down at third man. So boots are being thrown around all over the outfield at the moment. One has finally arrived of the right kind, left boot in his hands. He's marching back towards his mark still with just his right boot on. He's put a new insole, or the old insole from the old boot into the new boot, pulled on the boot and fastens the shoelace, or the boot lace, and we're ready to go.
The old comic strip hero, Billy's Boots, was it?
Yeah.
Do you remember Billy's Boots?
Yeah, I do. No, I do.
Was it Topper, something like that, or the Hornet?
Hornet, Hotspur.
Yeah.
Round the wicket goes Pattinson, and it's driven back past him. Not hard by Azad, but hard enough to get to the long off boundary just before Dane Patterson sort of bunted back past him, and although the big Australian flung himself to his right, couldn't get a hand to the ball, and a perfect piece of placement, if you like, and indeed force from Hassan Azad. It's been a brave, battling and determined innings from Azad. He's going to have to play it for the next probably 3 sessions, one feels, if Leicestershire are going to get out of trouble here. But he's made 34 of 69 balls. He's taken the Foxes on to 70 for 4. Together with Welsh, they've added 19 so far for the 5th wicket, and there is 1 over to go until tea.
Yep, be bowled by Liam Patterson-White. Nick Welsh on strike on 3. Don't expect any fireworks or dramatic shots here, although it's an LBW decision, and LPW gets the LBW, and that will be tea at 70 for 5. Nick Welsh in front of the stumps. We'll need to have another look at that one to see, but umpire Watts was absolutely convinced, and Liam Patterson-White strikes for the first time in the 2nd innings, and Leicestershire subsiding here. They've lost 5 wickets in this little session, including Nick Welsh, the concussion substitute, given out LBW on the stroke of tea. So Leicestershire still 38 behind with 5 wickets left. They've lost Patel for 14, Hill for 6, Ackerman for 9, and both Mulder and Welsh for 3.
Oh, plumb as you could possibly want. I don't know what he was doing on the back foot. He didn't get up that much, but hit him just about the knee well, and he didn't wait for the decision, really. He turned and walked off. It would have hit probably halfway up middle leg stumps, and absolutely no question about that. Azad follows Welsh off. 70 for 5 means Leicestershire still trail by 38, with now just 5 lower order wickets in hand, and Notts will be fairly confident, I suspect, of enforcing that 3-day victory, despite Leicestershire scoring 440 in their first innings. Here's the replay if you want to see it, Dave. Bang.
He was almost playing French cricket, wasn't he? Squared up in front of the stumps, and up went the finger. So we go off 5 balls early. Liam Patterson-White will conclude his over when we come back. There'll be a new batsman at the crease, probably Harry Swindles. But beyond that, Ben, Mike, Callum Parkinson, Chris Wright and Will Davis, if they all come to the crease tonight, there's every chance that we won't be back tomorrow morning. But we'll see how it goes when we come back in about 16, 17 minutes' time. Thanks for your company this afternoon. Nottinghamshire in the box seat right now with Leicestershire at tea, 70 for 5.
seriously, I meant, no, I meant what I said. I'll go with the water.
Do you want any more of these? Will you bring me back for the
journey?
the next, well, no, for the next
Oh, for
game.
next game.
Not with Jono on Friday night in Scotland.
Good afternoon, everybody, from the Uptonsteel County Ground at Grace Road in Leicester for the third and, possibly final session of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire. Leicestershire about to resume their second innings in deep, deep trouble. They are 70 for 5, still needing another 38 runs simply to make Nottinghamshire bat again. Hassan Azad, the opener, has stood firm amid the carnage. He is 34 not out from 69 balls. He is accompanied to the wicket by a new batsman, Harry Swindles. Nick Welsh brought into the game as a concussion substitute, having made just 3 and fallen in the last over before tea. 70 for 5 then. The men out: Rishi Patel for 14, Lewis Hill for 6, Colin Ackerman for 9, Vian Mulder for 3, and as I say, Welsh for 3. 2 wickets for Dane Patterson, 2 for Brett Hutton, and a 1 for Liam Patterson-White, who is going to continue his over. BBC Radio's Nottingham and Leicester, Dave Bracegirdle and Richard Ray, your commentators, and Dave Bracegirdle will talk you through what's left of Liam Patterson's-White over, which is actually 5 balls.
It is indeed, yes. 3.1 overs, no maidens, 1 for 8 for LPW. The new man is Harry Swindles, the Foxes wicket-keeper batsman, and first ball, a little bit of turn there, and the right-hander groping at fresh air. Shardendorf whipped off a bail. A little bit of a slight difference of opinion, if you like, in the commentary box. Richard thinks we'll be maybe wrapped up this evening. I think we'll be back tomorrow morning, but I think whatever happens, Leicester have got to win this session, otherwise we will be. This is doing a little bit now for Liam Patterson-White. Got a couple to turn in the first innings quite sharply, and straight away Harry Swindles can appreciate the problems that some of those that have already been and gone have had to face. Patterson-White bowls again. Swindles, not the tallest of men, but gets well forward to this one and plays it down. Fielded by Hamid.
First one, just seen the replay, turned a long way.
He had a bit of success, didn't he, against the right-handers, the back end of Leicestershire's first innings. This one, well, that's a gifted run, really. Brett Hutton moved round from deepish gully sort of position, threw himself to his left and only partially stopped it. So a single is taken, Swindles off the mark. We're very much focused on what's happening here, but we did have the opportunity during the tea break just to have a look at what's happening at Trent Bridge, where Stokes and Bairstow are giving it a bit of a go. They've put 100 on in just 12 overs, so might be a thrilling finish there, but stay with us, folks. 71 for 5. Here's Patterson-White. 3 round the bat now, and Sanazad defence. So a successful over for Liam Patterson-White that started about 30 minutes or so ago, maybe. Comes to a conclusion. 71 for 5. Azad still there on 34. Swindles up and running on 1.
And I suppose the fact that it is now beginning to turn, and Patterson-White really did turn a couple quite sharply in that over, is a straw for Leicestershire to cling to if they can somehow eke out a lead, an innings lead of 130, 150. You never know. Parkinson might really get it to rip and turn when Notts go out to try and make those runs. Long way to go before we get to that stage. Dane Patterson is in from the pavilion end, bowls to Swindles, who prods it nervously out towards mid-on. It's in the air for quite a long way. Bounces out to Mullaney, and there's no run. Scoreboard recalling him still as being Pattinson. It is in fact Dane Patterson. 2 wickets to his name already. Turns runs in and bowls full to Swindles, who digs it out, plays it nicely out through mid-wicket. Mullaney has to leg it in pursuit, puts in the slide. The Notts skipper picks up around about 4 or 5 yards inside the ropes down there at deep mid-wicket. And Swindles picks up, should have been 3. Yes, it was 3. That means he moves on to 4, 74 for 5. Umpire Watson marches across to square leg. Azad watching him carefully. Feels fairly conventional for Leicestershire's left-handed opener. Patterson is going to go around the wicket and bowl to Azad, who's leaning forward, forward press, forward defensive, out into the offside. That delivery goes from middle and off. Mullaney fields and then throws it across to mid-on to do the polishing. 74 for 5. Means that Leicestershire now trail by 34. Patterson is in, bowling to Azad, goes past the outside edge, takes the edge. There's an appeal. Yes, the appeal. Well, I think they were waiting for the umpire to raise the finger. They appealed as though it was an automatic, caught behind, and there was a sort of odd delay while everybody turned to the umpire, who eventually raised his finger. And Hassan Azad is on his way. Leicestershire's bulwark, their possibly last real hope of extending Notts into a 4th day, is on his way in just the 2nd over after tea. He is caught behind off the bowling of Dane Patterson. Another one for Dane Schardendorf, so he has made absolutely no mistakes at all, the young Zimbabwean wicketkeeper. And there's a round of fairly sympathetic applause for Azad, who battled away. His 34 came off 71 balls, but once again he was unable to go on and really make a serious difference. 74 for 6. Leicestershire still trailing by 34. It's just a curious reaction made me hesitate there. Looked as though it had left him, and people started to appeal. The slip started to appeal, and Patterson sort of turned, raised his finger in an inquiring sort of way, and everybody stopped, and then the umpire raised his finger, and everybody started again and started celebrating. It was just the reaction that gave me pause for thought there. 74 for 6. Ben Mike, another of the first innings heroes for the Foxes, comes out to join Harry Swindles, and you're at the sort of stage where you think, well, it may be best if Mike tries to be positive, really, and plays his natural game, tries to get Leicestershire ahead while the field is up, so to speak. 74 for 6. All-rounders. Swindles, the wicketkeeper, has been in no sort of form at all with the bat. Mike has. Takes middle. 3rd wicket for Dane Patterson. 3 for 17 from 7.4 overs for him. Mike does a little dance, but the fact that it's turning for Liam Patterson-White is a real issue for the Foxes' batters. Can they give their bowlers enough to give Parkinson something to bowl at? Patterson bowls straight and Mike is solid. Back foot defensive push back down the pitch on the offside.
That's a huge blow to the Foxes. Hopes really of dragging it into a 4th day, isn't it? Hassan Azad had hardly put a foot wrong in the pre-tea session. Played nicely. It was a little bit of a strange dismissal in that Not seemed confident, and then I think I just heard you say it just seemed as if it wasn't going to be given.
Patterson is in. Fuller outside off stump, and Mike is playing firmly on the front foot out into the offside, just as far as Liam Patterson-White at mid-off. End of another successful over for Dane Patterson. As I say, 3 for 17 from 8, his figures.
Yeah, Notts have managed throughout, what, 170, 180 years without any Danes, and two come along all at once, and they combined there. Dane Schardendorf with the gloves, Dane Patterson the bowler. Schardendorf on the field as a sub, as far as we know, still for Tom Moores. I'm sure he'd like it officially recognised that, that Tom Moores is perhaps out of the game and he is the official substitute, because then these would count as it would count as a first-class appearance. Here's Liam Patterson-White bowling to Swindles, who's on 4. 74 for 6. Parkinson, Wright and Davis, the 3 to come. Foxes need this pair to stick around for a bit longer as Swindles pushes this back to Liam Patterson-White, who may well be booked in for as long as it takes at the Bennett end. Umpire is Chris Watts, watches on as again Swindles gets the stride in and defends. Heard he say that perhaps it might be an opportunity for Ben Mike just to play a few shots, because while Swindles looks as if he can survive all day, it's not changing the board, is it? This one, by way of a bit of a change, isn't pushed back to the bowler. It's just behind square on the leg side, but straight to Dane Patterson. You can play out maiden after maiden, but you're still 34 behind, aren't you? Patterson-White again bowls. Swindles, not Swindon. Swindles pushes it back to the bowler. Just heard Swindon again with the BBC Radio.
News.
Yeah, BBC Radio. Nottingham just again highlighting.
Updates time, it would appear. Oh, they're going to do the test match first. Oh no, they're going to do us first. Yeah, just after tea, and they've lost yet another wicket, and an important one too, that of the opener Hassan Azad, who battled through amid the carnage around him. 70 for 5 at tea. Leicestershire at that stage needing another 38 simply to make Nottinghamshire bat again. Well, they're now 74 for 6, Azad having been caught behind by the substitute wicketkeeper Dane Schardendorf off the bowling of Dane Patterson for 34. It means they still trail by 34. Ben Mike, who played very well in the first innings, is out there now. He has yet to score. Harry Swindles, who has struggled for form this season, is 4 not out. They've got it all to do, the Foxes, not just to make Nottinghamshire bat again, but to make sure that despite the fact they scored 440 in the first innings, they don't plunge to a 3-day defeat. The odds are against them. They're 74 for 6. Shall I continue on this?
Yes,
on this over? Okay, Dane Patterson is in to Mike, who is neatly and compactly forward on off stump to a line and length delivery. It doesn't swing too much. 28.2 overs old, this ball. Safe to say that the Notts bowlers have used the new ball rather better in this second innings than they possibly did in the first.
Johnny Bairstow is 99 not out in the test matches. It's 5 sixes. England need 83 more runs with 6 wickets left.
Going to stroll it then, aren't they? Or are they? In goes Patterson and bowls outside off stump. Lovely, tempting, sort of floating delivery that just kisses the pitch and accelerates away. Swings a little bit, but Ben Mike, although he stepped towards the ball, kept his bat raised. He's having a good look. He made in the first innings 78 of 100 balls. He hit 9 fours and 2 sixes. He did hit out in the end in a last wicket partnership of 89 with Will Davis, a record for Leicestershire against Nottinghamshire for the 10th wicket. In goes Patterson and bowls, again lovely delivery. Has the art of just pushing it through so that it seems to accelerate off the pitch and swings away. Again Mike left it, but it's lovely stuff from Patterson.
Yeah, hugely skillful bowler. Really enjoy watching him bowl.
77 miles an hour. It's not that much slower than, you know, than the likes of Pattinson. Just a couple of miles an hour. So it's still sharp enough. In he goes and bowls again. Same sort of length and line, just a fraction wide, only probably a bit cross about that. But I'm waiting now, Dave, for, as you said, the one that exactly the same line, then cuts back, jags back off the scene.
Yes, last year and one or two occasions this year we've seen a number of batsmen embarrassed by that one that's either trapped them absolutely plumb in front or made an absolute mess of the stumps, jagging back with them shouldering arms.
Patterson turns, runs in and bowls straighter this time, and Mike is leaning forward, turning his wrists on that one, turning the face of the bat so it goes away through square leg. The ball in pursuit is Ben Slater, gets to it in time to prevent a second. Mike is off the mark with 175 for 6. The score still 29 overs remain today, plus possibly the extra half hour for Notts to take those 4 remaining wickets. But of course, Leicestershire still now need another, 33 runs. So that could be a factor if Notts then have to go in and score sort of 40 or 50 or something like that.
Bairstow's got his century at Trent Bridge. England 220 for 4, needing 79 more. Ben Stokes is at the other end, 42 not out. Here, Liam Patterson-White to begin his 6th over, figures of 1 for 9. Be bowling to Ben Mike, who made 78 in the first innings. Really played very nicely indeed, and played very positively indeed. As Rich said, it might be time to play 1 or 2 shots, but he lets this one go through to Schardendorf. Just a little bit of gentle turn there away from the right-hander. Mullaney at slip, Hamid under the helmet at short leg. Duck it fairly close in at extra cover. He's walking in with the bowler and signals to his left that the ball has gone out as far as Lyndon James on the offside. Yours, LJ. Single taken by Mike, 76 for 6. Brings Harry Swindles back onto strike. We saw a bit of Patterson-White in the previous over. He comes once more. Always wears a long-sleeved cricketing shirt. Bowls a ball that is just dropped down at the feet of Mead, and as he picked it up there, you can clearly see all the tape around the fingers of Asiba Mead. Times it almost seems as if he's held together by tape. Next delivery turns, goes through to Schardendorf, who really does look a high quality wicket keeper. That's 3 as well for the second, so there's no mug with the bat either. Next delivery dropped on the leg side, no run. A little bit of something flying in the air, floating in the air. Now what's this? What's this come off then, Mr. Tree Expert? Is this from a tree here? Wee. Little bit of pollen or something blowing in the breeze. Next ball steered into the offside, and there's no run.
Just realised that we've maintained the 100 in every session, because there were 106 runs in the afternoon session, despite the clatter of wickets.
Change of innings as well, didn't they? End of the over will be Dane Patterson once more. 8 overs before tea. Going into his second one after it. 9 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 18. I think, did we say Leicestershire bowled a collective figure of 6 maidens?
In goes Patterson and bowls. Mike is high left elbow as he defends on the back foot, on the off stump out into the offside. You did.
It's a different game now, though, isn't it? It's different conditions, and the ball's not pinging about to the boundary a couple of times and over. It's all changed very much today. Run rate of 2.5 rather than 5.5 as it was yesterday.
Patterson in to Mike. Again, slightly short of a length on the off stump so that Mike stays on the back foot, goes up and tries to force it out into the offside, but picks out Hamid in the covers. Again, there's no run. Mike wanders off towards short leg and bat over his head, does some back stretching exercises. Yeah, it stayed over 5 this morning, didn't it, when Nottinghamshire were finishing off their, or not quite finishing off their first innings. Tom Moore's laid about him to extreme effect. Patterson is in to Mike, who's working him away off middle leg, out through square leg. Lyndon James, tall man, bounds after it rather, and manages to drag it back in time to prevent a third. Mike moves on to 4, same score as Swindles. His 4 have come off 13, Swindles off 16. 78 for 6. Sun behind cloud for the time being, but still a lovely warm summer's afternoon at the Uptonsteel County ground. Patterson is in bowls. Again, slightly short of a length in this over compared to the previous over. And Mike can stay on the back foot and defend out into the off side. And reacting perhaps to a plan, perhaps he was told after 4 overs, you go back, Lyndon James, from square leg to deep square. Mike can take a single through the leg side at pretty much any time then. There's only Mullaney at mid-on, who's in a sort of single saving position on the leg side of the ground. Patterson is in. That one did come back a fraction through the air rather than off the seam. But Mike, nice crack of the bat as he blocks it, defends it out into the offside. Hamid is again the fielder.
Did mention, seemed like only a moment ago, that Johnny Bairstow had reached his century with 5 sixes. He's now on 122 with 7 sixes, and just very quickly gone from 110 to 112. So he's leading the charge for England, who need 58 with 6 wickets left.
What is Stokes on at the end?
Stokes is 43.
In goes Patterson, bowls Fuller this time, and Mike is on the front foot driving, but only as far as Patterson White, who is at mid-off, which is convenient because he is going to retain the ball. He's going to be bowling. 78 for 6, 27 overs potentially remain in the day. 31 have been bowled in Leicestershire's second innings so far.
Yeah, Patterson White gets the ball at the end of most overs, being the, I don't know if he's actually the designated ball polisher, but certainly he's the one that they all throw it to, and he works away, buffing it up on the side of his flannels. 78 for 6. Swindles has 4. Patterson White bowls to him, and he's cut this away, but Lyndon James out on the offside will do the tidying up. Not yet seen Lyndon turn his arm over. Every possibility that he might not, so it might be a totally blank game for Lyndon. No runs and no wickets. He's had his moments this season though. Maiden century at Durham in the win up there. Patterson White bowls. Mike leans forward and defends, pushes it back to the bowler.
No catches either. Just looking through the dismissals. Stopped a few runs.
Ben Mike on 4. Faced 17 balls. He's looked to drive this one away. We'll get a single. Pushing it into the offside, bisecting a couple of fielders. Moves down to the other end, 80 for 6. 28 now away from making Notts bat for a second time in the contest. But they'll be hoping that's not for a long, long time yet. So much time left in the game. You wonder what the likelihood of Leicestershire escaping with anything from it is right now. It's going to need a huge partnership. And then Nottinghamshire dramatic collapse. Last ball was pushed back by Swindles to the bowler. This next one eased into the offside and Duckett fields. And it remains 80 for 6. Lots of -1 on the over 8, but I'm sure it won't stay like that for long with Patterson White bowling as economically and as quickly through the overs as he is at the moment. Another single taken, 2 from this particular over, which comes to an end now with the Foxes 81 for 6. So that's 27 away from making knots bat again. Mike has 5, Swindles has 6. Top scorer in the innings is Sanazad, who made 34.
The bat of Ben Mike on the 45-degree angle. Otherwise reasonably conventional field, with the 2 slips awaiting as Patterson, that very straight run, is in, and bowls goes past the outside edge of Mike's bat with, it's Swindle's bat, isn't it? The scoreboard's got it wrong, and doesn't miss by very much at all.
Terrific delivery from Dane Patterson. Yeah, the board stopped because it's actually showing Patterson White as being the bowler as well. They'll catch up in a second.
Occasionally freeze.
Yeah, pull the plug out and switch it on again.
It's with us now. Patterson is in and bowls Fuller this time. Swindles drives, but slightly unconvincingly. Along the ground it goes, out towards Hasib Hamid, who falls rather than dives to his left. Makes sure that he gets behind it. No run. Such a different feel to the game since the change of innings. First 2 innings flew by, runs everywhere, the ball all over the ground on both sides. Not this time. Patterson is in, outside off stump, fullish. Swindles tentatively prods it out into the offside. Steps back and leans on his bat. Patterson White examines the ball at length before pulling his sleeves down and giving it a fairly brief polish, shine.
1,060 runs we've had, or thereabouts. Wonder how many more we're going to get.
Patterson is in 2 Swindles, slightly shorter this time, but he plays it well. Short man gets up on his toes and blocks it down through the wide gully area down towards third man. Backward point gets there before third man. Pattinson running up from in front of the hospitality marquee, which has been in use today, but now all closed up. They haven't stayed to watch what may be the denouement of the match. Don't tell me they were just here for the hospitality. Patterson is into Ben Mike, who's driving back down the pitch and thumps into the stumps. Swindles picks up the bails, hand them to Russell Ron, or the bail that was knocked off.
Hard to see, aren't they, this the green bail?
The bail is, yeah, the stump's fine, but yeah, I've always struggled with the bails.
Yeah, the colours of the County Championship sponsors, the blue stumps and the fairly light green bail.
It isn't easy necessarily to pick it up. Probably fine if you're actually out there somewhere, but not from out here. Patterson is in on delivery onto off stump. Mike is half forward. Crack a ball on bat, sees it bounce out towards point, where Ben Slater picks up and underarms the ball to his captain. End of the over, 82 for 6. Patterson, 11 overs now, 3 for 21. Gone quiet, but not, so I don't suspect we'll mind that too much. No runners being scored really, on very few runners being scored, so at the moment all is going their way.
So I say the board's not ticking over at all. James Pattinson has just come off for a quick comfort break, and Ben Martindale is on the field as a sub. Deepish, well, he's on the 45, I would say he's a deepish gully as Patterson White bowls. Swindle eases it into the offside, no run. 82 for 6. This one's eased into the offside. No run. Ben Slater was singing the praises of Mr. Martindale this morning. Left-handed batsman. I think he's had a medium pacer as well. Making a bit of a impression with the second team. This is pushed back to Patterson White. I think he hails from South Africa. No relation to Duncan Martindale, who of course famously was at the other end when Derek Randall tried to win that West Trophy final at Lord's, 82 for 6 against Essex back in the day. Is it 85, 83, 83, 82 for 6. Next delivery. It's again blocked by Harry Swindles. No run. Patterson White has to fetch the ball himself. A lot of the energy in the field seems to have been popped like a balloon. The fall of that latest wicket, although a bit of turn there, that got them all once again up and interested. 82 for 6. But it almost fell, didn't it, with the wicket just before tea and then the wicket of Azad straight afterwards, that this might be a procession, it might be done and dusted, and it seems as if some of the energy has gone out of it. Leicestershire fighting, as you'd expect them to do. Partnership only worth 8, but occupied best part of 20-25 minutes already.
Dane Patterson is going to continue from the pavilion end. Runs in and bowls short and pulled by Mike, but it didn't get it out of the middle, clost it rather. Rolls along the ground towards deepish mid-wicket. Lyndon James runs in to field and just one is taken.
Seems like it's Ben Stokes' turn to flay the New Zealand bowlers. He's just gone very, very quickly from 44 not out to 60 not out on my screen. He's now at 3 sixes.
The end is 9.
They need 35 to win.
We'll be able to hear the cheers from here. Patterson is in to Swindles, who's leaning forward, thick inside edge. Hands start to go into the air. It runs out towards square leg. James runs across from mid-wicket to field. And again, one is taken, but a long way from being out of the middle. Swindles nonetheless moves on to 8. Mike has 6. The two youngsters beginning to build a partnership. It's gone on to 10. Patterson turns. Runs in and bowls. Mike is working it and charging down the wicket and immediately sent back by Harry Swindles, correctly so, simply because Patterson was running across, Mullaney was running in, and actually Patterson would probably have been better leaving it to Mullaney because he was sort of travelling backwards, Mullaney travelling forwards. As it is, Patterson picked it up and threw at the wicket, missed it by miles. But could easily have resulted in a run out.
State of mind there, trying to pinch a risky single. Absolutely no need.
Patterson is in 2. Mike short, pulled around the corner, hit it a little bit more cleanly this time, down towards James at deep mid-wicket, and the result is the same though, still just the one taken.
5 o'clock.
These updates are coming thick and fast, aren't they? 85 for 6 as Dave pops next door. Will it be still 6 down when he returns? Change in the field. Hamid has gone in at that short mid-wicket position where they feel Swindles might clip the ball in the air. Patterson is in and bowls just outside off stump. Swindles is forward carefully defending back down the pitch. Patterson picks the ball up and then throws it to Patterson-White to do a spot of polishing. James jogs back to deep square from square leg. Swindles has shown absolutely no inclination to hook. Mike is in deep conversation with Russell Warren. Patterson turns into finishes over. Bowls outside off stump, and he does have a little feel for it. It's the effort delivery that takes off the pitch, bounces and leaves Swindles, who involuntarily almost flinches at the ball, just gestures towards it with his bat. Could easily have feathered a catch through to Schardendorf behind the stumps. He didn't. 85 for 6. Swindles has 8. Mike has 7. Leicestershire still trailing by 23. But they'll still be clinging to the notion that if they can somehow get 120 or 150 ahead, there has been a little bit of turn for Liam Patterson-White and maybe for Callum Parkinson too. In goes Patterson-White and bowls edged caught. Then Mike felt for it, took the edge, and he just fended it into the hands of Stephen Mullaney. Low down, he raises his eyes to the heavens. He didn't need to play at it. It looked to be well outside off stump. It did bounce and turn a fraction, but he could have left it. He was drawn into playing at it, feathered the catch. Mullaney took it low down. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, didn't need to play at it. Did turn, did bounce though. 85 for 7 becomes 85 for 8. Another of the first innings heroes goes. 85 for 6 becomes 85 for 7. I beg your pardon. Not quite as dire. Pretty dire, but not quite as dire as all that. Lovely bowling again from Patterson-White, who has a lovely loop to the ball. Gets a lovely loop, and if there's anything there, he gets it. The captain comes to the wicket. Something he will have been hoping desperately not to have to do today, that's for sure. Comes in at number 9. After him, just Chris Wright and Will Davis. Here comes the update. Looks like it's going to come between the wickets falling as well. So yeah, looks like it's going to be a 3-day defeat for the Foxes, I'm afraid, because as you come to me, they've just lost the 7th wicket of their second innings, that of Ben Mike. He was caught at slip off the left arm spin of Liam Patterson-White for 7. Hassan Azad, who was the rock upon which Leicestershire were hoping to build some sort of target to set the Nottinghamshire team. He went shortly after T4, 34, made off 71 balls, 74 for 6 at that stage. Callum Parkinson, the captain of Leicestershire now in red ball cricket, has come to the wicket. Harry Swindles is out there. He is 8 not out. They still need the Foxes another 23 runs simply to make Nottinghamshire bat again. Leicestershire 85 for 7. Patterson, White bowls and Parkinson pushes it out into the offside. 2 slips now for Callum Parkinson as he leans forward, just about gets to the pitch of that one, pushes it out into the offside. Duckett, who is now in the covers, fields. Patterson-White steps through the wicket, bowls, gives it plenty of air, drifts it on towards the leg stump this time, and Parkinson waiting for it, turns it along the ground past Hasim Hamid, but only just past Hasim Hamid. And so there is no run to be had. Patterson-White is in. Parkinson is leaning forward, defending out into the onside, picked up by Slater at mid-wicket. Another successful over. Liam Patterson-White, 2 for 13, 5 wickets in the game for him now. Had a pretty decent rate of return as well. Leicestershire 85 for 7. And as I just told BBC Radio, Leicester still needing another 23 simply to make Nottinghamshire bat again. Did that come nicely for you, Dave Bracegirdle? Were you able to tell BBC Radio Nottingham, and there goes another?
Not live on air, no. It had just happened just before. Seen that dismissal a few times in the game, haven't we? The spinner getting the outside edge and the slip gobbling it up.
Didn't need to play at it, Ben Mike. It did bounce and it did turn, but it bounced from outside off stump.
Here's Patterson bowling to Swindles. There's this one to point, and there's no run. So this is the 37th over of the innings, 85 for 7. The board says we've still got 22 overs remaining this evening. Chances of the match being still alive overnight rests very firmly now with Harry Swindles and Callum Parkinson. Patterson bowls, Swindles solidly behind it. He's been resolute in defence, not a deal wrong with his defensive technique. 35 balls faced, 8 not out for the Leicestershire wicket-keeper, taking some dislodging. Patterson into his 13th over. He's tried all sorts. Had one or two go past the outside edge. He's brought one or two back, but not with the prodigious movement we've seen him do it in the past. He's in again, bowls to Swindles. Going to get a run here. It was certainly a paddy sound, but a little bit of bat involved, and Swindles moves on to 9, 86 for 7, and brings the Leicestershire captain, beg his pardon, down onto strike. Parkinson, who is on a pair, he was dismissed at the very back end of the first day, caught at slip by Mullaney from Liam Patterson-White's spin. There's Patterson. In again, this one's down the leg side and well taken by the keeper. Feel a little sorry, we've got young cameraman up here on the gantry bringing you the pictures for the live stream, and he's got a little bit of hay fever and his eyes keep streaming. He keeps having to go and wash them and just try and clear them a little bit. Got the sunglasses on. Horrible, isn't it, the old hay fever when you can't do a deal.
Must admit, I've never suffered from it. It doesn't look much fun.
86 for 7. Parkinson on strike. Works this, and Hamid scoops it up on the half volley. Crowd catchy. Threw it up in the air, but as honest as the days come, Asiba Mead and Ian, everybody else out there knew it hadn't been taken on the full, but very nearly. It was very nearly clipped to shortish mid-wicket, and Hamid maybe just come in a stride closer, just so that the next one isn't on the half volley. Yeah, he has done, look. Dane Patterson, squad number 2, bowling to Callum Parkinson, who again goes across his stumps, works it onto the onside, but straight to Lyndon James. End of the over, 86 for 7. Patterson 13 overs, 3 for 25. And the difference is 22 between the two sides. Yep, says he pausing and doing a bit of mental arithmetic, which is always a very dangerous route to go down.
Patterson-White, not surprisingly, will continue from the Bennett end. He's going to be bowling to Harry Swindles, who checks his guard. Mullaney whistles up James Pattinson to come in at second slip. Standing quite wide, almost third slip in fact, as Patterson-White is in to Swindles, who is prodding forward, dropping the ball dead at his feet and then just pushing it with the bat towards Hamid at short leg as he steps in.
Shan Masood is out for Derbyshire, 145 for 3, needing 74 more.
Patterson White bowls. Back goes Swindles, forcing it out into the off side. There's some slightly sarcastic applause from the Nottinghamshire fielders and indeed Patterson White. Just trying to get under Swindles' skin a little bit there. 9 off 38 for him. Patterson White bowls. Swindles is forward, stretching to get to the pitch of the ball. Thick outside part of the bat, drops it down into the ground around about Silly Point. Schardendorf steps out, picks it up, returns it to Patterson White, who steps to the crease again and bowls, tosses it right up, stroked back down the pitch to Patterson White.
Bairstow's out in the test match for 136, but England need 21 with 5 wickets left.
136 from?
92 balls, 14 fours, 7 sixes.
Test match cricket, eh? Patterson White is in and bowls. Swindles is leaning cautiously forward and blocking the delivery again, far from convincingly. Short extra, almost Silly mid-off has come in now, in fact, as well. So he's surrounded by 4 close fielders and the wicket-keeper as Patterson White is in. Bowls, he cuts him away through the gap at a point down to the sweeper on the point boundary, who comes in to meet the ball. Lyndon James getting involved, and one is taken. On comes the Notts 12th man, playing with fire. If Umpire Watts sees him, but he has got the bib on, and he's done it all properly, I believe. And just bring a quick drink on for the bowler.
I don't know if you saw at the fall of the last wicket, he came on again with his little milk floaty thing with all the drinks for the players, and Umpire Watt tapped him on the back, and I thought he was going to tell him off for not having his bib on, but he pointed to this end, and Ben Martindale came rushing to this end and then went back onto the field with bottles of water for the 2 umpires. Here's Patterson from our end of the ground, the pavilion end bowls, nicely cut away for runs by Swindles. A long overdue boundary for the home side. Swindles on to 14, 91 for 7. Start of the over, bringing a boundary this time. We've seen a number of overs beginning with wickets in this Leicestershire second innings. 91 for 7 means 17 more runs are required to make Notts bat again. Has the ball been retrieved? It has eventually.
Yes, yeah, behind those sort of movable nets, those wheeled net things.
So Dane Patterson will be a little disappointed. This is his 6th over since tea. Had 8 before. Bowls a fully swinging straight delivery, if you can have a swinging straight delivery, but it was homing in on the stumps. 91 for 7. To be swinging through the air, and then it pitched and went straight on. But Swindles again, resolute in defence. Mead has crept a little closer in that short mid-wicket position, but it was the other batsman, Parkinson, who nearly clipped it to him in the previous over. This one is again pushed away by Harry Swindles, who's doing a good job.
James Pattinson starting to warm up. I think the feeling is, I would imagine, that it can blast out the tail. Whistle up the big fast bowler. It's not an original tactic.
He's not.
It's often effective.
Yes, he's not been one of the standout performers in the game, but whenever he's bowled, he has huffed and puffed and tried to blow the Leicestershire house down. Absolutely crestfallen this morning when he was dismissed for just 1. Patterson bowls and Swindles again happy to defend. Might have to do a little bit more bobbing and weaving if Pattinson does come on to bowl at him. Test out his ability to play the short pitch delivery. Ben might last out for 7. There's been 5 dismissals in single figures. Anyone's into double figures. Hassan has had 34, Rishi Patel 14, the 2 openers, and Swindles is 14 not out, facing Dane Patterson. eases this into the offside, fielded by Ben Slater, who kindly popped up to join us during the morning session. He whips it into the gloves of Schardendorf. If you weren't with us earlier, Stephen Mullaney out for 62. Liam Patterson-White made 34. James Pattinson 1. Brett Hutton, he went for 14, and Tom Moores was left with Dane Patterson. Played his shots, got after Callum Parkinson, took 18 from. In fact, he took 20 from 1 over, 2 6s and 2 4s. This next delivery's just guided down with an open face to third man, single taken by Swindles. But then on 81, Tom Moores faced a delivery from Vian Mulder, which just popped up seemingly unexpectedly and clipped either the very top of his glove or the bat handle and flew underneath the chin of Tom Moores. And he went down straight away. We knew there was an issue, because off came the helmet and the gloves, and the bat was laid down, and he laid down, and Fisio was quickly out there, checked him out, and after good 5 or 6 minutes out there, they decided it was probably best all round if Tom retired hurt. So that was the end of the Nottinghamshire innings at 548, a lead of 108. Notts would have sensed the opportunity to make early inroads, and that's what's happened. And to bring you up to date, the Foxes now 92 for 7.
Having faced an examination by spin, Swindles is now going to face one by pace and aggression, as generated by James Pattinson. 8 overs, none for 27 for the Australian. He would dearly like to pick up a wicket, or preferably 2, before the day is done. He comes charging down the slope and bowls to Swindles, who's driving a full delivery out to the backward point boundary for 4. It was overpitched from Pattinson. It was wide, and Swindles stepped out, cracked it away nicely, got his head over the ball, along the ground all the way, wide of Patterson's White's right hand, and he picks up 4 to move on to 19. 96 for 7.
Yeah, give me some more on that, he says. Wonder where this one will pitch.
The deficit is now 16-12 now.
I'll bet he's not on the front foot driving this one down the ground.
Shortish mid-wicket has come in as Pattinson is in and bowls straight and full, and it's pushed away past Hasib Hamid. The old bluff didn't work on that occasion. Hamid goes back, chases back, puts in the slide and throws. Swindles picks up 2, but I'd wager the next one might be.
Yeah, he bluffed me. I was expecting the bouncer then.
The odds are short, but the next one will be short, I would imagine. 98 for 7, just 10 needed simply for Leicestershire to make Nottinghamshire bat again, to avoid the ignominy of an innings defeat. Changes to the field. Mullaney has decided to bring Hamid in to presumably short leg. Helmet's going to be tossed to the Notts opener.
Sort of reinforces the feeling that the next one, he might be playing it from sort of in front of his chin somewhere, if he doesn't get out of the way of it.
Duckett leaves second slip and goes in at square leg, fairly conventional, almost directly behind Hamid for the mistimed pull perhaps, and there is a deep backward square. Pattinson is in, bowls a poor bouncer by his standards, that is A, too short, and B, ill-directed down the leg side, and Swindles just sort of leans forward instinctively, and it passes well high past his left shoulder.
Bit of a waste as well, signalled as 1 for the over. Gave Swindles a good opportunity to have a look at it as it went past him.
3 to come in this Pattinson over, the 40th of Leicestershire's second innings. They've limped to 98 for 7. Pattinson is in and bowls. Better bouncer, i.e. straighter, but again telegraphed and again quite short. And Swindle's able to duck right down. It passes over his back. Joe Clark signalling to the Nottinghamshire balcony for something or other. Mullaney's gone in at gully now. So short leg gully, just the one slip, point square leg, shortish mid wicket, long leg and deep square. In goes Patterson. That's a better short ball that is just outside off stump, and for a second, half a second, Swindle's thinking he has to play it. Manages just to drop his hands in time, but ball whistles past a foot in front of his nose.
We've had 2 or 3 matches, of course, where Stuart Broad's been playing for Notts, and they've had similar tactics at each end. Pattinson and Broad both testing the middle of the wicket. No let up.
Pattinson is in and bowling short. That is another good one, and this time Swindles does play at it, and he is fortunate to get away with it. Doesn't quite take the edge. Little fend at the ball as it goes high past his face. He needed to drop his hands, but he did feel for it. Lucky not to get the edge. End of the over, 21. He's on 98 for 7. 10 still needed.
Got better and better through the course of that comeback over. James Pattinson, first ball, wideish half volley, punched away for 4, and then a poor, ill-directed bouncer. Well, he pitched the second one up, didn't he? And then a poor, ill-directed bouncer, but the last 3 were right on the money. So Liam Patterson-White changes ends. Dane Patterson out of the attack. He's got 3 wickets, certainly played his part, and Patterson-White, the spinner, he's on and strikes the pad. Given straight away, comes back and hits the pad of Callum Parkinson, who's bagged a pair in the match both times to the spin of Liam Patterson-White. And the Foxes still haven't wiped out the deficit, and they're now 8 wickets down. 98 for 8. Liam Patterson-White again with an LBW, and that's his 26th victim of the season. High percentage of them have been LBW decisions.
Height certainly wasn't an issue. The only question in the umpire's mind, and there clearly wasn't a question in the umpire's mind, judging by the speed of the decision, was what might have just hit him outside the line. It was going on to hit the stumps, that is for sure. That was the only possible doubt, and as far as Russell Warren was concerned, there was no doubt. Parkinson, not a match to remember with the bat, leaves the field carrying the bat by the blade. Rarely a good sign. Will Davis comes to the wicket ahead of Chris Wright, perhaps on the basis of his 32 not out. Seems like a while ago now. It doesn't seem like a while ago. It was yesterday morning, wasn't it? 32 not out. When Leicestershire were scoring their highest first innings by 120 this season. Little good it has availed them.
Yes, there's been all sorts of milestones and records and whatever in this game. Nottinghamshire getting their highest score ever in Leicestershire, 548, beating the 509 for 7 that they set in 1925 at Ayleston Road. Can't actually find anywhere where they've scored 400 before at Grace Road, so they've gone way beyond anything they've exceeded here before, and they got there very, very quickly indeed. 500 up in the 100th over. 98 for 8. Patterson-White now has 3 for 14. Thinking he can wrap this up with some very impressive figures as he bowls to Davis. And the first delivery at Davis, promoted to number 10, pushed out on the onside. You hope it's a case of Davis being promoted and not that there's some issue with Chris Wright. Next ball steered into the offside, and there's no run. If that was the case, then Notts will be right on the brink of victory, as it is 2 wickets needed.
Didn't see anything, did he?
No. Next ball is nicely defended by Davis. Does seem a little strange though during the course of a match to switch 11 for 10. Although after seeing Luke Fletcher play 11 in one innings and then open in the next down at Lords, anything can happen. 98 for 8, and it's defended. world record holder Luke Fletcher, the only man in cricket history to get a 50 batting at 11 in the first innings of one game and 50 batting at 1 in the second innings. Absolutely bizarre, bonkers stat. Didn't make a deal of sense at the time and still doesn't. 98 for 8. Sent out as a night watchman in the second innings. Volunteered to do it because he felt nice with what he'd done in the first innings, and got half centuries in each innings. Joe Clarke's been off the field for a comfort break. He's on his way back, and I think Mr. Martindale, who's been a busy lad actually, to be fair, would have been sharing those duties with Dane Schardendorf, but once Shady was told to put the pads and the gloves on to deputise behind the stumps for Tom Moores, Ben Martindale has been running hither and thither.
James Pattinson beginning to run out of potential victims here. So no doubt he will have Harry Swindles smelling the leather. Swindles is asking him to stop rather more politely than Azad, who just stepped away and expected him to stop. But Swindles actually pointed to the reason why he wanted Pattinson to cease, who comes in and bowls another good bouncer, a quickish one as well, which he ducks underneath, but somewhat nervously.
And England have won the Test match by 5 wickets. They've chased down 299 in 50 overs exactly. Bairstow made 136, but at the end Ben Stokes 75 not out. The captain hitting 4 sixes, 7 of them hit by Johnny Bairstow and 1 earlier for Alex Lees. The crowd that's gone in today on those complimentary tickets have certainly had value for money, haven't they?
6 and over, even quicker than here. Pattinson is in, bowls, and a slightly twitchy Harry Swindles, but he gets right in line, blocks it on the back foot, out into the offside. But he's up on his toes. 21 to him, 56. It's been a battling little innings. He wanders forward, prods at the pitch.
Does that make England World Test champions, as they've defeated the World Test champions in back-to-back tests?
Still need another 10 to make Nottinghamshire bat again. Pattinson down the slope is in and bowls a bouncer too short this time, and an easy one to duck. For Swindles, 1 for the over, says umpire Watt.
Leicestershire not getting any help from the 12th man either. Extras just 1 in this particular innings. We saw a huge amount earlier in the game, didn't we? But just 1 in this particular innings.
Still 16 and a half overs plus. We can definitely say they would take the extra half hour if they needed to. Nottinghamshire, they may not need to. Pattinson is in, bowls outside, off stump, short. Swindles tries to uppercut it away down towards wide third man. Doesn't get anything on it.
Can't be half past 5 already. I've only just come back.
It is. It is. Yes. Another update is due. They might just do England first. Maybe not. Nottinghamshire on the brink of victory.
Notts County first. You've got to remember the order of things.
Footy first.
Notts County appointing a new manager today.
Pattinson is into Swindles, who is playing at that one. He may have curtain railed the bat back inside the line, but it was a long way after the ball had gone past the outside edge. He did play at that one as it bounced and swung past his chest outside off stump. Doesn't feel as though the end will be long delayed at the moment. 98 for 8. After the riches of the first innings, it has been a poor response from the Foxes as Swindles tries to leave that one outside off stump. It bounces up and hits the blade of the bat and bounces wide of Duckett, who's in the gully, but it doesn't go very quickly. Duckett can scramble away to his right and make the stop. End of the over. A maiden, not the prettiest. Not the best played. A maiden goes down in the book though. Patterson 10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 33, 98 for 8 Leicestershire. And even this 10 runs that they need to make Nottinghamshire bat again. Hard at the moment to see where they are coming from. 16 overs remain. In the day, Patterson White is in. Davis is back on his stumps defending. No turn. The turn that there's been has tended to come for both Patterson White and Parkinson from that Bennett end, from the other end of the ground. Patterson White steps in and bowls. Davis is forward, thick inside edge, bounces past Hamid out towards Pattinson, who is fielding at sort of backwards square, not quite on the 45, as Patterson White is in. Drops a little bit short that time, and again Davis, puff of dust from his feet as he backs towards his stumps and blocks it out into the offside. Schardendorf comes out from behind the stumps to field. Mid-wicket goes back about 3/4 of the way. Extra cover comes in short. Patterson White goes in, brings Davis forward, but he defends it competently enough. Out towards Duckett at short extra. Mullaney gestures towards Lyndon James, who is that man who's gone back to deepish mid-wicket. Patterson White is in, gives it a little bit of air, but again no turn. Forward went Davis, getting to the pitch of it, blocking it into the offside. No run, 1 ball to go. In the over, Duckett leaves short extra and goes in at second slip. Patterson White is in, bowls, Davis is forward, thick inside edge, it's going to roll down towards Pattinson. And Davis is going to jog a single, so he is going to face the undoubted chin music from James Patterson that is going to come. Swindles took the single. Davis off the mark. Swindles has 21.99 for 8 Leicestershire. Rishi Patel 14, Lewis Hill 6, Colin Ackerman 9, Vian Mulder 3, Nick Welsh 3, Hassan Azad a battling 34, Ben Mike 7, Callum Parkinson a duck. Pattinson is charging in from the Bennett end, bowls to Davis a bouncer, ducks underneath it well, plays it well, whoops from behind the stumps at the bounce and pace. Applause for Davis from the Leicestershire balcony. May not be the most technically adept batter, Davis, but he is a brave batter. Here comes an update for BBC Radio Leicester. Well, I'm afraid there has been one more since you were with me last time. Oh, and there could be a second. Yes, there is. There goes Will Davis trying to get out of the way of a James Pattinson bouncer. Took it on the glove. It bounces down towards the wicketkeeper, who runs round and takes the catch. 99 for 9. Davis goes. Swindles is 21 not out. The Foxes still need another 9 simply to make Nottinghamshire bat again, having scored 440 in their first innings, as Davis whacks his pads in frustration as he goes off. The second innings has been a horror show. They're 99 for 9.
Yeah, just the...
Back with Dave, who's come chasing back into the box for the denouement. Tried to get out of the way of the bouncer. It was a good one directed at the body. Took him on the forearm. But must have been just partly glove. And looped up kindly for Schardendorf behind the stump to run round and take the catch. Third catch of the innings for Dane Schardendorf.
First wicket for James Pattinson, 99 for 9. So that innings victory still potentially there. I've not yet seen Chris Wright. Oh, here he comes on his way out to the middle.
Bounced out.
I think that's a fair summary of what happened. Extra pace of Pattinson. Ruffled a few feathers in this game, but eventually gets his reward, gets one in the end column in this second innings. Got 4 balls left in this over to have a go at Chris Wright, who's getting some words of encouragement from Harry Swindles.
Right, 2 will get into line, but the cause, one fears from Leicestershire's point of view, is lost. It would be nice to avoid the innings defeat.
It's almost the best conditions of the game, isn't it, really? It's
glorious now, isn't it? Absolutely glorious. Yep. Barely a breath of wind now. Dave, all yours.
Well, it's James Pattinson. Here he comes from the Bennett end, bowling to Chris Wright, who manages just to sway back out of the line of that one. Pacey delivery, as you could expect from the fired-up Australian. Goes through to Schardendorf, who, as Rich said, has upped himself to 3 catches. I think he did when he stepped into the game against Derbyshire last year to get a first-class debut. He was an official replacement on that occasion. This time, as far as we know, he's just on the field as a substitute for the injured Tom Moores.
Well, he's not made a single error.
Ben Slater in at leg slip, Hamid at short leg. This delivery forces Wright just to bob underneath it. So that's a couple that have tested the middle of the strip. Sooner or later he's going to pitch one up there, and we'll see how Chris Wright is able to negotiate that. Mentioned in the first innings, very good record against Nottinghamshire from his Warwickshire days predominantly. A couple of splendid half-centuries. I think one was at Trent Bridge and one was at Edgbaston, both times as a night watchman sent out there. So he's battled it against some of the best in his career, and gets solidly behind this one to push it back to the bowler. 99 for 9. You can't really see any other outcome. The only things at stake are when will it happen? Will it be an innings victory? Will it be done and dusted this evening, or will it be early tomorrow morning? But right now, and we've all been surprised by results in the past. Don't get me wrong, not counting any chickens here, but you can only see one outcome. Here is Pattinson in again to bowl, and the bat was left out there by Wright. Didn't get anything on it. End of a successful wicket-taking maiden over from James Pattinson. 11 overs, 1 for 33 for Pattinson. 3 wickets to Patterson White, 3 to Patterson, 2 to Brett Hutton as well. It's 99 for 9. And how does Harry Swindles play it? I suppose he should play it as he has been. Just try and keep your end up, and nobody's expecting him to go out there and play like Tendulkar and dominate the strike and the scoring and rattle up a quick 200. You can only do your bit, and that's to prevent Nottinghamshire in this particular over. Patterson White it is then. Round the wicket, bowls, pushed into the gap, contemplated taking the single, and thought better of it, didn't he? Just sort of assessed up what it would mean if he did take the run.
First match of the season, Leicestershire last wicket stand that went on for 26 overs to save the game. So Dave Bradley commentated throughout all those 26 overs while I stood here alongside him.
Yes, I heard about
but
that.
That was the last day. There is another day.
Liam Patterson White bowls, and Swindles on 21 not out, pushes it back to the bowler. Nottinghamshire's over 8 is judged to be level, so neither side's going to lose any points. Both got a full haul of bonus points. Patterson White bowls, Swindles just helps it out, just pats it out into the cover region, Duckett Fields.
Entirely sure what the point is of just pure defence now. Might as well.
Swindles on strike again, just happy to bat it out in the direction of Duckett. Now, will he be looking for a single to get down to, in inverted commas, the danger end? James Pattinson to bowl the next over. Will he be looking to protect Chris Wright a little bit by taking a single? Drops this almost at his feet. Mead at short leg lobs it to the keeper, who lobs it back to him, and he lobs it to Patterson wide.
I think I'd take the inverted commas away from danger.
Final ball of the over. Is he going to try and find a gap and get a single? Nottinghamshire bring everybody in, and he's heaved it away, and there's an opportunity for Pattinson to take the catch, and Nottinghamshire get the win. Liam Patterson-White with the final decisive wicket. Harry Swindles tried to take him on with the big hit, didn't get it properly out of the middle. The ball looped up into the air to short fine leg, and James Pattinson ran round and comfortably got underneath it and poached the catch nicely. And that is that, ladies and gentlemen. Nottinghamshire are the victors by an innings and 9 runs, and they've managed to wrap this up in 3 days, when at the start of the day really we'd seen the best part of 1,000 runs shared over the first 2 innings. You'd imagine there would have been a little bit more of the same, but Nottinghamshire very much got amongst the Leicestershire wickets early on, and I think getting rid of Mulder just before tea, 51 for 4 it was at that stage. I think the writing was very much on the board then. 99 all out. It's a second innings collapse, quite a dramatic collapse, as one of our correspondents said a little earlier on. It doesn't happen too often that a side gets over 400 in the first innings and still loses by an innings inside 3 days, and on this occasion they've not quite reached 3 figures. Congratulations to the Nottinghamshire side, who have picked up their 5th win. Until the result from Chesterfield is known, they'll go to the top of the Division 2 table, but that's a very, very emphatic turnaround. You remember Stephen Mullaney won the toss, put Leicestershire in, and at the end of that first day there were a lot of people on social media, I know, sort of criticising the decision, saying why didn't they bat, and the winning opportunities been squandered, etc, etc, etc. Well, I think just through the strength of performance, and maybe just, you know, man for man, the top draw players that Notts have got has managed to sort of get them out of that little bit of a hole and get the win. But Ben Duckett for me yesterday, simply superb, and he transformed the game from one where Notts were playing catch up to one where they were in a very, very strong position to go on and get that first innings lead.
Yep, and a maximum return for Nottinghamshire, 24 points, and they keep up the pressure on Middlesex at the top of the second division. Hugely disappointing for Leicestershire, who've had so many issues with batting, especially in the first innings this season. Looked like they'd overcome those, but the old frailties very much returned in the second. The dismissals of Hill and Ackerman, the first innings Centurions, particularly, really one felt at that stage you could see the innings defeat. Well, certainly you could see the 3-day defeat, if not the innings defeat, looming. Dane Patterson bowled beautifully, as you sort of said he has all season, and slight contrast to the way he bowled in the first innings, to take important wickets early. Brett Hutton, likewise, Ackerman's decision to leave that delivery from Hutton, hard to understand. And the Foxes, again, frailties exposed, I'm afraid.